Chapter 4964. The southern wilderness was in turmoil, and all forces had their eyes on this fat piece of meat. The Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan was the first to invade the southern wilderness, and the West Sea Dragon Clan was the second. The great clans of the Middle Sky could not sit still either. The Buddha Clan and the Sky Clan all showed signs of sending troops. Only the North Ruins Ghost Clan did not move. Just when the storm was brewing, Gu Fei chose to go into seclusion. This caught everyone by surprise, as it was completely out of everyone's expectations. Even the Sorcerer Clan was a little confused. Going into seclusion at this time? Was his head kicked by a donkey? The Sorcerer King's roar came from the Sorcerer Clan's palace in Black Fog City. I didn't expect him to do this. When the Heaven Sorcerer Priest Wu Lingxue received the news of Gu Fei going into seclusion, she was also shocked to the extreme. One must know that Gu Fei could take advantage of this rare opportunity to expand his territory and his sphere of influence. But Gu Fei, actually went into seclusion at this time. Actually, the divine kings under Gu Fei were also very surprised that Gu Fei suddenly went into seclusion, because Gu Fei's seclusion this time was very sudden. The Sorcerer Clan could not count on Gu Fei, so they began to mobilize the army. The army of the Sorcerer Clan had been scattered all these years and hidden in the major tribes of the southern wilderness. But now, following the Sorcerer King's order, the army of the Sorcerer Clan gathered again. This unusual action of the Sorcerer Clan immediately attracted the attention of the barbaric sovereign's subordinates. As a result, the Sorcerer Clan slightly restrained themselves. This time, Gu Fei did not go into seclusion for long. One evening after half a month, the door of Gu Fei's seclusion place opened from the inside, and a figure walked out. It was Gu Fei. It was not difficult to refine Sovereign Beheading Saber. Gu Fei originally planned to spend a month to refine Sovereign Beheading Saber, but who would have thought that he would refine Sovereign Beheading Saber so quickly? At this time, the eastern and western regions of the southern wilderness were still confronting each other. Come with me to the southern wilderness royal capital. Gu Fei of the Divine Kings under him said. What? Red-browed Eagle King, and the others were shocked when they heard this. They were going to the southern barbarian capital now. Chimei, you stay. Qiu Qianjian, Luo Lai, you two come with me. It was not good to bring too many people. It would be fine to bring 2 people who were familiar with the Southern Man royal capital. This trip to the Southern Man royal capital might have unexpected gains. Divine Fist Han Chong and Red-browed Eagle King stayed behind to manage the 4 cities. Gu Fei left Black Fog City with Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai. As soon as Gu Fei left, the Sky Magus Priest rushed to the Castellan's mansion in Black Fog City. However, she didn't see Gu Fei. Han Chong and Red-Eyebrowed Eagle King didn't tell the Heaven Magus Priest Gu Fei's whereabouts. The Heaven Shaman Priest hurriedly rushed back to the Celestial Wizard Clan's palace in Black Fog City. Soon, the Wizard Clan spies began to move. You want to play dirty with me? The Witch King gritted his teeth. The Southern Man royal capital was definitely one of the most prosperous cities in the world. The city was bustling with traffic and bustling with shops on both sides of the street. The streets were crowded with people, and from time to time, the peddlers' cries could be heard. When Gu Fei and the others arrived at the Southern Man royal capital, it was almost night. As soon as they entered the city gate was closed. Let's find a place to eat first, Gu Fei said. He found an inconspicuous tavern and went inside. The moment he went in, the aroma of wine hit his face. Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai had no choice but to follow behind Gu Fei and enter the tavern. I want 3 jars of the best wine here, Gu Fei said to the waiter next to him. Okay, do you want dishes to go with the wine? The waiter asked, do you still need to ask? I want 3 of the best dishes here, Gu Fei said. Okay, Wait a moment, the waiter said, and walked away. Soon, 3 jars of wine were placed in front of Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei directly removed the seal and poured a bowl of wine. The aroma of wine immediately filled the air. Not bad, Gu Fei said as he smelled the aroma of the wine. Master, why did we suddenly come to the Southern Man royal capital? Qiu Qianjian was really curious. What else can we do? Watch the show, Gu Fei said with a smile. Watch the show. Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai were a little confused. Just watch the show? At this time, the dishes were also served. Gu Fei and the others drank wine and ate meat. After eating their fill, they threw an immortal crystal and left the tavern. Since you're done eating, let's find a place to stay, Gu Fei said. This Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai were speechless. Their master seemed to be staying here for a while. Gu Fei was the person who killed the 3rd son of the barbarian emperor, Man Yao, and the 1st son, Man Xiong. If people knew that Gu Fei was in the southern barbarian capital, the entire southern barbarian capital would be shaken. However, in the Southern Man royal capital, the number of people who had seen Gu Fei could be counted on one hand. As long as they were careful, there would be absolutely no problem. However, if they were not careful and met an acquaintance, they would be out of luck. Gu Fei was very strong, but this was the Southern Man royal capital. Almost all the most powerful existences of the Southern Man royal capital were gathered here. However, the Southern Man royal capital, which originally had 100,000 Azure Dragon Army soldiers, now only 30,000 Azure Dragon Army soldiers were left, and the one who controlled the Southern Man royal capital was the 2nd son of the barbarian emperor, Man Yu. Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai had followed Man Yu before. Now that they followed Gu Fei, they told the truth about the Southern Man royal capital to Gu Fei. Luo Lai brought Gu Fei to an inn. This inn was not eye-catching. Gu Fei and the others didn't care too much about basic necessities. After checking into the inn, Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai went out to inquire about the news. As for Gu Fei, he was very bored and could only sit cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. He went into seclusion for half a month and finally refined the Sovereign Beheader's saber. He was very clear about the might of this saber. If he used this saber, he could definitely compete with the barbarian emperor. This was the reason why he dared to appear in the Southern Man royal capital. Not long after, Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai returned, and they brought back a piece of good news. The people of the Eastern Desolate Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race were coming to the Southern Man royal capital to negotiate with Man Yu. They said that they were here to negotiate, but their true intention was to threaten Man Yu and get what they wanted. Good, very good. Then let's do it like this. Gu Fei was immediately overjoyed when he heard that. Master, are we really going to do this? Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai were stunned by Gu Fei's plan. Once this kind of thing was exposed, it would definitely not be a good thing for them. It wasn't easy to come here. How can we not have fun? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai were speechless. Could it be that everything Master did was just for fun? Chapter 4965. Right now, the forces of the barbarian sovereign were in a precarious situation. Gu Fei had risen within the southern barbarians and occupied the barbarian emperor's city, Black Fog City, and 4 other cities. He had hundreds of thousands of troops under him, and had even killed the 1st and 3rd sons of the barbarian emperor. It could be said that Gu Fei and the barbarian sovereign had an irreconcilable enmity. Now, the Eastern Wilderness Demon clan and the West Sea Dragon clan had also attacked the southern barbarians and occupied many cities. Barbarian Emperor's 2nd son, Man Yu, had no choice but to think of a way to negotiate with the Eastern Wasteland Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race. He wanted to see what these fellows wanted. The envoys from the East Baron territory and the West Sea had both arrived. Man Yu personally welcomed the two of them into South Man royal capital. The envoys of East Baron and West Sea were arranged by Man Yu to stay in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. They didn't stay in the imperial palace of South Baron royal capital. Did you find out? In the guest room of the inn Gu Fei was staying in, Gu Fei was asking Qiu Qianjian, who had just returned. Master, we've investigated. The emissary from the eastern wasteland is the Golden Rock King. The emissary from the Western Sea Dragon race is the Amethyst Dragon King. Both of them are god kings. Qiu Qianjian said, "Very good. Continue to keep an eye on them. Report back directly if there's anything you don't understand." Gu Fei's expression was extremely calm. "Yes, master." Qiu Qianjian turned around and walked out. Not long after, Saber King Luo Lai also returned. The information he obtained was the same as Qiu Qianjian's. The Eastern Wasteland and the Western Sea had both sent a god king as an envoy. In fact, Gu Fei was very clear that whether it was the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan or the West Sea Dragon Clan, they could not monopolize the Southern Wilderness. Moreover, the Berserker Emperor was still around. The goal of the various forces was to consolidate their vested interests through negotiations. Man Yu knew this as well, so he would try his best to delay the time and wait for his imperial father, Emperor Man Yu, to return. Once Emperor Man Yu returns, the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan and the Western Sea Dragon Clan would have to obediently scram from the Southern Wilderness. One had to know that the barbarian sovereign's name was earned through fighting. What Gu Fei wanted to do now was to ignite this great battle in the mirage. Heroes emerge in troubled times. It was time for the human race to become the rulers of this world. The human race had never been the main characters in the Void Realm. The Eastern Wasteland Demon race, Western Sea Dragon race, North Ruins Ghoul race, Middle Heavens Buddha race, and Sky race were the main characters. The Buddha clan was also part of the human clan, but the Sky clan wasn't. Of the 5 major regions of the Void Realm, the one that was truly ruled by the human clan was the Southern Barbarian, which had the least resources among the 5 major regions. Although it wasn't a barren land, it wasn't an immortal land either. Gu Fei wanted to unify the world and make the human race the main character of this world. Of course, Gu Fei's goal was a bit big. He hadn't even settled the Southern Barbarians yet. For a few days in a row, Man Yu actually left the messenger of the Eastern Wasteland Demon race, Golden Rock King, and the messenger of the Western Sea Dragon race, Amethyst Dragon King, in the City Lord Mansion. He did not summon them. This made the Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King very unhappy. However, for Gu Fei, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After nightfall, he directly brought Qiu Qianjian and Saber King Luo Lai to the vicinity of the City Lord Mansion. In the Southern Barbarian royal capital, there was a majestic imperial palace. Not far from the imperial palace, there was a City Lord Mansion. The City Lord Mansion was the place that managed the entire Southern Barbarian royal capital. Normally, Man Yu would stay in the City Lord Mansion. But after the messengers of the Eastern Wasteland Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race came, he returned to the Imperial Palace to stay. The surroundings of the City Lord Mansion were heavily guarded. The messengers of the Eastern Wasteland Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race were all monitored by the people Man Yu sent. "You guys guard outside. I'll go in and take a look." Gu Fei instructed Qiu Qianjian, and Luo Lai then vanished into the void. Master, Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai couldn't help but be incomparably nervous when they saw the situation. Gu Fei actually wanted to assassinate the messengers of the Eastern Wasteland Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race. This was a heaven-piercing matter. Furthermore, this was the Southern Barbarian royal capital, the gathering place of the Southern Barbarian powerhouses. Ever since barbarian sovereign took over the southern barbarian royal capital, no one dared to cause trouble here. But now, not only did Gu Fei want to cause trouble in the southern barbarian royal capital, it was a heaven-piercing matter. Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai found a secret place to hide. After nightfall, the southern barbarian royal capital was obviously a lot quieter, but the place where the imperial palace was located was still brightly lit. Even at this time, the imperial palace was still having fun every night, and the people inside were still living in a drunken stupor. This was simply a sign of destruction. At this time, Gu Fei had already sneaked into the city lord mansion without anyone noticing, and made his way to the courtyard where the Eastern Wasteland demon race's messenger, Golden Rock King, lived. "Who is it? Get out for me." Golden Rock King was very vigilant. The moment Gu Fei entered the courtyard, he was discovered by this guy. Gu Fei walked out from the darkness. "Who are you?" Golden Rock King stared coldly at Gu Fei, and Gu Fei was also sizing up Golden Rock King. He saw that this guy was a tall middle-aged man with a head of golden hair. Even his pupils were emitting a faint golden glow. "The person who will kill you," Gu Fei said indifferently. "You? Want to kill me? Ha ha." Golden Rock King laughed. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard. This young guy actually said that he wanted to kill him. Swoosh! A cold light flashed in the void. In the next moment, Golden Rock King's laughter suddenly stopped. His face revealed an expression of extreme shock and horror. Then, a bloody mark appeared on his neck, and his head fell off. Golden Rock King could not believe that a black-clothed young man could kill him in an instant. This was an instant kill. Golden Rock King had actually been prepared for it, but he was still killed by Gu Fei. Moreover, he did not even have the strength to fight back. After killing Golden Rock King, Gu Fei directly went to the Amethyst Dragon King's residence. Golden Rock King and Amethyst Dragon King's residences were not far from each other. Soon, Gu Fei arrived at the gate of the Amethyst Dragon King's courtyard. "Are you here to kill me?" Amethyst Dragon King walked out of the house. He had already heard Golden Rock King's movements. At this moment, Golden Rock King's residence was already in a mess. "Since you already know, I don't have to do it myself," Gu Fei said with a smile. "Ha ha, don't you think you have to pay a price to kill me?" Amethyst Dragon King laughed. At this moment, 3 experts appeared behind Amethyst Dragon King. Each of them emitted a powerful dragon aura. Sigh, some people just like to overestimate themselves and look down on others. Gu Fei sighed. "Who are you? Did Man Yu send you to kill me?" Amethyst Dragon King asked. "You are about to die. Why are you still asking so many questions? Let me send you to hell." As Gu Fei spoke, another cold light flashed. In the next moment, the heads of the Amethyst Dragon King and the 3 Dragon Clan experts behind him fell to the ground. It was another instant kill. Gu Fei killed Amethyst Dragon King and then disappeared into the darkness. "What? Golden Rock King and Amethyst Dragon King are dead?" Chapter 4966. The Amethyst Dragon King and the Golden Rock King were both killed in an instant. Nobody knew who did it, but the most suspicious person was naturally the second son of the barbarian king, Man Yu. Man Yu was shocked when he got the news. One must know that the Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King were the envoys of the Eastern Wilderness and the Western Sea Dragon race. Moreover, the two sides usually didn't kill the envoys. But now, the envoys of the two superpowers were dead in the southern barbarian capital. Seal the news. Man Yu directly gave the order. Whoever dared to spread the news would be killed without mercy. He immediately went to the city lord's mansion and went to the Golden Rock King's residence. He saw the Golden Rock King lying in the courtyard his head separated from his body. Man Yu and the one-eyed old man looked carefully. They were shocked to find that there were no signs of fighting. How was this possible? One must know that the Golden Rock King was a powerful existence of the Divine King realm. How could he be killed without a sound? The Golden Rock King was considered one of the top godly monarchs of the demon race. Dying in such a manner was simply too humiliating. Who killed the Golden Rock King? At this time, the Golden Rock King's corpse revealed its true form. It was a huge golden rock the size of a small mountain. Its body looked like it was made of gold. Man Yu took out his saber and slashed at the golden rock's body. Clang! Sparks flew. Man Yu was dumbfounded. Even though this guy was dead, his body was still this powerful. This Golden Rock King's body is a treasure. The one-eyed old man's eyes lit up when he saw the Golden Rock King's corpse. Old Fong, Man Yu looked at the corpse of a divine bird and was moved. This made him think of a famous dish, golden rock braised. Of course, this was just a thought. The Golden Rock King's corpse had to be returned to the eastern wilderness. The Golden Rock race had a very important position in the eastern wilderness. Although Man Yu's saliva was about to drip on the ground, he still held it in. Then, he and the one-eyed old man went to the Amethyst Dragon King's residence. They saw a 12 feet long purple-scaled flood dragon lying in the courtyard. Even though it was dead, the purple-scaled flood dragon's body still gave off an incredibly powerful aura. Ordinary people would most likely find it difficult to get close to this flood dragon. Although the West Sea Dragon Tribe was a dragon tribe, there were very few dragon tribes that possessed the true dragon bloodline. The purple-scaled flood dragon tribe was one of the dragon tribes that possessed the true dragon bloodline. The purple-scaled flood dragon was also a royal member of the West Sea Dragon clan. Flood dragon blood, what a pity! Looking at the head of the purple-scaled flood dragon, looking at the flood dragon's blood flowing all over the ground, Man Yu felt his heart ache. This was simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. However, this purple-scaled flood dragon could not move either. There are no signs of a fight. How is this possible? Did an Emperor Realm cultivator kill them? The one-eyed old man said in disbelief. Emperor? Absolutely impossible. Man Yu shook his head. It's not impossible. Could it be that second master has forgotten that we still have an emperor in Nanman? The one-eyed old man said solemnly. Elder Fong, you mean? Man Yu suddenly came to his senses. His face immediately revealed a horrified expression. If this was really the case, then it would be terrible. While Man Yu and the one-eyed old man were investigating the Amethyst Dragon King's residence, Gu Fei had already met up with Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai. Then, they returned to the inn secretly. Master, did you really kill the Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King? Qiu Qianjian looked at Gu Fei with extreme shock. How could it be fake? Gu Fei said indifferently. Master, how did you do it? Luo Lai was very curious because they did not hear any movements outside the city lord's residence. To be able to kill the Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King without anyone noticing, could it be that Master's cultivation had already broken through to the Emperor Realm? In the Void Realm, the Emperor Realm represented invincibility. Everything below the Emperor Realm was an ant. If this was really the case, then their future would be limitless if they followed Gu Fei. Is it very difficult to kill them? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai were speechless. The Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King were experts from the Eastern Wilderness and the Western Sea. They were not humans. Whether it was the Golden Rock King or the Amethyst Dragon King, their talents were much better than humans. They were all godly kings, but the foreign godly kings were generally much stronger than human godly kings. Even if Qiu Qianjian was a sword-godly king, he was still not enough in front of the Golden Rock King and the Amethyst Dragon King. You guys should spread the news. Gu Fei muttered. Yes, master, Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai said, and turned to leave Gu Fei's room. The next day, the entire southern barbarian capital was in an uproar. The streets and alleys were filled with explosive news. Did you hear? The envoys from the eastern wilderness and the western sea were killed last night. What? It can't be. It's definitely fake news. Who dares to kill them? This news can't be any more real. Someone saw a huge golden rock lying in the courtyard behind the city lord's residence. Many people were discussing in low voices in the tea houses and restaurants of the barbarian capital. Who leaked the news? At this moment, in the southern barbarian capital's city lord's hall, Man Yu directly smashed the handle of the throne and roared at his subordinates in the hall. The subordinates in the hall were all incomparably terrified. Second Master, how would we dare to speak carelessly? An old man braced himself and said, If it wasn't you guys, could it be me? Man Yu was really mad with anger. What should he do? The spies of the Eastern Wilderness Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race in the southern barbarian capital had probably already spread the news. The Eastern Wilderness Demon race and the Western Sea Dragon race would definitely not let this matter rest. Right now, Man Yu was really having a headache. Man Yu's guess was right. The Eastern Wilderness Demon race quickly received the news. The leading demon king of the Eastern Wilderness Demon race was furious and directly mobilized the Eastern Wilderness Army to attack the southern barbarian city. The Western Sea Dragon race was the same. The upper echelons of the dragon race were furious. There was nothing much to say and directly made a move. The flames of war rose again. The entire southern barbarian was shaken. In the southern barbarian capital, countless people dragged their children and left the southern barbarian capital to avoid the chaos of war. No one was optimistic about southern barbarian. In fact, the army of the Eastern Wilderness Demon race and the army of Southern Barbarian started a war in the eastern region of Southern Barbarian. The situation was unfavorable for Southern Barbarian. Even if the Azure Dragon army participated in the war, they had to be extremely cautious because the other party's military strength was far above the Southern Barbarian army. The war in the western region was the same. The army of the Western Sea Dragon race was even stronger. The 20,000 Azure Dragon army of Southern Barbarian fought with the army of the Western Sea Dragon race and had no choice but to retreat to the city. The army of Southern Barbarian seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Chapter 4967. The news that the envoys of the Eastern Wasteland Goblin clan and the Western Sea Dragon clan had died in the Southern Barbarian imperial capital spread, and the whole world was shocked. The rulers of the Southern Barbarian were really courting death. As expected, after the Eastern Baron Demon race received the news, they took action immediately. Eastern Baron Demon Emperor Yao Wuqian personally led 100,000 demon army to attack the Eastern Guard city, where the Azure Dragon army was stationed. There was nothing more to say. The envoys they sent were killed. Why would they be polite to these southern barbarians? Is Man Yu's head filled with shit? East Guard City, on the East City Tower. Seeing the demon army that covered the sky and covered the earth, the commander Baigo, who was known as the fourth war god of South Barbarian, couldn't help but curse at Man Yu. Baigo was a ruthless man of his generation. His cultivation base was at the half-emperor realm. He belonged to the pro-war faction, and had once proposed to the barbarian emperor to completely annihilate the wizard tribe to prevent any future troubles. Unfortunately, the power of the southern barbarian shaman clan was deeply rooted in the southern barbaric lands, and it was impossible to directly annihilate the southern barbarian shaman clan. It was too unrealistic to uproot the sorcerer tribe at once. It was impossible for the barbarian emperor to make such a drastic decision. Bai Gu was so angry that he went into seclusion. But now, Southern Barbarian was in a precarious situation. Man, you could only personally ask Bai Gu to come out of seclusion. Bai Gu was a guy who didn't even give face to the barbarian sovereign. But at this time, Bai Gu had no choice but to come out. How could he let the Southern Barbarian be invaded by the Eastern Wilderness Demon clan? Bai Gu, the god of war, lived up to his reputation. After he led the 20,000 Azure Dragon army to the east, he fought a few battles with the Eastern Baron Demon clan and successfully suppressed the Eastern Baron Demon army's unstoppable momentum. Now, Bai Gu was guarding the East Guard City, blocking the Eastern Baron Demon clan army from entering the Southern Baron territory. Eastern Guard City's geographical location was extremely important. Once the Eastern Guard City was breached by the Eastern Baron Demon clan, the Eastern Baron Demon clan's army would be able to march straight into the Southern Baron territory. Therefore, Bai Gu couldn't retreat. He could only defend with his life. If he couldn't defend, he could only live or die with the Eastern Guard City. Activate the defensive formation. Bai Gu, who was on the city gate tower, bellowed as he looked at the approaching demon army. In the next moment, a light shield emerged from the void and shrouded Eastern Guard City. On the light shield, mysterious runes appeared indistinctly. At that moment, the Firebird army of the Eastern Baron Demon race began their attack. A red cloud in the sky was approaching East Guard City at high speed. It was a large group of Firebirds. Before the Scarlet Firebirds reached the sky above East Guard City, they spat fireballs at the city. Every fireball was like a meteor streaking across the sky. Boom! The fireballs blasted on the defensive shield of the Eastern Guard City. The next moment, the entire sky above Eastern Guard City was shrouded in endless flames. The fire burned half of the sky red. The defensive formation of the Eastern Guard City was extremely powerful and had blocked the attack of the Firebird army. However, the scorching heat descended from the sky, and the entire Eastern Guard City was as hot and stuffy as a steamer. "Archers, get ready!" Bai Gu ordered from the tower. "Shoot!" Following Bai Ji's roar, countless cold lights shot out from the city. The cold lights penetrated the defensive shield and shot into the flock of scarlet firebirds in the sky. The arrowheads of the arrows were refined with a secret technique. The arrowheads were branded with runes that could penetrate the defensive shield. The scarlet firebirds in the sky fell from the sky like dumplings and smashed into the light shield formed by the power of the defensive formation. They slid along the arc of the light shield and fell to the ground. Soon, the scarlet firebirds that were circling above Eastern Guard City were dispersed. Bam! At that moment, a dull crashing sound was heard. Countless low-level demon beasts from the vanguard of the demon army had begun to collide with the light shield formed by the power of the defensive formation. The crashing sounds were concentrated. However, even if the demon beasts that were the size of small mountains collided with the light shield, they couldn't shake it at all. The defensive formation of Eastern Guard City was not just for show. As the gateway to the eastern part of Southern Barbarian, this city had been under the management of the Barbarian Emperor for countless years. Bai Gu had 20,000 Azure Dragon soldiers under his command, which was the most elite army of Southern Barbarian. Together with the 100,000 soldiers stationed in Eastern Guard City, it would not be an easy task for Yao Wuqian to break into Eastern Guard City. At that moment, the archers in Eastern Guard City started to take action. Arrows were fired from the top of the city wall, aiming at the giant demon beasts. Soon, the outside of the city was filled with the corpses of the demon beasts, and the smell of blood permeated the air. However, the demon beasts were still charging towards Eastern Guard City without any regard for their lives. "Bai Gu, you are a famous general. Do you dare to come out and fight?" A figure appeared in the sky outside Eastern Guard City, and shouted at Bai Gu, who was on the city tower. Yao Wuqian, cut the crap. If you can break into the city, I will fight with you. Bai Gu, who was on the city tower, roared at the figure in midair. You coward! You call yourself the divine general of southern barbarian, but you are just a coward. Yao Wuqian pointed at Bai Gu and scolded. Provocation doesn't work on me. Bai Gu held the hilt of the sword at his waist and looked at Yao Wuqian coldly. You bastard! Yao Wuqian had no choice but to retreat. However, the demon beasts on the ground attacked even more fiercely. The strength of the Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan was unquestionable. If it wasn't for Bai Gu blocking Yao Wuqian's army in Eastern Guard City, Yao Wuqian's army would have already reached the southern barbarian imperial city. 2 hours later, the demon beasts began to retreat. Eastern Guard City was still impregnable, and the corpses of the demon beasts outside the city were piled up into a small hill. Overconfident, Bai Gu looked at the retreating demon beasts with disdain. At this moment, there were 3 figures standing above the clouds in the distant sky. Master, the Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan, seems to have an undeserved reputation. Qiu Qianjian said, These are just the lowest-level demon beasts. Gu Fei said, The real army of the Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan had yet to move out. The commander of the demon army this time is Yao Wuqian. Luo Lai said, Yao Wuqian? Then Bai Gu has really met a strong opponent this time. Qiu Qianjian said in surprise, Is Yao Wuqian very powerful? Gu Fei asked, This Yao Wuqian is not only powerful, but he is also a rare commander in the demon clan. Luo Lai said, Then let's continue to watch the show. Gu Fei waved his sleeves and landed on the mountain. Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai quickly followed. At this time, the southern barbarian imperial city was already in a mess. The messengers of the Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan and the West Sea Dragon Clan were killed in the southern barbarian imperial city. Man Yu was searching for the murderer all over the city. Gu Fei brought Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai out of the southern barbarian imperial city and came to Eastern Guard City. Rumble, at this moment the ground suddenly shook. What's going on? Bai Gu, who was on the tower of Eastern Guard City, was shocked. The ground around Eastern Guard City was constantly cracking, as if there was a dragon turning over under the ground. Oh no, they are attacking from underground. Chapter 4968. Eastern Defense City in the southern barbarian eastern region was the only way to enter southern barbarian from the East Barbarian. If the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's army wanted to enter southern barbarians' territory, they had to take down Eastern Defense City first. However, Bai Gu was in charge of guarding Eastern Defense City. Although Bai Gu was called the 4th war god of southern barbarian, it was because he went into seclusion early. If he hadn't gone into seclusion, then Man Xiong wouldn't be the #1 war god of southern barbarian. Man Yu had no choice and could only kill this battle god, who had gone into seclusion. Bai Gu was indeed a war god. Before the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's army could take down Eastern Defense City, he had successfully used the city's defensive formation to block the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's attack. Just as Bai Gu repelled another wave of attacks from the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race's army, the ground suddenly shook. There were wild beasts moving underground. Yao Wuqian wanted to take down Eastern Defense City from underground. Master, do you think Yao Wuqian will succeed? Qiu Qianjian asked softly. They were on a mountain peak, which was about 20 to 30 miles away from Eastern Guard City. Despite the distance, they could still feel the tremors under their feet. Probably not. Gu Fei said, How could Eastern Defense City be breached so easily? If it could be breached from underground, then it would have been breached long ago. Huge shadows of beasts rushed out of the ground. They were mountain-piercing pythons. Their black scales shone with a layer of black light under the divine sun. These beasts were also called earth dragons, but they weren't real earth dragons. They were just huge pythons that could move underground. Each mountain-piercing python was hundreds of feet long. The hard soil and rocks were as fragile as tofu in front of these pythons. Of course, this kind of black pangolin python also had the opportunity to transform into a flood dragon. When the black pangolin python transformed into a flood dragon, it would become a true black pangolin earth dragon. The mountain-piercing black armored python continued to move on the ground, causing the ground to collapse. The ground around Eastern Guard City was collapsing, but to everyone's surprise, the entire Eastern Guard City didn't even shake a bit. Finally, the soil around Eastern Guard City sank into the ground. The entire ancient city floated in the air, shrouded by a ball of divine light. This Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai were dumbfounded. The Eastern Guard City's defensive formation was too powerful. How could it work like this? Boom, bam. Dull crashing sounds were heard continuously. The mountain-piercing black armored pythons were crashing into the defensive shield of the Eastern Guard City. However, the defensive formation of the Eastern Guard City blocked the mountain-piercing pythons. Rumble, East Guard City gradually flew up into the sky. Beams of divine light shot out from East Guard City, piercing through the giant black pangolin python. The gigantic black armored pangolin python fell from the sky and landed on the ground, causing the earth to shake and dust to rise. The entire Eastern Guard City was like a divine mountain suspended in the void, blocking the path of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Army. Preposterous! Yao Wuqian, who was watching from afar, was infuriated. Of course, Yao Wuqian was just testing the waters. No matter who it was impossible to crush the southern barbarian war god Bai Ge. No one could easily defeat the southern barbarian war god Bai Ge. Sir, what should we do now? Beside Yao Wuqian stood a muscular man with two horns on his head. He was as tall as a black iron tower, and he held two giant axes in his hands. Invite the Fire Sparrow King here. I'm going to roast this city. Yao Wuqian ordered. Yes, sir. The muscular man took the order and left. Soon, a divine sun rose in the eastern sky. In the divine sun, the figure of a divine bird could be vaguely seen. Even though it was far away, Bai Ge, who was standing on top of Eastern Guard City, could still feel a wave of heat. Oh no, it's the Fire Sparrow King. Bai Ge stared at the glaring divine sun in the sky, and his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the Eastern Wilderness Demon race to put in so much effort to attack Southern Barbarian. He didn't know how many demon kings the Eastern Wilderness Demon race had sent this time. The Golden Rock King, who was killed by Gu Fei, Yao Wuqian, and the Fire Sparrow King, these three demon kings were not weak. The Golden Rock King died, unjustly, because he met Gu Fei. Gu Fei, who had refined the Emperor Beheader saber, would even dare to fight against an emperor, let alone a small demon king. The show is about to start. Gu Fei smiled. They came to the east to watch the show. They wouldn't intervene in the war between Southern Barbarian and Eastern Wilderness. If the Eastern Wilderness Demon Race army invaded and occupied most of Southern Barbarian, it wouldn't be a good thing for Gu Fei and the others. The overlord of Eastern Barbarian, the Eastern Barbarian Demon King, wasn't someone to be trifled with. I wonder if Bai Ge and the others can hold on. Saber King Luo Lai said worriedly, Master, will you help? Qiu Qianjian asked carefully. Depends on my mood. Gu Fei said calmly. To this world, he was just a passerby. The reason why he wanted to fight for hegemony was to enter the legendary place in the Void Realm and find the way back. His goal was clear, and everything would go according to his goal. At this moment, the Fire Sparrow King made his move. Countless fireballs rushed out from the godly sun and blasted towards the eastern defense city in the air. Boom! A fireball blasted on the protective shield of the eastern defense city, and the shield shook immediately. This was a demon king attacking the eastern defense city. If it was an ordinary city, a fireball would be enough to blow it up, and everyone in the city would be killed instantly. Dense roars sounded, and the entire eastern defense city was shrouded in boundless flames. At this time, countless people in the city felt like they were in a steamer basket. Although the protective shield of the eastern defense city blocked the fire, the terrifying heat wave came in from outside the city. Everyone was sweating profusely, and their mouths were dry. "Where's the water general?" Gush shouted from the top of the city wall. "I'm here." Someone responded immediately. In the next moment, a powerful water elemental force erupted from the city. Huge water columns rushed out from the Eastern Guard city, extinguishing most of the raging fire outside the city and suppressing it. Water and fire were incompatible. The Fire Sparrow King and the Water General fought across the sky. The defensive formation of the Eastern Guard city was magical. Attacks from the outside would be blocked by the protective shield, but attacks from outside the city would be useless against them. In other words, attacks from the outside couldn't enter, but attacks from the inside wouldn't be affected at all. Chapter 4969. Gu Fei rose to power and occupied 4 cities, including Barbarian Emperor City. There were even signs that he was going to attack Barbarian Emperor City, but South Barbarian was invaded by the East Barbarian Demon Clan and the West Sea Dragon Clan at the same time. Man Yu, the second son of Barbarian Emperor, had a hard time dealing with them. Fortunately, the Eastern region had War God by Gu to block the East Barbarian Demon Clan's army. But the Western region was different. West Guard City was full of holes, and the people in the city had run away. Only the soldiers of South Barbarian were fighting in the streets with the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. In the entire West Guard City, only the City Lord's mansion had not been conquered by the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. Because the soldiers guarding West Guard City were not ordinary soldiers, they were the Azure Dragon Army. The most elite army of South Barbarian was the Azure Dragon Army. If he hadn't brought 20,000 Azure Dragon Army soldiers, the City Lord's mansion would have been conquered by the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. Du Guliang was a powerful existence in the Half-Emperor realm, and he was also one of the famous generals of South Barbarian. But compared to Bai Ge, he was far inferior. The Azure Dragon Army of South Barbarian really lives up to its name. A burst of laughter came. A West Sea general riding a wild beast waved a pair of big iron hammers and charged into the Azure Dragon Army's battle formation. The next moment, the West Sea general was drowned by the Azure Dragon Army's battle formation. General Hai Ho, in the battle formation of West Sea, another general saw this scene and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The guy named General Hai Ho was no longer able to charge out of the Azure Dragon Army's battle formation. At this time, the streets around the City Lord's mansion were full of corpses. Most of the corpses were the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of West Sea Dragon Clan. The air was filled with a pungent stench. The soldiers of West Sea Dragon Clan, who were killed by the Azure Dragon Army, all showed their original forms. With the Azure Dragon Army around, it would not be easy for the West Sea Dragon Clan's army to break through West Guard City. In East Guard City, the war was still going on. The Fire Sparrow King unleashed its full power and turned into a divine bird, flying toward the Eastern Guard City. The gigantic wings of the divine bird covered the sky. Endless flames filled every inch of the void. This bird seems to have the bloodline of the vermilion bird. On the distant mountain ridge, Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Vermilion bird bloodline? Qiu Qianjian and Luo Lai who were standing behind Gu Fei, were shocked when they heard this. It should be known that the vermilion bird was a true divine bird, one of the strongest existences in the ethereal realm. However, the vermilion bird had not appeared for a long time. The Fire Sparrow King's claws clawed at the Eastern Guard City's protective shield, causing it to shake violently. Bai Go, who was standing on top of the city wall, was shocked to see this. The monstrous fire once again engulfed the entire Eastern Guard City. If it wasn't for the protective shield formed by the city defense formation, the entire city would have been burnt to ashes. The water general in the Eastern Guard City couldn't take it anymore. The Fire Sparrow King's fire completely suppressed the water general's water. At this time, the water general was so tired that he almost collapsed. Damn it! Bai Gu was shocked and angry at the same time. The Fire Sparrow King kept attacking the Eastern Guard City's city defense formation. Countless southern barbarian soldiers in the city were sweating profusely, and some soldiers even fainted from the heat. Attack! Bai Gu roared. Beams of cold light shot out from the Eastern Guard City, aiming directly at the Fire Sparrow King. The Fire Sparrow King revealed its true form. Its body was bigger than a small mountain, so it couldn't dodge the cold light that shot out from the city. However, when the cold light from the city hit the Fire Sparrow King's body, it was all blown away. The arrows shot from the Eastern Guard City didn't even hit a feather on the Fire Sparrow King's body. Half-Emperor, Bai Gu had no choice but to accept this. He flipped his left hand, and a big bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bow, and an endless amount of spiritual qi gathered towards him and the bow. Kill! When Bai Ji's aura reached its peak, he shot an arrow at the Fire Sparrow King outside the city. Swoosh! The extremely sharp light of the arrow appeared between heaven and earth like a divine rainbow, and instantly hit the Fire Sparrow King. The next moment, a bird's cry was heard. The Fire Sparrow King retreated with blood dripping from the sky. The Fire Sparrow King was injured by Bai Ji's arrow. However, the injured Fire Sparrow King became even more ferocious. This Fire Sparrow King at the Half-Emperor realm continued to spit out monstrous flames towards the Eastern Guard City. Bai Gu shot a series of shocking light arrows. Even the ferocious Fire Sparrow King had to retreat. I didn't expect this guy to be an expert in archery. Gu Fei sighed. Every arrow that Bai Gu shot seemed to have pierced through the air. Its power was so great that it was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, Bai Gu was also at the Half-Emperor realm. The Fire Sparrow King moved quickly in the void, dodging the light arrows shot by Bai Gu. However, the light arrows shot by Bai Gu were like shadows that wouldn't stop until they hit their target. A dull thud was heard, and the Fire Sparrow King was hit by a few more arrows. At this moment, a huge figure descended from the sky and pounced on the defensive shield above the Eastern Guard City. Boom! Along with a loud bang, the entire Eastern Guard City was pressed down by the figure from the sky by a few hundred feet. Countless southern barbarian soldiers in the city were scared out of their wits by this sudden change. Even the well-trained Azure Dragon army was in an uproar. Bai Gu looked up and saw a huge demon beast that was as huge as a mountain. The demon beast was covered in black scales and pressed on the defensive shield of the Eastern Guard City like a huge mountain. That works? Gu Fei couldn't help but admire the Eastern Barbarian Demon Clan. Boom, boom, boom. The giant beast swung its fist and smashed on the defensive shield of the Eastern Guard City, causing the shield to shake violently. Take my arrow too! An angry roar was heard. Then Bai Gu saw a person in the void opposite him drawing a bow and shooting an arrow at him. Bai Gu noticed that there was a strange glow on the arrowhead of the arrow. Uffed! The arrow hit the defensive shield of the Eastern Guard City. The arrow penetrated the shield easily and arrived in front of Bai Ge. Bai Ji's right hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed the arrow that was shot in. He realized that there were runes imprinted on the arrowhead of the arrow. I see. Chapter 4970. The realm war in the void realm was intense. The Eastern Baron demon clan launched endless attacks, but the Southern Baron army defending the Eastern Guard city also fought back fiercely. Yao Wuqian finally took action personally. His arrow pierced through the protective shield of East Guard city. Although his arrow pierced through the shield, its power was reduced by half. Bai Ge, the god of war, grabbed the arrow. He immediately noticed the problem with the arrow. The arrowhead of the arrow was refined, and there were Tao patterns imprinted inside the arrowhead. Ordinary arrows couldn't pierce through the protective shield of the Eastern Guard city. Kill. Yao Wuqian shot 10 arrows consecutively, and 10 rays of light shot towards Bai Ge like meteors. Competing with me in archery? Bai Ge sneered and pulled his bow as well. He shot out 10 arrows, and the light of his arrows was not any weaker than Yao Wuqian's. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion sounded, and balls of dazzling light appeared between heaven and earth. Yao Wuqian's 10 rays of light were hit by Bai Ji's arrows. Both of their arrows exploded in the air at the same time. Yao Wuqian's arrows were all blocked by Bai Ge outside the protective shield of the Eastern Guard city. Everyone attack! Yao Wuqian ordered. In the next moment, the roars of countless wild beasts resounded in the sky. Countless flying demonic beasts appeared in the sky. Flaming birds, silver-winged sky wolves, hellbats, flying centipedes, and so on. Countless flying beasts covered the sky, and their murderous intent was shocking. On the ground, there were also countless walking beasts crossing the mountains. Wherever they passed, the primitive forests were razed to the ground. At a glance, there were so many walking beasts on the ground that one couldn't see the end of them. Attack! Attack with all your might! Yao Wuqian roared crazily. He didn't want to waste time with Bai Ge anymore. He wanted to attack the hinterland of Southern Baron and the city wall of the Southern Baron royal capital. This lunatic! Beads of sweat appeared on Bai Ji's forehead when he saw this. The thing he was most worried about had happened. He knew very well that if Yao Wuqian attacked with all his might, he would not be able to stop him. This was because Yao Wuqian's Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan army didn't even need to break through Eastern Guard City. They just needed to break through Eastern Guard City's defense line and kill their way into Southern Barbarians' hinterland. At this moment, the Fire Sparrow King went all out and blocked most of the attacks from East Guard City. As the commander of the Eastern Baron Demon Army, Yao Wuqian also took action. This way, the Eastern Guard City's defense line would be easily broken by the Eastern Baron Demon Army. Kill them all. Kill them ruthlessly. Bai Ge roared angrily. The next moment, countless arrows rained down from the Eastern Guard City. Each arrow pierced through the protective shield and landed on the army of beasts on the ground. Countless beasts were shot to death, but more beasts broke through the Eastern Guard City's defense line and entered the Southern Barbarian Mountains. After crossing the East Guard City's defense line, countless walking beasts continued to push forward. Wherever they passed, the human towns and cities were breached, and all the living creatures were torn to pieces by these walking beasts. The Southern Barbarian Army and the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan Army had been in a stalemate for so long. Finally, they couldn't hold on any longer. Master, this Qiu Qianjian, who was watching from afar, said anxiously, if the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan Army broke through the Eastern Guard City's defense line and marched straight in, countless humans would be the ones to suffer. Wherever the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan Army passed, people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Sigh. Seeing this, Gu Fei's heart sank. At this moment, he could already sense the existence of his inner world. Moreover, he had received the inheritance of Hong Tian, Great Emperor on Eternal World's underworld god island, and inherited his 120,000 divine weapons. Especially the 4 great generals under Hong Tian, Great Emperor, they were supreme existences in the eternal realm. However, in this void realm, even Gu Fei's cultivation was suppressed, let alone the 4 great generals. If they were released, they would instantly become ordinary people. So troublesome. There was only one way to prevent the 4 great generals and 120,000 divine weapons cultivation from being suppressed. Gu Fei had to inject some of his power into their bodies to help them temporarily resist the suppression of this part of the world. However, in this way, Gu Fei would lose a lot of vitality. Gu Fei had his own army in southern Man, but distant water could not put out a nearby fire. "Master, please allow me to take action," Qiu Qianjian said anxiously. There was a human town dozens of miles away. There were at least tens of thousands of people in this town. This town was on the path that the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan had to pass through. A town could not stop the Demon Clan army. If no one took action, the tens of thousands of people in this town would be killed by the flood of beasts. This was the lives of tens of thousands of people. They could not turn a blind eye. "All right, you guys go," Gu Fei nodded and said. After getting Gu Fei's permission, Qiu Qianjian and the Saber King Luo Lai immediately rushed to the sky and killed the beast army that was rushing down the mountain. Buzz. The Sword King made his move. A dazzling sword light descended from the sky and landed directly in the beast army. In the next moment, countless beasts were killed by the sword light. The sword light dissipated, and a sword mark that was hundreds of feet long appeared on the ground. The huge sword mark was like a ravine, and the beasts that rushed up from behind fell into the ravine. The vanguard of the beast army was in a mess. Ambush! 2 figures rushed down from the sky and directly attacked Qiu Qianjian and the Saber King Luo Lai. These 2 great demon experts were in the monarch realm. One of them had golden hair, a tall and ferocious body. He was the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King directly confronted Qiu Qianjian. Its pair of claws directly collided with Qiu Qianjian's flying sword, and sparks flew everywhere. The other demon king was the Barbarian Bull King. This barbarian bull relied on its invulnerable demon body to charge around. Saber King Luo Lai's saber only left a faint mark on its horns. It was useless for them to attack, as they were directly blocked by the 2 demon kings. After a moment of panic, the army of beasts on the ground rushed forward again. At this time, Bai Gu, the god of war in the Eastern Guard City, had no other choice because they had blocked the air force of the Eastern Baron demon race. The Eastern Guard City was full of energy. Countless divine lights rushed out from the city and mercilessly strangled countless flying beasts in the sky. The Fire Sparrow King's attack was even more ferocious and terrifying. The entire Eastern Guard City was shrouded in a monstrous fire. The Fire Sparrow King was fighting with all his might. Several parts of the Demon King's body were directly shot by Bai Gu. The places that were shot had bloody holes, and blood was seeping out from each hole. At this time, Gu Fei finally settled it. "Come out!" Gu Fei roared. He waved his hands in front of him, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. Then, countless soldiers rushed out from the crack, and their battle cries were deafening. This, Chapter 4971, Gu Fei made his move. He tore open the void and released the 120,000 divine soldiers in the Hong Tian realm. Banners fluttered in the wind, iron armors gleamed coldly, and every soldier was like an antique that had existed since ancient times. Every soldier exuded shocking killing intent. In some distant era, their might had struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. They had followed grand Emperor Vast Sky to conquer all directions. They were soldiers who had never died in 100 battles. The 120,000 divine soldiers appeared in the world. Even though they appeared in the void realm, it still caused the world to change color. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme, especially Yao Wuqian, who had been in the picture of victory. He was even more dumbfounded. How could there be such an army in Nanman? Impossible. It should be known that the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan did not attack Nanman casually. The Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan had spies all over Nanman. The Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan had already figured out the ins and outs of Nanman. The Southern Barbarians only had one strong army, and that was the Azure Dragon Army. However, the Azure Dragon Army only had 100,000 soldiers. However, the army in front of him was definitely not the Azure Dragon Army. This was an army that even Yao Wuqian didn't know about. Could it be? Yao Wuqian thought of a possibility. Could it be that the barbarian emperor had retrained an army that was even stronger than the Azure Dragon Army, and he had not received any news about it in advance? It was impossible. How could the Southern Wilderness hide anything from the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan? Yao Wuqian never dreamed that this army was not the army of Nanman, nor the army of the Void Realm. It was the army of the Eternal World. Moreover, this army was trained by the Hongtian Emperor in the Eternal World countless years ago. The Hongtian Emperor was a supreme emperor of the Infinite Prime Realm. The army trained by him was naturally extraordinary. However, after releasing the 120,000 divine soldiers, Gu Fei's face was pale, as if he had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. He looked very tired. Master Qiu Qianjian and the Saber King Luo Lai were the most shocked. They had never imagined that Gu Fei had hidden such an army. No wonder Master dared to go against the barbarian emperor. It seemed that Master had the confidence and strength to compete with the barbarian emperor. Kill all these demons. Gu Fei ordered. Kill. The 4 generals led the army and charged towards the demonic beast army. The heavenly divine soldiers descended from the sky and charged into the demonic beast army. The next moment, countless demonic beasts were killed by the spears in the hands of the divine soldiers. This was a one-sided massacre. Gu Fei's divine soldiers were extremely powerful. They completely ignored the attacks of the demonic beasts because the attacks of the demonic beasts could not hurt them at all. To be precise, the army of demonic beasts was not on the same level as Gu Fei's heaven divine soldiers. In the eyes of the heaven divine soldiers, the army of demonic beasts could not withstand a single blow. Retreat, King retreat. Yao Wuqian roared at the army of demonic beasts. He had no choice but to retreat. If he didn't retreat, the hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts under his command would all die here. At that time, he would become a general without a single arm. The internal struggles of the Eastern Baron demon race were also very intense, so Yao Wuqian had to conserve his strength. Wu, a horn resounded through the sky. The countless demonic beasts that were rushing towards Gu Fei's divine soldiers turned around and retreated in the next moment. The army of demonic beasts retreated, leaving behind countless corpses. Gu Fei did not give the order to chase after them because there was a time limit for his divine soldiers to appear in the void realm. Once the aura of the law of heaven and earth that Gu Fei had injected into the divine soldiers disappeared, the cultivation of these divine soldiers would be suppressed by the law of heaven and earth in the void realm. At that time, it would be their turn to be tortured by the army of demonic beasts. At this moment, the Golden Lion King and the Barbaric Bull King saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. Even the powerful Qiu Qianjian and the Saber King Luo Lai could not stop these two fellows. As the ground troops retreated, Yao Wuqian's air force also retreated. The army of the Eastern Baron demon race had completely retreated. Yao Wuqian was filled with hatred. If it were not for the sudden appearance of that army, he would have already killed his way into the southern hinterland. Who was that black-clothed young man who had ruined his master's plan? Retreat. The army of the demon race has retreated. Bursts of cheers came from the Eastern Guard city. All the soldiers in the city were extremely excited. However, General Bai Gu of the Eastern Guard city looked at the army that was even more powerful than the Azure Dragon army with a solemn face. Whose army was this? Although Bai Gu had retired for decades, it did not mean that he did not know anything about what had happened in the Southern Baron royal capital. The army that had suddenly appeared and repelled the army of the Eastern Baron demon race was definitely not the army of the Baron Emperor. At this moment, Gu Fei opened the Hong Tian realm again and put the 120,000 divine soldiers into his inner world. The 4 generals also entered the Hong Tian realm. Let's go too. Gu Fei called Qiu Qianjian, and the Saber King Luo Lai then directly flew into the sky and left the Eastern Guard city with them. Unbeknownst to Gu Fei, there was a blurry figure hidden in the clouds that was witnessing the entire scene. I did not expect that Gu Fei had such a terrifying army. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? The figure in the cloud layer also disappeared. However, Bai Gu did not expect that the black-robed young man who had helped him would just leave like that. What's going on? No matter how hard Bai Gu thought about it, he could not figure out why the black-robed young man would help him. He did not even know him. In fact, Gu Fei was not helping Bai Gu, but helping the human race. If the army of the Eastern Baron demon race invaded the hinterland of Southern Baron, countless people would be killed and injured. This was what Gu Fei did not want to see. When the news of the great victory in the eastern part of Southern Baron reached the Southern Baron royal capital, the second son of the Baron Emperor, Manyu, was very happy. It should be known that he was the one who went against the majority and promoted the god of war, Bai Gu, who had been in seclusion for many years. Now, the god of war did not let him down. However, Manyu was not happy for a long time. This was because a shocking news had reached the Southern Baron royal capital. The Southern Baron sorcerer tribe had rebelled. The sorcerer emperor of the Southern Baron sorcerer tribe came out of seclusion and directly attacked more than a dozen cities. When this news reached the Southern Baron royal capital, the entire Southern Baron royal capital was in chaos. Countless people fled the royal capital with their families. Even the resourceful second son of the Baron Emperor, Manyu, was in a mess. The Sorcerer Emperor came out of seclusion? Interesting. Gu Fei, who was rushing back to the Baron royal capital, was also a little surprised when he heard this news. At this time, the entire Southern Baron royal capital was in chaos because the power of the Sorcerer tribe was deeply rooted in Southern Baron. Even if they had been suppressed by the Baron Emperor, their power was still not to be underestimated. Chapter 4972. The mysterious Shaman Emperor came out of seclusion. Once the news of the Shaman Emperor coming out of seclusion spread, it immediately caused a stir in the entire southern wilderness. Even the super forces of the other regions in the Void Realm were alarmed. The Shaman Emperor was the former master of southern wilderness. 3,000 years ago, the Shaman Emperor rose and fought with the Shaman Emperor. The Shaman Emperor was defeated and went into seclusion, and the Shaman Emperor became the new master of southern wilderness. Since that shocking battle, the Shaman Emperor disappeared from everyone's sight. Some people even said that the Shaman Emperor was seriously injured in the battle with the Shaman Emperor and died. However, some people also said that the Shaman Emperor would not die so easily. Although the Sorcerer tribe was oppressed by the Shaman Emperor, and their strength was constantly weakened by the shaman emperor. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even until today, the strength of the sorcerer tribe was still not to be underestimated. When the shaman emperor appeared, countless tribes immediately changed sides and directly rebelled against the shaman emperor. At this time, Manyu, who was in the southern wilderness royal capital, was already in a mess. No one would have thought that the sorcerer tribe would make such a move. How could Manyu withstand it? The shaman emperor's rule over southern wilderness was already in a precarious situation. The appearance of the shaman emperor was definitely the straw that broke the camel's back. At this time, everyone could see that the shaman emperor's power was lost. However, the shaman emperor had not returned yet. The shaman emperor was the biggest variable in southern wilderness. Just as the southern wilderness was in a turbulent situation, in the depths of an ancient relic in Zhongtian, 5 extremely powerful figures stood on an ancient altar. Each of these 5 figures burst out with a shocking aura. One of them was the current master of southern wilderness, the shaman emperor. The 5 most powerful existences wanted to open this ancient altar, but the altar still didn't move. The 5 monarch realm existences joined forces and couldn't open this altar. The shaman emperor was in a difficult situation. He didn't want to waste any more time, but it wasn't easy to get out now because this ancient altar actually sucked in his power. At this time, the southern wilderness was in turmoil. The shaman emperor of the sorcerer tribe had appeared. The sorcerer tribe finally didn't have to endure anymore, and the army of the sorcerer tribe began to gather. Under the lead of the 8 great shaman kings, the shaman tribe's army began to attack the city, and the vanguard of the army headed straight for the southern Man imperial capital. On the other hand, Gu Fei had suddenly calmed down. He'd returned to the barbarian emperor city precisely to guard these 4 cities, and no matter what happened outside, he wouldn't care about it at all. Even the emissaries of the sorcerer tribe were blocked outside the superformation. Even the face of the heaven shaman priest was no longer useful. Gu Fei refused to see anyone and hid in the barbarian emperor city. "Get out of my way." Outside the city gate of the barbarian emperor city, the heaven shaman priest stared at Qiu Qianjian and roared, "Your Highness, you should go back first." Qiu Qianjian said to the heaven shaman priest in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The emissary of the barbarian sovereign was blocked from entering the area of the 4 cities. This made the heaven shaman priest very unhappy, so he came personally. After all, a heaven magus priestess had a special status. She was engaged to Gu Fei before. However, a heaven shaman priest wanted to enter the barbarian emperor city? "Sorry, I can't. You dare to stop me?" The heaven shaman priest was enraged. Master said that he won't see anyone, even if the shaman emperor comes personally. Qiu Qianjian's attitude was too unyielding. The heaven shaman priest was shocked and angry. What was Gu Fei trying to do? She glanced at Qiu Qianjian. Qiu Qianjian was the famous sword king of the south. If this guy didn't let her enter the barbarian emperor city, there was nothing she could do. "Let's go." The heaven shaman priest had no choice but to turn and leave. Seeing the heaven shaman priest turn and leave, Qiu Qianjian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of offending others, but the heaven shaman priest was engaged to his master. At this time, Gu Fei was in the barbarian emperor city, circulating his Xian Qi and absorbing the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth to recover his exhausted essence Qi. Previously in the Eastern Guard city, he didn't want to see the people in misery and suffering, so he used the heavenly divine weapon of the Hongtian realm. However, the price of using the heavenly divine weapon was too high. Even as strong as Gu Fei was, he almost couldn't bear it. He had to return to the barbarian emperor's city and decline all visitors. At this time, In the western guard city of the South Barbarian, along with a roar, countless West Sea Dragon clan soldiers rushed into the Western Guard city. The entire Western Guard city was finally breached by the West Sea Army. At the same time, Duguliang led the Azure Dragon army and broke through the blockade of the West Sea Dragon clan's army. He directly killed his way out of the Western Guard city and fled in panic. He had no choice but to escape. Duguliang had no intention of dying for Manu. At this time, the Azure Dragon army that he brought also suffered a lot of casualties. However, the Azure Dragon army was worthy of being the strongest army in the South Barbarian. When the Azure Dragon army charged, a large number of West Sea Dragon clan soldiers fell to the ground, stabbed to death by the spears in the hands of the Azure Dragon army. The West Sea Dragon clan's army simply couldn't stop the Azure Dragon army. Damn it! Looking at the Azure Dragon army that killed their way out of the Western Guard city, the commander of the West Sea Dragon clan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although they had conquered the Western Guard city, Duguliang had escaped with the Azure Dragon army. This made the commander of the West Sea Dragon clan extremely resentful. One must know that the 20,000 Azure Dragon army had caused great losses to the West Sea Dragon clan. The West Sea Dragon clan could be said to have suffered great losses. After conquering the Western Guard city, the West Sea Dragon clan's army had to rest and reorganize. Then, they would attack the hinterland of the South Barbarian and open up new territory for the West Sea Dragon clan. However, Duguliang didn't stay idle. Duguliang had set up traps in the cities and towns along the way. It was impossible for the West Sea Dragon clan's army to march straight in. At this time, the legendary Shaman Emperor actually appeared in the South Barbarian imperial city. This was because the vanguard of the Shaman tribe had already arrived at the city. As long as they conquered the imperial city, the Shaman Emperor's rule over the South Barbarian would end. Manu, come out and surrender. The Shaman King, Wu Fong, shouted loudly outside the city gate of the South Barbarian imperial city. His voice traveled into the South Barbarian imperial city and into the ears of every living creature in the city. In the imperial palace, Manu was quite frightened. He didn't even dream that the Shaman tribe's army would arrive so quickly. Countless living creatures in the South Barbarian imperial city were also extremely terrified. Everyone knew that once the Shaman tribe attacked, many people would die in the city. The 30,000 Azure Dragon army was already on the move. The Azure Dragon army was right behind the city gate. As long as the city gate was opened, the 30,000 Azure Dragon army would rush out without hesitation. Although Gu Fei was cultivating in the South Barbarian imperial city and recovering his vitality, his subordinates were paying close attention to the movements in the South Barbarian imperial city. When the news that the Shaman tribe's army had already arrived at the city came, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Surrender, and you will be spared. Chapter 4973. The Witch Race Army actually killed their way to the Southern Man royal capital so quickly. This caused all the major powers in the city to be in a mess. No one thought that the Witch Race Army would arrive so quickly. The imperial palace was already in a mess. Countless palace maids and eunuchs were packing their things, planning to escape. There was even a phenomenon of looting in the imperial palace. The guards of the imperial palace also joined in the looting. This way, the imperial palace became even more chaotic. Manu, the second son of Man Huang, rode a golden divine lion and led 1,000 Azure Dragon army soldiers into the imperial palace. Kill them! Manu ordered. The Azure Dragon army under him immediately rushed up and killed all the palace maids and eunuchs who were looting, and even the guards of the imperial palace. No matter how these people begged, it was useless. The Azure Dragon army was an experienced army. It was simply too easy for them to deal with these palace maids and eunuchs. They basically stabbed them to death with a single spear strike. The palace maids and eunuchs who didn't participate in the looting all survived. They weren't the targets of the Azure Dragon army. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the imperial palace will die. Manu left the 1,000 Azure Dragon army soldiers behind and directly rushed towards the gates of the imperial city. The golden divine lion under him was incomparably ferocious. When it ran on the streets, it was extremely eye-catching. However, at this time, the city was in a mess. Who had the time to care about whether Manu's mount was eye-catching or not? Escaping was more important. Those who surrender will not be killed. A loud shout came from outside the city. All the major powers in the city immediately made up their minds. No one wanted to die. Since they could live, there was no reason not to live, right? I will kill whoever dares to surrender. Manu climbed up the city gate tower and shouted towards the city. Countless people in the city didn't put Manu, this hedonistic son, in their eyes. This fellow's actions in the southern Man royal capital had left a bad impression on them. In order to hide his strength, Manu had always been acting like a pig to eat tigers. Now that he suddenly rose up, many people didn't think much of it. Manu, do you want to die? Just at this moment, a roar came from outside the city. Outside the city, Shaman King Wu Fong stood on the war chariot and looked coldly at Manu. Wu Fong, you bastard! Have you forgotten how you knelt at my father's feet and begged him to spare your life? Manu roared at Wu Fong, who was on the chariot outside the city. What did you say? I originally wanted to leave your corpse intact, but now it seems like I should tear you into 1,000 pieces. Wu Fong said angrily with a sullen face. Do you have the ability? Manu mocked. You're courting death. Wu Fong's face was ugly to the extreme. What happened back then was a great humiliation to him. And this Manu actually said it out loud in front of everyone. This made him feel too ashamed to show his face. With a flip of his right hand, a spear immediately appeared in his hand. Wu Fong directly threw the battle spear in his hand towards Manu. A cold light flashed through the air. The battle spear instantly pierced Manu's chest. It looked like it was going to kill him. At this critical moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the side and grabbed the spear. A one-eyed old man dressed in black appeared beside Manu. One-eyed old man, you're actually not dead? When Wu Fong saw the old man in black, he couldn't help but be surprised. The battle in Black Fog City was carried out under Wu Fong's eyes. The one-eyed old man was chased away by the power of the super formation activated by the red-browed Eagle King. He didn't expect that he could actually escape from the red-browed Eagle King. You, Wu Fong, are not dead yet. How can I let you live freely? The one-eyed old man sneered. Do you dare to come out and fight? Wu Fong, who was standing on the war chariot, said proudly. He was the first Shaman King to kill his way to the southern barbarian royal capital. If he could break through the southern barbarian royal capital, it would definitely be a great merit. He didn't know that their Shaman King was already in the city. At the peak of the southern barbarian royal palace stood a white figure. The countless guards in the palace seemed to be unable to see the person in white on the palace roof. The person in white stood against the wind. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, elegant and otherworldly. This was the highest place in the entire southern barbarian royal capital. Standing at the peak of the palace, one could overlook the entire southern barbarian royal capital. After 3,000 years, he was finally back. The battle that years shook the earth and the sky. The royal capital was half destroyed. 3,000 years had passed, and the royal capital had once again become incomparably prosperous. However, the royal capital today was the same as 3,000 years ago. It was in chaos. Perhaps this was the legendary reincarnation. 3,000 years ago, the barbarian emperor's army arrived at the royal capital. Wasn't it the same as today? Although the people today were no longer the people of the past, and the ones who arrived at the city were the shaman tribe. What difference did it make? Boom. Bam. A dull collision sound rang out outside the royal capital. The two great experts began to fight. This made the shaman king frown. Outside the southern barbarian royal capital, above the sky, two figures were moving quickly. Powerful yuan qi waves dispersed the clouds in the sky. The two great experts who were fighting were the one-eyed old man and the shaman king Wu Fang. Both of them were existences of the half-emperor realm. It was not an easy task to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, the one-eyed old man was injured by the red-browed Eagle King. In this way, the one-eyed old man would probably die. Sure enough, with a heavy blow from Wu Fang, the one-eyed old man was sent flying. Boom! He crashed into the city wall, creating a human-shaped pit on the city wall. When Manu saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Even the one-eyed old man couldn't stop Wu Fang. It was only a matter of time before the southern barbarian royal capital was broken through. The one-eyed old man struggled to rush out from the city wall. Kill! Wu Fang was incomparably powerful. His killing intent soared as he directly attacked the one-eyed old man. The clothes on the chest of the one-eyed old man were stained with blood. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. This guy didn't want to die, so he directly rushed into the city. At the same time, Manu directly activated the Great City Barrier Formation. A dazzling lightning descended from the sky and ruthlessly struck towards Wu Fang. A powerful destructive aura spread out. Wu Fang was shocked. He couldn't care less about chasing after the one-eyed old man and directly dodged. With a thunderclap, the ground was blasted into a large pit by the lightning. Wu Fang stretched out his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead. The power of the southern barbarian royal capital's Great City Barrier Formation was not to be underestimated. If he was struck by that lightning just now, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Want to attack? Whoever comes will die. Manu roared from the city wall. Is that so? At this moment, a voice rang out. Then, a figure walked over from afar. Gu Fei. Chapter 4974. Gu Fei. Gu Fei suddenly appeared when the sorcerer race's army approached the city. This made Manu extremely shocked. He already had a headache when the sorcerer race's army surrounded the city. Now, there was another ruthless character. How could he survive? He actually came? When the shaman king, Wu Fang, saw Gu Fei, he was taken aback. Wasn't this guy in seclusion? He didn't even see the heaven shaman priest, Wu Lingxue. Why did he suddenly appear here? What was his purpose for appearing here? Wu Fang thought of many things. Gu Fei definitely wouldn't appear here for no reason. Everyone had a purpose for everything they did. The era of the barbarian sovereign should end. Gu Fei stood in the void and said to Manu on the city tower, "What did you say?" Manu was shocked and angry when he heard this. "If you have the ability, then come in. If not, then scram." Manu pointed his sword at Gu Fei and roared crazily. Gu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. "Brother Gu, aren't you in seclusion?" Wu Fang smiled at Gu Fei. "You're very well informed." Gu Fei smiled. "There's nothing in South China that the sorcerer race doesn't know," Wu Fang said proudly. He wasn't bragging. The sorcerer race's forces were spread all over South China. There were strongholds of the sorcerer race in all the big and small cities in South China. Even in some small tribes, there were informants of the sorcerer race. Everything that happened in South China couldn't escape the eyes of the sorcerer race. This was also one of the reasons why the barbarian sovereign feared the sorcerer race. The sorcerer race's forces were everywhere in South China. Then do you know why I'm here? Gu Fei asked. Wu Fong didn't know what to say as an awkward expression appeared on his face. He really didn't know why Gu Fei had suddenly appeared here. I heard that the Sorcerer Emperor has appeared, Gu Fei said indifferently. Wu Fong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Could it be that this fellow had come for the Shaman Emperor? Even though Wu Fong was a Shaman King, he couldn't see through Gu Fei's cultivation. This made Wu Fong very shocked. Could it be that this guy's cultivation had already reached a level where he could fight against a Shaman Emperor? The Shaman Sovereign was a sovereign that had lived for countless years. He had once fought against the Southern Barbarian Sovereign, and the battle had shaken the heavens and the earth. Even the Southern Barbarian Sovereign was half destroyed. 2 emperors had appeared in the Southern Barbarians. Back then, they had turned the barbarians upside down. Now, if another emperor appeared in the Southern Barbarians, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, the Witch King Wu Fong broke out in cold sweat. Gu Fei suddenly turned around and looked towards the Southman royal capital. He can actually see me? The figure standing at the top of the imperial palace of Nanman was taken aback. In the next moment, the figure disappeared into the void, without a trace. Hey, you run really fast. Gu Fei smiled. He didn't have the intention to attack the Southern Barbarian royal capital. However, Man Yu, who was on the city gate tower, stared at Gu Fei nervously. He hated Gu Fei to the core, because the root of all the troubles was Gu Fei. If it wasn't for this guy's strong rise, the Southern Barbarians wouldn't be in chaos. At this time, the sorcerer race had also raised their troops. In addition to the East Wilderness and the West Sea, how could Man Yu, the second son of the barbarian sovereign, withstand the internal and external troubles? Little brother Gu, how about coming to my tent for a chat? Wu Fong didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Gu Fei, because Gu Fei was a ruthless person who could easily kill a half-step sovereign realm expert. This guy's cultivation was unfathomable. Sure. Gu Fei laughed. Please. Wu Fong was very happy because he could invite Gu Fei. Under the guidance of Wu Fong, Gu Fei entered the Wu Fong's tent outside the royal capital. As for what they talked about, only the 2 of them knew. When the people outside the tent saw Gu Fei coming out, they were very satisfied. Then they soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. When the heaven shaman priest received the news and rushed over, Gu Fei had already left. The heaven shaman priest stomped her feet angrily. Gu Fei always came and went alone, so she couldn't find him. Uncle, why did you let that guy go? The heaven shaman priest said angrily. She had personally gone to the barbarian royal city to find this guy, but he didn't show up. This made her very angry. I can't catch that guy. Wu Fong shrugged and said helplessly. What? The heaven shaman priest couldn't help but be shocked. She was very clear about her uncle's strength. Even he couldn't catch that guy Gu Fei. That guy was actually strong enough to compete with a shaman king. In fact, the heaven shaman priest still underestimated Gu Fei. Even Wu Fong couldn't see through the current Gu Fei. At this time, where did Gu Fei go? He and Wu Fong established an alliance, which was considered an alliance. The sorcerer tribe wanted to share the world with him. Of course, it was only the world of Southern Man. The other regions of the Void realm were not included in their alliance. However, Gu Fei was very clear that an alliance would only take effect between 2 parties with equal strength. If one party was stronger than the other, then such an alliance would be useless, because no one wanted to share power with others. Compared to the sorcerer tribe, Gu Fei's foundation was too weak. His capital was only the barbarian royal city, Black Fog City, Sky Eagle City, and Thousand Beast City. Moreover, his 4 major cities were in the worst geographical location. They were barren mountains and unruly rivers, a place where even birds wouldn't poop. The army under his command was also the weakest among all the cities in southern Man. No matter how one looked at it, he was weak in front of the sorcerer tribe. Gu Fei rushed back to the barbarian royal city and mobilized his army. He wanted to give people the illusion that he had turned out in full force. In fact, he really turned out in full force. The Sky Eagle Army of Sky Eagle City, the Black Mountain Army of Shan Kuei of Barbarian Royal City, the Black Armor Army of Black Fog City, and the Thousand Beast Army of Thousand Beast City. Each city sent out 50,000 troops. For cities sent out 200,000 troops. This was Gu Fei's base. 200,000 elite soldiers. However, compared to the sorcerer tribe, this army was too lacking. Any city controlled by the sorcerer tribe had hundreds of thousands of troops. Apart from the imperial city, there were 19 cities scattered all over southern Man. Each city controlled a very large area. The entire southern Man was divided into 19 regions. The city lord of each region was a local tyrant. The city lord of these 19 cities was also a vassal king conferred by the barbarian emperor. When the barbarian emperor was around, these 19 vassal kings naturally did not dare to make any moves. However, now that the barbarian emperor was born, some vassal kings turned to the barbarian emperor. The strength of the 19 vassal kings was still very strong. Any random vassal king's family background was more than 10 times that of Gu Fei. The area where the barbarian royal city was located was relatively special. The 4 major cities did not belong to any vassal king, but to the barbarian emperor of southern Man. As soon as Gu Fei's army left the boundary of the barbarian royal city, it immediately became difficult to move. Chapter 4975. In the end, Gu Fei still allied with the sorcerer tribe. He had made an agreement with the shaman king Wu Fang to send troops to block the West Sea's army that was invading southern Man. However, who would have thought that when his army had just left the boundary of Man Imperial City, they would be intercepted by the army of Fierce Tiger King, one of the 19 feudal lords of southern Man. The Fierce Tiger King was the barbarian king's trusted aide and was extremely loyal to the barbarian king. Since Gu Fei dared to rebel against the barbarian king, the Fierce Tiger King naturally couldn't let Gu Fei go. If Gu Fei stayed in the barbarian emperor city, no one could do anything to him. But now his army had left the barbarian emperor city and left the range of the Super Grand Formation. In this way, the Fierce Tiger King had no scruples. Gu Fei, come out and die. The ferocious Tiger King wore golden armor and held a golden halberd in his hand. He rode on a golden war tiger, looking very majestic. A tiger roar almost scared away Gu Fei's army of 200,000. This guy, Gu Fei, saw the Fierce Tiger King and couldn't help but praise him. This was definitely a fierce general. Moreover, this guy also had the cultivation of a half-step emperor realm. Fierce Tiger King, if you don't want to die, then take your men and scram. Qiu Qianjian stepped forward and said coldly, "You cripple, scram as far as you can. Otherwise, I'll slap you to death." The Fierce Tiger King mocked. "What did you say?" Qiu Qianjian was furious. He had lost an arm, so he hated people calling him a cripple. This Fierce Tiger King had directly poked his sore spot. "What? Do you dare to fight me?" The Fierce Tiger King sneered. Qiu Qianjian was shocked and angry, but he didn't lose his reason. The opponent was a half-step emperor realm expert. Fighting this guy was simply courting death. A bunch of cowards. The Fierce Tiger King's face was full of disdain. Some people just don't know life from death. At this moment, a voice rang out. Then Gu Fei walked out and looked indifferently at the mighty and domineering fierce Tiger King. Master, Qiu Qianjian, and the others hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei. You're Gu Fei? The ferocious Tiger King stared at the black-clothed youth in front of him, and its eyes became incomparably sharp. Gu Fei's appearance was really too young. He was an elegant youth. And this was the guy who killed the barbarian emperor's third and first sons? Seeing Gu Fei, the fierce Tiger King finally understood what it meant to not judge a book by its cover. That's right. I heard that you told me to come out and die. So I came out. I'm very curious. How do you want me to die? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. You little brat. No one has ever dared to be impudent in front of me, the fierce Tiger King. You are the first. I admire your courage. The fierce Tiger King said coldly. Cut the crap. I still have to hurry on with my journey. Gu Fei was getting impatient. Since you want to die early and reincarnate early, I will fulfill your wish. The fierce Tiger King shouted, and directly rode the golden war tiger towards Gu Fei. He waved the golden halberd in his hand and slashed down on Gu Fei's head. Although the fierce Tiger King said that he didn't put Gu Fei in his eyes, he didn't dare to be negligent in his heart. One must know that this Gu Fei was someone who dared to kill the barbarian emperor's first and third sons. The fierce Tiger King looked like a casual attack, but in reality, the power of this attack was not small. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. They saw Gu Fei stretch out his right hand and actually directly grabbed the golden halberd in his hand. Gu Fei completely disregarded the sharpness of the golden halberd, and the golden halberd in the fierce Tiger King's hand was not an ordinary item. It was the fierce Tiger King's life-divine weapon. This attack of his could even split a mountain in half. However, Gu Fei actually grabbed the halberd with one hand. Let go! Gu Fei's hand that was holding the golden halberd shook, and directly snatched the golden halberd from the fierce Tiger King's hand. The fierce Tiger King was shocked to the extreme, and he was directly stunned. You are only SOSO, Gu Fei said indifferently. Retreat. The fierce Tiger King roared, and wanted to retreat. However, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Since he came, there was no need to leave. Gu Fei didn't say anything, and directly threw the golden halberd he snatched from the fierce Tiger King towards the fierce Tiger King. The ferocious Tiger King wanted to copy Gu Fei's actions and also wanted to reach out to catch the golden halberd thrown by Gu Fei. However, his hand shook and the golden halberd didn't manage to catch it. The halberd directly penetrated his chest. How is this possible? The fierce Tiger King didn't expect that Gu Fei was actually strong to this extent. A casual throw of the golden halberd could also seriously injure him. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme, especially Qiu Qianjian, the red-browed Eagle King. And the others looked at this scene in disbelief. The fierce Tiger King was an expert of the half-emperor realm. Casually defeating the fierce Tiger King, this scene was truly unbelievable. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded the expectations of Qiu Qianjian and the others. Could it be that he had actually cultivated to the emperor realm? The fierce Tiger King's subordinates were also scared silly, and all of them were dumbfounded. Damn it! The fierce Tiger King pulled out the golden halberd from his chest, and a gush of blood immediately spurted out from the wound. He hurriedly stopped the bleeding. With the fierce Tiger King's cultivation, being pierced by the halberd wouldn't be fatal, but the pain was unavoidable. However, at this time, Gu Fei moved. Boom! He directly crashed towards the fierce Tiger King, like a meteor. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from the fierce Tiger King's body. After knocking the fierce Tiger King away, Gu Fei casually slapped the golden war Tiger King to death. Seeing this scene, Qiu Qianjian and the others were directly dumbfounded. There was no suspense at all. The fierce Tiger King came out to be a clown. In front of Gu Fei, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. In the end, the fierce Tiger King was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's punch, and all the bones in his body were broken. If Gu Fei wanted to kill the fierce Tiger King, even if the fierce Tiger King had 10 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. After defeating the fierce Tiger King, his subordinates rescued him, and the army of hundreds of thousands was actually defeated without a fight. Even Gu Fei was very surprised. There was no other way. The opponent was really too strong. If he didn't escape, then he would die. After defeating the fierce Tiger King, Gu Fei directly led his army towards the western part of the southern wilderness. The news that one of the 19 vassal kings of the southern wilderness, the fierce Tiger King, was crippled by Gu Fei spread, and it directly caused a sensation in the southern wilderness. One must know that the fierce Tiger King was one of the strongest among the 19 vassal kings. In this way, who still dared to intercept Gu Fei. Everywhere Gu Fei led the army, the various vassal kings actually retreated one after another. No one wanted to follow in the fierce Tiger King's footsteps. After all, if they were crippled, they would still be alive. If they angered Gu Fei and were killed by him, then they would be extremely unlucky. That fierce Tiger King was still considered lucky. And at this time, the West Sea Dragon Clan's army marched straight in and captured countless cities. The 19 vassal kings didn't really put forth their strength to resist the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. Chapter 4976. Although Gu Fei led the worst army in southern Man, the 19 vassals of southern Man could not wait to avoid them. This was definitely a strange thing that had never happened in the history of southern Man. This made the 8 witch kings of the sorcerer tribe dumbfounded. No one expected such an outcome. It was really one person who scared off 1,000,000 soldiers. Originally, the witch king, Wu Fong, was not optimistic about Gu Fei at all. One must know that the barbarian emperor had been operating in southern Man for 3,000 years. How could his power be a joke? Although the sorcerer tribe's army surrounded the southern Man royal capital, the sorcerer tribe's army was also surrounded by the 19 vassal kings. Of course, among the 19 vassal kings, there were also many vassal kings who sided with the sorcerer tribe and temporarily blocked the other vassal kings. However, among the 19 vassal kings, the barbarian emperor's trusted aides accounted for the majority. In order to consolidate his rule over southern Man, the barbarian emperor naturally enfeoffed his own people as vassals. In the entire southern Man, most of the area was still under the rule of the barbarian emperor. The sorcerer tribe occupied only a small part of the area. Even with the addition of Gu Fei's territory, it was still not enough. However, Gu Fei's ferocity made everyone's heart palpitate. No one wanted to face this malignant star. One must know that even the barbarian emperor's first son, Man Xiong, and third son, Man Yao, were killed by this guy. In southern Man, who was there that Gu Fei did not dare to kill. At this time, even Gu Fei's disciple could hold her own. Xiaoya's cultivation had broken through to the demigod realm. Her cultivation speed was really a bit abnormal. In fact, this Xiaoya had some background. This guy was quite ruthless. He actually shed his original body and reincarnated into the body of a human. She was actually the god worshipped by the people of the Black Mountain tribe. This was a different kind of reincarnation. As she grew older and her cultivation improved, she would awaken the memory of her previous life. This was also the reason why her cultivation speed was so fast. Although Xiaoya was only 7 or 8 years old, even Shan Kuei had to bow his head and listen to his orders. At such a young age, he was wearing battle armor, had a divine sword at his waist, and was riding a tall horse. He had a valiant and formidable temperament. Gu Fei's army was unimpeded all the way, and directly entered the western part of Nan Man. Soon, they discovered the scouts of the West Sea Dragon clan. At this time, all the feudal vassals were watching the show. If Gu Fei can defeat the West Sea Dragon race, I'll eat dirt. So ruthless? Even the Azure Dragon army is no match for the West Ocean Dragon clan. What does Gu Fei amount to? Do you want to bet? In the distant sky, there were a few figures standing. They were looking at Gu Fei's military camp that was situated between the mountains. They were the Shaman King, Wu Ying, one of the 19 vassal kings, the North Garrison King, the Heaven Battering King, and the Nature Elephant King. They were all from the Shaman tribe. On the other side, the vassal kings under the barbarian sovereign were also watching. If the Shaman wins, you'll have to eat dirt if you lose. Heaven Battering King laughed. That's right. If Gu Fei can defeat the West Sea Dragon clan's army, I'll eat dirt. Wu Ying said seriously. What if you lose? Wu Ying continued to say to Heaven Battering King, Hee, Gu Fei might be able to win. I bet that Gu Fei will win. If I lose, the divine medicine that I obtained a few days ago will be yours. Heaven Battering King laughed. All right, it's a deal. You guys can be witnesses. Wu Ying said to Wanxiang King and North Garrison King. All right. North Garrison King and Wanxiang King nodded. These guys were watching the show from the side. In the nearby cities, there were many troops gathered. This was the only way to enter the hinterland of Nan Man. The barbarian sovereign had ruled Nan Man for 3,000 years. He had built many cities here and stationed many troops here in order to block the West Sea Dragon clan's army. At this time, Gu Fei's army took over 3 cities. These 3 cities were built in dangerous places, easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are actually people in Nan Man who are not afraid of death and dare to block my army. They are simply overestimating themselves. In the city where the West Sea Dragon clan's army was stationed, a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man stood on top of the city wall. This man's face was covered with hideous demonic marks. Lord Dragon King, I heard that the guy called Gu Fei is coming this time. A short and fat old man, with a tortoise shell on his back beside the dark-skinned man, said, This guy was the brains of the West Sea Dragon clan, Prime Minister Turtle. This time, the West Sea Dragon clan's invasion of Nan Man was planned by Prime Minister Turtle. The dark-skinned man was the king of the West Sea Dragon clan, the Black Dragon King. Gu Fei? Who is he? Never heard of him. The Black Dragon King said disapprovingly, I heard that he is a rising expert in Nan Man, the first barbarian king. Man Xiong, who was known as the #1 war god of Nan Man, died in his hands. Prime Minister Turtle said, What? The Black Dragon King frowned when he heard this. He was no stranger to Man Xiong. This Man Xiong was known as the #1 war god of Nan Man in recent years. His cultivation was extremely strong, and he was good at fighting. It was a pity that this guy was dead. I'd like to see what this Gu Fei is capable of. The Black Dragon King looked ahead coldly and saw a tall city wall standing in the gorge in front of him. If he wanted to enter the hinterland of Nan Man, he had to take down this mountain city. Now, in the mountain city, there was no one else except for Gu Fei's army. Everyone else had fled. There were only 50,000 elite troops of Gu Fei stationed here, and the commander was the red-browed Eagle King. In the face of the West Sea Dragon clan's army, the red-browed Eagle King was extremely nervous. However, Gu Fei had given him a trump card, and he also had the combat power to fight against the West Sea Dragon clan. Gu Fei guarded another pass at the back. At this time, the Sorcerer clan was also paying close attention to Gu Fei's movements. If Gu Fei could successfully block the West Sea Dragon clan's army, then the Sorcerer clan would attack the southern barbarian royal capital. after taking down the southern barbarian royal capital. The Sorcerer clan could end the barbarian emperor's rule in Nanman. The war was about to break out, and a storm was brewing. The West Sea Dragon clan's army began to reorganize their equipment. The huge Westguard city was filled with the West Sea Dragon clan's army. In front of the West Sea Dragon clan, the Black Dragon King personally led his army to a place more than 10 miles away from West Gorge. West Gorge City was where the Red-Browed Eagle King was stationed. And opposite West Gorge City, there was another city more than 10 miles away, Jinshi City. West Garrison City had already been captured by the West Sea Dragon clan. If the West Sea Dragon clan captured West Gorge City, then they would truly open up a passage from the West Sea to the hinterland of Nanman. At that time, the West Sea Army would be able to continuously attack Nanman. A storm is brewing. Gu Fei guarded Black Rock City behind West Gorge City. He stood on the city wall and looked in the direction of West Gorge City with a calm expression. Chapter 4977. West Gorge City was located outside a large canyon in the western part of the southern wilderness. The entire city guarded the entrance of the canyon. The Red-Browed Eagle King led a 50,000-strong army to defend West Gorge City, directly facing the West Sea Dragon Race Army, led by the Black Dragon King. In terms of military strength, the Red-Browed Eagle King's army couldn't compare to the Black Dragon King at all. In terms of cultivation, the Red-Browed Eagle King was only at the peak of the God King realm, while the Black Dragon King was a half-step monarch realm expert. So, the Red-Browed Eagle King was completely crushed by the Black Dragon King. Therefore, no matter how they compared, the Red-Browed Eagle King and the Black Dragon King's strength were far inferior. The Witch King, Wu Ying, was even more pessimistic about Gu Fei's chances. The difference between the two of them was too great, and the West Sea Dragon clan's army was too powerful. Even the Azure Dragon army couldn't stop them, and they were forced to retreat thousands of miles away from Westguard City. The Black Dragon King chased them everywhere, leaving behind countless corpses. The Azure Dragon Army's undefeatable legend had ended with Gu Fei, and then with the West Ocean Dragon clan. Now, the Azure Dragon Army only had 30,000 soldiers from the southern barbarian royal capital. Even in the Eastern Guard City in the east, the Azure Dragon Army had suffered heavy losses. This was because in every war, the Azure Dragon Army was the focus of all forces. Dugu Liang led his defeated army and retreated to a city not far away from the southern barbarian royal capital. After counting the number of people, Dugu Liang directly vomited blood. Of the 20,000 Azure Dragon Army soldiers that he had brought from the Nanman royal capital, only less than 600 were left. Almost all of them had been wiped out. If the barbarian emperor were to return, the first person he would kill would be Dugu Liang. One must know that the Azure Dragon Army was an invincible divine army that the barbarian emperor had spent a great deal of effort to train. But now, this invincible divine army was defeated one after another. But at this time, all the forces in the entire South Barbarian turned their attention to the west of South Barbarian. The battle between Gu Fei and the Dragon Clan of the West Sea attracted the attention of countless people. This was because this battle was very important and directly related to the fate of the entire South China. If Gu Fei was defeated, then the army of the West Sea Dragon Clan would be able to march straight in and kill all the way to the Southman royal capital. At that time, the forces of the West Sea Dragon Clan would really take root in the southern wilderness. If Gu Fei defeated the invading West Sea Dragon tribe, he would be qualified to share the world of South China with the Witch tribe. However, to Gu Fei, this extremely important battle was just a game. To him, he was just a passerby in the ethereal extent. after Gufei's army and the Black Dragon King's West Sea Dragon Clan's army confronted each other for several days. Early in the morning, the gate of West Town City, which was opposite of West Gorge City, suddenly opened. Countless soldiers rushed out of Western Garrison City and gathered outside the city. Soon, the outskirts of West Town City were filled with West Sea Dragon Clan soldiers. These soldiers were all clad in armor and held spears in their hands, just like a human army. However, there was one difference. These soldiers more or less had some characteristics of the sea race. They were actually the sea race that had become spirits. Rumble. It was originally a sunny day, but the sound of thunder actually rang out in the sky. The entire world darkened, and a storm was coming. The army of the West Sea Dragon tribe finally moved out. The figure of the Black Dragon King appeared on the city gate tower. Soon, the West Sea Dragon tribe gathered an army of 50,000 soldiers. Under the leadership of the Deputy General, the Purple-Scaled Flood Dragon King, these 50,000 soldiers headed straight for West Gorge City. On the city gate tower of West Gorge City, the red-browed Eagle King looked into the distance. He saw smoke and dust billowing in the direction of West Town City, and the ground trembled. Enemy attack. The red-browed Eagle King roared angrily, and his roar instantly spread throughout the city. Then, countless soldiers rushed out from all parts of the city. Some rushed up the city gate tower, and some rushed to the city gate. All the soldiers were well trained. Strong crossbows were fixed on the city gate. The arrows shot by these large crossbows were not only accurate, but also very powerful. Soon, the army of the West Sea Dragon tribe arrived. The ground trembled, and smoke billowed. Countless West Sea Dragon tribe soldiers rushed toward the city gate. Boom! With a loud sound, the city gate shook. A sea beast directly hit the city gate, almost making a big hole in the city gate. At this moment, it began to rain. The army of the West Sea Dragon tribe was from the sea. In the rain, the army of the West Sea Dragon tribe could only display their strongest combat strength. It has begun. The eyes of the Shaman King, Wu Ying, the Heaven Battering King, the Nature Elephant King, and the North Garrison King lit up. One powerful figure after another appeared in the sky above the other regions. Has it begun? On the city gate tower of Black Rock City, outside the exit of West Gorge Valley, Gufei suddenly said. Qiu Qianjian and the others stood behind Gufei, and their expressions were extremely solemn. The war had finally begun. Array, rise! On the city gate tower, the red-browed Eagle King roared angrily. A ball of divine light directly rushed out from his body and flew into the sky above West Gorge City. Buzz! The void trembled, and countless array patterns rushed out in all directions, directly imprinting themselves in the void. A killing array immediately enveloped the entire West Gorge City. This was the trump card that Gufei gave to the red-browed Eagle King. A single array plate could set up a powerful killing array. No matter how many thousands of soldiers and horses there were, they would not be able to break through the killing array. Fire, rise! Heavenly fire, prairie fire. The red-browed Eagle King controlled the killing array and activated its power. In the next moment, within the killing formation, flames shot up into the sky. Balls of fire fell from the sky and landed directly outside the city gate. Countless soldiers of the Dragon Clan of the West Sea who were trapped in the killing formation were killed or injured by the explosions of the fireballs. Seeing this scene, the Purple-Scaled Flood Dragon King was shocked and angry at the same time. He immediately gave the order to attack. A rain of arrows flew out from the army of the West Sea Dragon tribe and landed directly on West Gorge City. However, all the arrows were repelled by the layer of divine light that enveloped the entire West Gorge City. None of the arrows shot by the West Sea Dragon tribe archers could reach the city. Seeing this, the purple-scaled flood dragon king turned pale with fright. How could there be a protective array in West Gorge City? Array plate. The purple-scaled flood dragon king was not stupid. He stared at the palm-sized object floating in the air above West Gorge City. Countless array patterns had rushed out from it. Preposterous. Seeing that countless of his subordinates were trapped outside the city gate and being mercilessly killed by the red-browed Eagle King, the purple-scaled flood dragon king directly revealed his true form and charged towards the killing array. Suddenly, violent winds howled around West Gorge City. Heavy rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Boom! The purple-scaled flood dragon king crashed headfirst into the defensive divine light of West Gorge City, causing the entire barrier to tremble. Seeing this scene, the red-browed Eagle King couldn't help but be shocked. This flood dragon king was truly ferocious to the extreme. However, no matter how ferocious this purple-scaled flood dragon king was, it was useless. Chapter 4978. Gu Fei's attainments in the Tao of array formations were very profound. His current array Tao cultivation base was definitely beyond the Grandmaster level. Even He Tian, the ancestor of array Tao, might not be able to beat him. However, in the Void realm, array Tao was far less impressive than in the human realm. Although the array Tao here was also very strong. In Gu Fei's eyes, it was like the difference between a child and an adult. This was because the array Tao of the human realm and the heavenly realm had already been developed to the extreme. The array plate that Gu Fei refined was not simple. It could form an array out of thin air, and the array patterns that erupted from the array plate could be imprinted in the void, forming an array diagram that gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. As soon as the red-browed Eagle King made his move in West Gorge City, countless people were stunned. Wu Ying, Heaven-battering King, Elephant Monarch, and North Garrison King were all dumbfounded. They did not take the red-browed Eagle King seriously. One had to know that the red-browed Eagle King was only the city lord of a small city. Although he was at the peak of the godly king level, he was nothing compared to Wu Ying and the others. That is, Wu Ying now regretted making the bet with Heaven-battering King. No one knew that Gu Fei had this trick up his sleeve. He is actually proficient in array Tao. The Elephant Monarch and the others were also shocked. This was a profound and unfathomable array Tao. In their opinion, to be able to use an array plate to set up a killing array was something that they had never heard of before, let alone seen. At this moment, the countless West Sea Dragon clan troops trapped in front of West Gorge City were directly engulfed by the fireballs that fell from the sky. All of them turned into barbecue. Seafood, this is... One by one, the Sea Clan revealed their true forms. There were prawns the size of calves, crabs the size of hills, seahorses, sea lions, and all kinds of fish. These Sea Clan troops were directly roasted by the fire caused by the killing array, and the aroma wafted for dozens of miles. Anyone who saw it would be tempted. Ha ha! Purple-scaled flood dragon king, thank you for the rations. My army is lacking in rations. Now we can improve our meals. You. The purple-scaled flood dragon king coughed up a mouthful of blood. He only had 50,000 West Sea Dragon clan soldiers under his command, and at least 30,000 of them were trapped in the enemy's killing formation. This red-browed Eagle King was too ruthless. He had killed more than 30,000 West Sea Dragon race soldiers in one go. The red-browed Eagle King once again activated the power of the killing formation, extinguishing the fire in the formation. After the temperature dropped, he ordered people to open the city gates and move all the roasted prawn soldiers and crab generals into the city. He really treated these seafood as food. The purple-scaled flood dragon king crazily attacked the formation, but It was blocked. Overestimating yourself. The red-browed Eagle King sneered. Originally, he did not have much confidence and was prepared to risk his life. Even he never imagined that the array disc given by Gu Fei would be so powerful. Actually, before the red-browed Eagle King made his move, no one knew that the red-browed Eagle King's attack would be earth-shattering. The Battle of the Red-Browed Eagle King shook the entire South China, and all the forces were dumbfounded. No one took Gu Fei's army seriously. Any random army of the 19 vassal kings of South China was many times more powerful than Gu Fei's army. Gu Fei alone scared off the 19 vassal kings. Without Gu Fei, the red-browed Eagle King, and the others would have been killed by the 19 vassal kings. There was only one person that everyone was afraid of, and that was Gu Fei. Without Gu Fei, the red-browed Eagle King, and the others wouldn't be able to do anything at all. At this time, Gu Fei had not made a move yet, but the red-browed Eagle King's attack was equivalent to Gu Fei's indirect attack. However, no one expected that Gu Fei was actually proficient in array Dao. As a result, all the forces had to re-evaluate Gu Fei, especially the witch race. This was because the witch race was now allied with Gu Fei. Retreat. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King could only order a retreat. If they didn't retreat, they would be completely annihilated. At this time, the layer of divine light in the void disappeared. Although it couldn't be seen, it didn't mean that the killing array had disappeared. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King left behind countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals and retreated to the West City. Useless! Useless! The Black Dragon King directly kicked the defeated purple-scaled Flood Dragon King off the city tower. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King didn't even dare to fart as he fell off the city tower. The West Sea Dragon race respected the strong. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King didn't dare to say anything after being defeated. The Black Dragon King was already giving face to his race by not killing him. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon race was the royal race of the West Sea Dragon race. The Amethyst Dragon King that was killed by Gu Fei in the South China royal capital was from the purple-scaled Flood Dragon race. Array formation, it's actually an array formation. The Black Dragon King's face darkened. This is a bit difficult, but we also have an array formation master. Prime Minister Turtle suddenly said, "Our West Sea also has an array formation master." The Black Dragon King was surprised and overjoyed. "Hee, Dragon King, don't you remember Princess Xiaozhou?" Prime Minister Turtle laughed. "What? No, no. If anything goes wrong, both of us will be dead." The Black Dragon King was shocked when he heard this and shook his head repeatedly. Long Xiaozhou was the little princess of the Dragon Emperor. Who would dare to invite her here? The Dragon Emperor of the West Sea was the ruler of the West Sea. Whether it was the purple-scaled Flood Dragon race, the Black Flood Dragon race, or the Red Flood Dragon race, they all submitted to the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was a peerless expert of the purple-gold Flood Dragon race. Who would dare to have designs on Long Xiaozhou? No one dared to even think about it. However, Long Xiaozhou, the princess of the dragon race, was very knowledgeable. In the past decade, she had been obsessed with the array formation Dao and devoted herself to it. Princess Xiaozhou's array formation Dao cultivation was not low. Dragon King, if you tell Princess Xiaozhou a little about what happened here, she will come even if you don't invite her. Prime Minister Turtle laughed slyly. The Black Dragon King's eyes lit up. West Sea. The Dragon Palace was in chaos. Countless palace maids covered their heads and fled like rats. A peal of bell-like laughter resounded in the Dragon Palace. Her Highness is playing tricks on us again. Quick, run! All the palace maids avoided Princess Xiaozhou as if she was the plague. However, at this moment, Prime Minister Turtle was sneaking toward the Dragon Palace's treasury, afraid that the princess would notice him. Old Turtle! A purple-clothed girl suddenly jumped behind Prime Minister Turtle and patted his turtle shell. Prime Minister Turtle was so scared that he almost abandoned his turtle shell and ran for his life. "Princess, Her Highness, you scared me to death," Prime Minister Turtle said with lingering fear. "TSK, they say that a 1,000-year-old tortoise and a 10,000-year-old turtle. Why would you be scared to death?" The girl in purple laughed. Prime Minister Turtle looked as if he had nothing left to live for. "Tell me, why did you sneak back?" Long Xiaozhou said to Prime Minister Turtle with a smile. "Nothing much. I just missed the princess." Prime Minister Turtle said with a bitter face. "Who are you kidding?" Chapter 4979. Prime Minister Turtle was a bad old man. How could Long Xiaozhou be a match for Prime Minister Turtle? The old man played some tricks, and on the second day, Long Xiaozhou secretly left the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Since the Turtle Minister's plan had succeeded, he naturally rushed back to Western Garrison City. The Turtle Minister returned to West Town before Long Xiaozhou. At this time, the West Sea Dragon Race Army had already been blocked by the Red-Browed Eagle King for more than 10 days. The Red-Browed Eagle King had stopped the West Sea Dragon Clan's invasion. Of course, this was only temporary. No one knew how long the Red-Browed Eagle King could hold off the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. However, even if the Red-Browed Eagle King used the array formation, not many people thought he would win. After all, he was facing the army of the West Sea Dragon Clan. The West Sea Dragon Clan was the most powerful clan in the West Sea. Even if the Shaman King won, he didn't think that the Red-Browed Eagle King would win. He even made a bet with the Heavenly King that he would eat dirt. However, no one could guess whether Wu Ying would turn into dust after eating it. Rumble, a thunderous sound rang out. The West Sea Dragon Race Army was attacking the Red-Browed Eagle King's formation again. It was the West Sea Dragon Clan's Fire Dragon Army. Of course, they weren't real fire dragons, but fire dragon beasts. These fire dragon beasts were huge and covered in thick red scales. Thousands of fire dragon army soldiers crazily crashed into the array outside West Gorge City. Every time they crashed, the light screen formed by the power of the array shook. The power of the formation was constantly being consumed. However, Gufei's formation could absorb power from heaven and earth. The speed at which the Fire Dragon Army attacked the formation was much slower than the speed at which the formation gathered the power of heaven and earth. The power of the formation continued to increase, and in this way, the difficulty of breaking the formation would increase exponentially. The Red-Browed Eagle King stood on top of the city gate tower, staring at the fire dragon beasts that were constantly attacking the great formation. His expression was incomparably grim. One must know that if these fellows were to break through the great formation, then he and his army of 50,000 would be done for. Fortunately, the array disc given to him by his master was so powerful that it could form an array out of thin air and gather spiritual energy from all directions. He had never seen such an array before. "Attack! Attack! I want to see what you guys are capable of," the Red-Browed Eagle King muttered to himself. With its master supporting it from behind, the Red-Browed Eagle King was very confident. After attacking West Gorge City for an hour, the Fire Dragon Army retreated. This was all a probing attack. They wanted to find the flaws in West Gorge City's formation. However, the Black Dragon King was disappointed. The Western Gorge City's array formation was practically flawless. However, the arrival of one person gave the Black Dragon King hope. This person was Long Xiaozhou. Princess Xiaozhou was a powerhouse of the West Sea Dragon Clan who specialized in array formations. In the entire West Sea Dragon clan, few could compare to her in the Tao of array formations. Uncle Dahe, are you not happy to see me? When Long Xiaozhou arrived, the Black Dragon King's face turned even darker. Princess Xiaozhou calling him Uncle Big Black almost drove the Black Dragon King crazy. I say, Your Highness, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? The Black Dragon King said with a smile. He still had to put on a show. Otherwise, if people knew that he and that old man, Prime Minister Turtle, had conspired to trick Princess Xiaozhou, the consequences would be very serious. How could I not come when there's something so fun here? Long Xiaozhou said with a smile. Uncle Big Black, quickly ask someone to take me to break the array formation. Long Xiaozhou continued. She had always been harming those shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the West Sea. Now that she had a rare opportunity to see the array formation of the human race, how could she miss it? There's no hurry. The Black Dragon King said hesitantly, You're not in a hurry, but I'm in a hurry. Long Xiaozhou was really anxious. Prime Minister Turtle, where is Prime Minister Turtle? The Black Dragon King shouted. Prime Minister Turtle had long fled. How would he dare to stay here? That rotten old man is really bad. The Black Dragon King was really going crazy. Is Prime Minister Turtle here too? Long Xiaozhou looked around. The Black Dragon King was speechless. He had already cursed Prime Minister Turtle's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. Aou, you bastard, where are you? Hurry up and come out. The Black Dragon King roared angrily, and the entire West Town City Lord Mansion almost collapsed. Lord Black King, a purple-clothed youth, stumbled in from the outside. This guy was the purple-scaled Jiao Dragon King, who had been defeated by the red-browed Eagle King in West Gorge City and fled back to West Town City in a sorry state. This guy was called Ou. Why haven't you greeted Princess Xiaozhou? The Black Dragon King said coldly. Princess Xiaozhou is here too. Aou was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly greeted Long Xiaozhou. Bring Her Highness to the front of the array to take a look. Don't get too close, understand? If anything happens to Her Highness, I'll hold you responsible. The Black Dragon King said in a deep voice. When Aou heard this, he immediately cried. This was Her Royal Highness Princess Xiaozhou. This mission was too difficult. If anything were to happen to Her Royal Highness Princess, he would really be dead. Even the clan behind him wouldn't be able to protect him. I asked you to go, so go. Why are you so long-winded? The Black Dragon King glared at Aou and said, Yes, Lord Dragon King. Aou, you could only bite the bullet and go. Why, you're not willing to bring me to see that array. Long Xiaozhou said indifferently, No, why wouldn't I be willing? It's my honor to be able to serve Her Highness. How would Aou dare to say no? There was no other way. Aou, you could only go and prepare. Who is that? An hour later, on the city wall of West Gorge City, Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King suddenly saw a group of people rushing over. This was the fire dragon horse, a type of fire dragon beast. The reason why the West Sea Dragon clan could kill their way into South Man so quickly and attack the city was largely because of a cavalry, which was the Fire Dragon Cavalry. They don't look like they're here to attack the city. The red-browed Eagle King frowned and said, That group of people escorted a woman in purple to the front of the array. It was a delicate and pretty girl. Her whole body exuded a sense of spirituality. Even the red-browed Eagle King's eyes lit up when he saw her. What a beautiful little girl. Xiaoya's tone was like an adult's. The red-browed Eagle King glanced at the little goddess beside him and looked a little surprised. This little goddess was the disciple of his master, Gu Fei. Her cultivation was already at the demigod realm. This kind of cultivation speed was really too abnormal. It was said that this little goddess was less than 8 years old. A demigod who was less than 8 years old probably couldn't be found in the entire South, man. What a cute little girl. At this time, Long Xiaozhou outside the array also noticed Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King on the city wall. The red-browed Eagle King was naturally ignored by Princess Xiaozhou. An old man naturally couldn't attract Long Xiaozhou's attention. Haha, you call me a little girl? When I was cultivating, your grandfather's grandfather was playing in the mud somewhere. Xiaoya's tender voice sounded on the city wall. What a big tone. Chapter 4980. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army was blocked outside West Gorge City by the 50,000-strong army led by the red-browed Eagle King. This made the Black Dragon King, the commander of the West Sea Dragon Clan's army, very depressed. The other side only had 50,000 soldiers, while they had hundreds of thousands. Of course, if it wasn't for the red-browed Eagle King's killing formation, West Gorge City would have been flattened by the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. At this time, the Black Dragon King and Prime Minister Turtle tried their best to lure the little princess of the West Sea Dragon Clan, Long Xiaozhou, to the south to see if she could break the formation. Gufei's disciple, Xiaoya, also came to West Gorge City and happened to see Long Xiaozhou watching the battle. Little girl, if you were to be my maid, I would think that you are too young. Long Xiaozhou said disdainfully to Xiaoya on the city wall. Do the descendants of the West Sea Dragon Clan not know the rules? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the old senior? Although Xiaoya's voice was young, her tone was old. For a little girl to say such words, it gave people a very strange feeling. Who are you? Long Xiaozhou stared at the little girl on the opposite city wall with a serious expression. Could this little girl be an old antique who had cultivated for countless years? In the world of cultivation, one could not judge a person's cultivation by their appearance. This little girl wore white armor and carried a long sword on her back. Although she was small, she had a heroic spirit. This was not the temperament of an ordinary little girl. You guess? Ha! Xiaoya laughed. You little brat, wait for me to break the formation here and catch you. I will give you a good spanking. After saying that, Long Xiaozhou ignored Xiaoya and focused on watching the formation. In the sky above West Gorge City, a formation plate was floating. At this time, the formation runes around the plate were hidden in the void. This is Long Xiaozhou activated his divine eye and saw a completely different scene in front of him. In the void, countless formation runes appeared, crisscrossing each other and enveloping the entire West Gorge City. Haha, you want to break my master's formation? Dream on. Xiaoya's face was full of disdain. No one had ever broken her master's formation before. Could this little girl break it? Was this a joke? Is this the killing formation set up by your master? Long Xiaozhou couldn't help being startled when he heard that. This little guy was a demigod. To be able to teach such a heaven-defying disciple, one could imagine how powerful his master was. I'd like to see how you're going to break the formation. A cold and arrogant smile appeared on Xiaoya's face. As her cultivation got higher and higher, she would awaken more and more memories. She was once the god of the Black Mountain tribe. She had actually gone through a different kind of reincarnation and successfully transformed from a non-human into a human. This wasn't something that just any living being dared to do, because the slightest bit of carelessness would cause one's soul to disperse. Xiaoya's luck in this life was extremely good. She had even become Gufei's disciple and received Gufei's inheritance. Her cultivation had already broken through to the demigod realm. It was only a matter of time before she broke through to the divine realm. It could be said that her future was boundless. Even the red-browed Eagle King, Qiu Qianjian, and the others were envious and jealous of her. They had cultivated for thousands of years to reach their current level. Even among divine kings, they weren't the strongest either. Even among peak realm divine kings, there were strong and weak too. Each cultivation realm had people whose cultivation was at the bottom, and there were also existences who were nearly invincible in the same realm. At this time, Long Xiaozhou was observing the formation with full attention, while Aou and the rest were guarding around Long Xiaozhou as if they were facing a great enemy. They had to protect this Princess Xiaozhou well. Long Xiaozhou was the little princess that the West Sea Dragon Emperor doted on the most. If anything were to happen to her, he, Aou, would be dead for sure. The guards that Aou brought were all experts in the dragon race. He did not dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness. This was a matter that concerned his entire family's life. Your Highness Goddess, want to go out and play with them? The red-browed Eagle King, who was standing beside Xiaoya, suddenly said, "Watch first before deciding." Xiaoya was very careful. That big sister outside was not simple. Her cultivation was far above her. If she were to be captured by that big sister, that would be throwing her face all the way to her grandma's house. Long Xiaozhou took out an array disc. Her array disc was a divine tool. Under Long Xiaozhou's control, some of the runes on the array disc in her hand lit up. East, west, north, south, and center. The array disc stabilized the 5 directions, broke the 5 elements, and distinguished the 5 energies. Even Xiaoya, who was on top of the city wall, could not help but secretly nod at Long Xiaozhou's move. This was the most basic method of probing the formation. Basically, one could see the truth and falsehood of the grand formation. However, Gu Fei's killing formation was not the same as ordinary killing formations. This was because Gu Fei would not abide by the rules at all. His killing formation added something that he had comprehended. At this time, runes flew out from the array disc in Long Xiaozhou's hand. These runes directly fell on the grand formation of West Gorge City. She wanted to use runes to break the formation. She wanted to use the runes of the array disc in her hand to disturb the normal runes of West Gorge City's grand formation. In fact, the foundation of every grand formation was the runes. Because the runes formed an array diagram, it could gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and display all kinds of power. Destroying the runes of a grand formation could disintegrate the grand formation. However, what shocked Long Xiaozhou was that the runes that flew out from the array disc in her hand were actually blocked by a layer of divine light. Her runes could not enter the grand formation of West Gorge City at all. In this way, she could not break the grand formation. Seeing the runes dissipating in the void, a layer of sweat appeared on Long Xiaozhou's forehead. If she could not break the grand formation like this, she would have to use other methods. Long Xiaozhou's array Dao cultivation was not weak, and she had many ways to break the grand formation. Let's go back. Long Xiaozhou kept the array disc turned around and rode away on Flaming Dragon Horse. "I won't send you off." On top of the city wall, Xiaoya said loudly, "Just you wait. When the grand formation is broken, I will slaughter the entire city." Aou shouted at Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King on top of the city wall. "I'm afraid you won't dare to come." Xiaoya sneered. Aou angrily brought people to protect Long Xiaozhou as she returned to West Gorge City. At this time, there were many powerful figures in the nearby region. They were all secretly watching. Wu Ying, Heaven-battering King, and the others were still there. One had to know that this battle concerned the fate of the entire South Barbarian. On the other hand, Gu Fei was very bored in Black Rock City. However, he was not in a hurry. He was very confident in his array Dao cultivation. In this void realm, who could be stronger than him in array Dao cultivation? When he was bored, he would guide Xiaoya in her cultivation. He would also guide Qiu Qianjian, Lunar Divine Fist Han Chong, Saber King Luo Lai, and the others in their cultivation. Qiu Qianjian and the others naturally benefited a lot. Compared to Gu Fei's leisure, Man Yu of South Barbarian capital was incomparably anxious. The sorcerer race army had surrounded the city. No one knew when the sorcerer race army would break through South Barbarian capital's grand formation and charge in. Man Yu had already received the news that Gu Fei was actually an array Dao expert. Chapter 4981. When the news that Gu Fei was an array Dao expert spread, it shocked many people. One must know that array Dao experts were very rare in the Void Realm. According to rumor, the Man Emperor had paid a great price all those years ago to invite an expert in the Tao of formations to help him set up an extraordinary grand formation that enveloped the entire Man Emperor city for over 10 years. That was Barbarian Sovereign's ancestral land, so he naturally attached great importance to it. But now, Barbarian Sovereign's ancestral land had been occupied by Gu Fei. When Barbarian Sovereign heard the news, he was probably going to vomit blood. What should we do? Quickly invite Ling Tian Palace's old ancestor. Man Yu of Southern Barbarian Sovereign City was really panicking because the Southern Barbarian Sovereign City hadn't been breached by the Witch Race army until now. Gu Fei was an array Dao expert. If he broke the Southern Barbarian Sovereign City's grand array and let the Witch Race army kill their way in, then Man Yu and all those who supported Barbarian Sovereign would be dead. The change of a dynasty was an earth-shattering event. Every time a dynasty changed, it was accompanied by a rain of blood and foul winds. When Shaman Sovereign was defeated and went into seclusion, Barbarian Sovereign cleansed the entire Southern Barbarian and killed countless races that supported the Witch Race. After a bloody cleansing, the races of Southern Barbarian became well-behaved. Otherwise, who would serve Barbarian Sovereign? At this time, the 19 feudal lords of Southern Barbarian were also observing. Most of them supported Barbarian Sovereign, but Barbarian Sovereign wasn't here now. Even if they supported Barbarian Sovereign, they had to be very cautious. That fierce Tiger King was a good example. He actually dared to bring his army to stop Gu Fei, and in the end, he was directly crippled by Gu Fei. Now, he is still lying like a dumpling in Fierce Tiger City. Those feudal lords didn't want to become the second fierce Tiger King. The Ling Tian Palace was a transcendent force in the Void Realm. Ling Tian, and Ling Tian were above the heavens. There weren't many people in the Ling Tian Palace, but every one of them was powerful enough to make countless people tremble. The person who helped Barbarian Sovereign set up the super array in Barbarian Sovereign City was an array Dao Grandmaster of Ling Tian Palace. Ling Tian Palace's old ancestor was definitely the most powerful existence in the Void Realm. Even Barbarian Sovereign had to call him Old Ancestor Ling Tian. When the one-eyed old man heard this, he was shocked. The situation had already reached the point where he had to ask the people from Ling Tian Palace to step in. At this time, the entire South China was unexpectedly calm. The demon army in the east was stopped by Baigu and could not advance an inch. The dragon army in the west was also temporarily stopped by Gu Fei. The army of the sorcerer tribe surrounded the southern barbarian capital, but they were unable to break through the city defense formation of the southern barbarian capital in a short period of time. Although the army of the sorcerer tribe surrounded the capital, the army of the sorcerer tribe was also surrounded by the army of the kings who were loyal to the southern barbarian emperor. However, now that the shaman emperor had appeared, those vassal kings were still observing. That was the shaman emperor. The battle 3,000 years ago decided the fate of the southern barbarians. However, although the shaman emperor was defeated, he did not fall. He only went into seclusion. At this time, in the western region of Nanman, in the West Town. The Dragon Emperor's most beloved Princess Xiaozhou returned to the City Lord's mansion and immediately started fiddling with her artifacts, the formation-breaking arrows, the Tian formation destroying divine thunder, and the gourd of geocentric netherworld spring were all powerful artifacts that could break arrays and could corrode all spiritual objects. Even the flying sword of the sword god would become scrap metal if it was splashed by the geocentric netherworld spring water. Long Xiaozhou really put in a lot of effort this time. 81 formation-breaking arrows were refined by her again, and there were runes faintly appearing on the arrowhead of each formation-breaking arrow. There was also the Tian formation destroying divine thunder, which was a treasure given to her by Long Xiaozhou's master. There were 9 of them, and one of them could break a large array. Long Xiaozhou's master was the formation grandmaster of the Ling Tian Palace. The things given by the formation grandmaster were naturally extraordinary. However, the most impressive was the geocentric netherworld spring water. It was something that Long Xiaozhou took a great risk to go deep into the earth vein in the deepest part of the West Sea. It was something that could corrode everything. With these 3 things, it was enough for Long Xiaozhou to be unrivaled in the Formation Dao. Now that she finally met an Formation Dao expert, she naturally wanted to compete with him to see whose Formation Dao was stronger. Long Xiaozhou locked herself in the training room and fiddled with it for a long time before she opened the door of the training room in satisfaction and walked out. "Your Highness, you are finally out. We have already prepared dinner for you." The purple-scaled flood dragon king, Aou, who had been guarding outside the training room, was instantly overjoyed when he saw Long Xiaozhou come out. "It's already night." Long Xiaozhou was shocked when she heard that. Unknowingly, she had stayed in the training room for such a long time. "All right, eat and drink to your heart's content. We will break the array tomorrow." Long Xiaozhou raised her head and puffed out her chest as she walked towards the backyard of the City Lord residence. She was incomparably confident because she was full of confidence. Break the array? Aou looked at Long Xiaozhou's back view and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This morning, he had experienced the formation Dao of this Princess Xiaozhou. With just an array disc, she casually waved her hand. And she was back. If she could break the array like that, I would have flattened that West Gorge city long ago. Although the Black Dragon King and Prime Minister Turtle used all means to lure Princess Xiaozhou to South Barbarian's West Town City, they did not dare to openly ask Princess Xiaozhou to break the array. However, when they saw Princess Xiaozhou actively breaking the array, they were secretly happy. The Black Dragon King specially set up a banquet to entertain Long Xiaozhou, but Long Xiaozhou's mind was not on eating. She already had a card up her sleeve. The West Sea invited information Dao expert. In Black Rock City, Gu Fei was listening to Xiaoya talk about this morning's events. The master and disciple were eating dinner. This meal was not simple. It was a variety of seafood that Xiaoya brought back from West Gorge City. These things were not commonly seen in the inland region. Moreover, these seafood were not ordinary seafood. These were all fellows that had become spirits. They contained a huge amount of spiritual power. If an ordinary person ate them, they could strengthen their body. If a cultivator ate them, they could improve their cultivation. The seafood was not bad. However, what really aroused Gu Fei's interest was the Formation Dao expert that Xiaoya mentioned. This was because in the Void Realm, Formation Dao experts were not common. At least, Gu Fei had not met an Formation Dao expert since he came to the Void Realm for so long. The higher Xiaoya's cultivation, the more she felt that this master of hers was unfathomable. In front of her master, she felt that she was as weak as an ant. She never dared to be presumptuous in front of Gu Fei. Even if she was not in her strongest state before reincarnation, in front of Gu Fei, she was at most a slightly stronger ant. "Master, are you going to meet that little sister?" Xiaoya asked. "Yes, it is very boring here. Let's go and take a look." Chapter 4982. Early in the morning, the west gate of Nanman Town was opened. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army moved out again. The fire dragon beasts' vanguard rushed out of the city gate. The entire ground was shaking, and the creatures outside the city were all hiding. This time, the Black Dragon King personally accompanied Long Xiaozhou to break the array. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army marched out of the city and headed straight for West Gorge City. "Ayo, they're really here." West Gorge City, on top of the city wall, Xiaoya saw the billowing smoke and dust in front of her. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army soon arrived at West Gorge City aggressively. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army set up a formation outside West Gorge City. It was a spectacular sight. "I say, big sister, you really dared to come." Xiaoya shouted from the top of the city wall to Long Xiaozhou, who was surrounded by a group of West Sea Dragon race experts. "Ha, you little guy, just you wait. Today, this princess will break this city protection array, capture you, and beat your ass until it blossoms." Long Xiaozhou laughed with incomparable confidence. "Okay, please start your performance." Xiaoya smiled and said to Long Xiaozhou, "Outrageous! How dare you look down on this princess? Later, this princess will make you cry." As Long Xiaozhou spoke, she immediately took out her magic weapon. She flipped her right hand and took out her divine artifact array board. Without any hesitation, Long Xiaozhou activated the array board in her hand. In the next moment, countless cold lights flew out from the array board and surrounded her. Interesting. On top of the city wall, Gu Fei, who was standing behind Xiaoya, smiled. "Master, does this big sister really have the ability to break the array?" Xiaoya was really curious. Red-browed Eagle King was also very curious. "Let's see." Gu Fei smiled. This West Sea Dragon Clan's little girl's array Dao cultivation was not bad, but in his eyes, she was still far from the realm of array Dao Grandmaster. At this time, 81 array breaking arrows were all floating around Long Xiaozhou. They were densely packed, and each arrow exploded with a powerful force. Moreover, these weren't ordinary arrows. They were specially refined to break arrays. There were runes on the arrowheads. "Master, what is she doing?" Xiaoya asked. "That's the formation-breaking arrow." Gu Fei said, "Those who could refine the formation-breaking arrows would not be weak in the array Dao. However, the formation-breaking arrows were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Looking at the energy fluctuations coming from these formation-breaking arrows, he could tell that these formation-breaking arrows were of average quality. However, if she wanted to use these formation-breaking arrows to break his array, then this little girl was really thinking too much. I hope today's show won't disappoint me." Gu Fei smiled. "Princess Xiaozhou is mighty. Purple-scaled Flood Dragon King Ao, you loudly cheered for Long Xiaozhou." "Your Highness, I'll leave this place to you." The Black Dragon King also retreated. They were very confident in Long Xiaozhou's array Dao cultivation. "Don't worry. We will soon be able to drink at the top of West Gorge City's city wall." Long Xiaozhou continued to activate the array disc in his hand. The 81 array-breaking arrows suddenly shone brightly, especially the arrowheads, which emitted a bright light. "Master, do you want to?" When Xiaoya saw Princess Xiaozhou's momentum, she couldn't help but feel nervous. "No need. We will just watch the show from here." Gu Fei knew what Xiaoya was worried about. How could the array he laid down be so easily broken? "Go!" Princess Xiaozhou made her move. She waved her right hand, and 12 cold lights immediately shot up into the sky, directly falling towards West Gorge City. She was very careful and was testing the waters. Everyone, except for Gu Fei, stared nervously at the 12 cold lights falling towards West Gorge City. Boom! The first formation-breaking arrow exploded in the sky above West Gorge City. A layer of divine light appeared above West Gorge City, blocking the destructive power of the formation-breaking arrow. Immediately after, a series of explosions sounded. The other 11 formation-breaking arrows also landed on the layer of divine light formed by West Gorge City's protective array. The destructive power released by the formation-breaking arrows only caused the layer of divine light that enveloped the entire city to tremble slightly. Seeing this scene, Long Xiaozhou couldn't help but be shocked. What he shot out was an array-breaking arrow. For ordinary arrays, a single array-breaking arrow would be able to destroy a small array. But now, the 12 formation-breaking arrows couldn't even shake the city's protective array. How was this possible? Could it be that she had seriously underestimated this array? Seeing this result, Long Xiaozhou's face didn't look good. At this time, the Black Dragon King and the others' faces were incomparably dignified. It seemed that breaking the array wasn't an easy thing to do. They seemed to have underestimated everything. Damn it! Long Xiaozhou roared and attacked with all her strength. She sat cross-legged in the void, with the array plate floating in front of her. Countless runes emerged on the array plate. The remaining formation-breaking arrows all flew up into the sky. Each of the formation-breaking arrows rushed out with runes one after another. These runes intertwined in the void and unexpectedly formed an array. A huge formation appeared high up in the sky. I didn't expect this little girl to be so clever. On top of West Gorge City's city wall, Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. This little girl from the Dragon Clan actually had such a trick. She didn't form an array out of thin air. Long Xiaozhou's array, Dao hadn't been cultivated to the point where she could form an array out of thin air. She used the runes on the formation-breaking arrows to form an array. Using an external object to form an array wasn't something amazing. In Gu Fei's eyes, using an external object to form an array was also inferior. But in the eyes of the Black Dragon King and the others, Long Xiaozhou's move really shocked them. It turned out that an array could be used in this way. It was really unfathomable. At this time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily gathered towards the large array in the sky. An incomparably powerful force quickly condensed. Rumble, a huge vortex appeared in the sky above West Gorge City. In the next moment, terrifying destructive lightning from the vortex blasted down on West Gorge City below. Sky Thunder Array? Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the huge vortex in the sky that looked like it was going to swallow the entire West Gorge City. At this time, the power of the lightning falling from the sky grew even stronger. The destructive aura caused countless living beings to feel extreme fear. This was the might of heaven and earth. Even the Black Dragon King, a half-step emperor realm expert, was extremely nervous when he saw the lightning falling from the sky. The purple-scaled Flood Dragon King, AOU, and the others trembled under the might of heaven and earth. The red-browed Eagle King's army inside West Gorge City looked up at the lightning in the sky in terror. Chapter 4983. Long Xiaozhou's first move was the Sky Thunder Array. She wanted to use an array to break an array. She wanted to use the power of the Sky Thunder to break the West Gorge City's great array that Gu Fei had set up. Rumble. In the sky above West Gorge City, within the huge vortex, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, directly blasting the light barrier of West Gorge City. A heart-palpitating aura of destruction spread between heaven and earth. Even the West Sea Dragon Clan army outside the city was shivering under the Sky Thunder. the red-browed Eagle King's army in West Gorge City was in an even worse state. Some people were so frightened by the scene in the sky that they wet their pants. How is this possible? At this time, Long Xiaozhou was shocked to the extreme. Even the Sky Thunder Array that she had set up couldn't break the other party's Great Array. Long Xiaozhou used all her strength to activate the Great Array. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning erupted. Every lightning bolt that struck from the vortex seemed to be tearing the void apart. However, so what? Gu Fei didn't need to do anything at all. The other party's Sky Thunder Array couldn't break his array at all. One had to know that their array Dao cultivation levels weren't even on the same level. Preposterous. Long Xiaozhou was furious. She directly bit the tip of her tongue and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the array disc. Buzz. The array disc floating in front of Long Xiaozhou directly absorbed her blood essence and let out a deafening sound. In the next moment, the entire array disc actually scattered, turning into countless divine lights that soared into the sky and merged into the Sky Thunder Array in the sky. Rumble. The vortex above West Gorge City instantly expanded by 10 times, covering the entire sky. Endless tribulation clouds gathered, and the power of thunder and lightning also increased by several times. All living beings looked up at the huge vortex in the sky. This was simply a heavenly tribulation, a man-made heavenly tribulation. Even a god king could feel his soul trembling. Master, this on top of West Gorge City's city wall. Xiaoya, who had been very calm, also revealed a trace of fear. The scene in front of her was too terrifying. In the huge vortex formed by the tribulation clouds, endless power of thunder and lightning gathered. Dazzling lightning bolts that seemed to be able to tear the heaven and earth appeared in the thunder clouds. A little imposing, but unfortunately, Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and shook his head indifferently. What? Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Fei didn't even care about this kind of destructive heavenly lightning formation. Break. Long Xiaozhou activated the Sky Thunder Array with all its might. The huge whirlpool of thunderclouds in the sky began to descend, and the entire world began to shake. All the heaven and earth spiritual chi within a radius of several thousand miles was gathered in the heavenly lightning array. Master, what should we do? Who wouldn't be moved when they saw the thunderclouds that enveloped the entire world pressing down? Who wouldn't be scared half to death? Even the army of the West Sea Dragon clan had retreated a long time ago. The red-eyebrowed Eagle King's army in the city were all trembling in fear. Even the red-browed Eagle King felt his soul tremble. This was a fear that originated from the depths of his soul. No one can break my formation. Gu Fei was still standing with his hands behind his back. His expression didn't change, but his tone was incomparably confident. Hearing this, Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King didn't dare to say anything else. However, West Gorge City was in chaos. Countless people were hiding in fear. The thunderclouds in the sky were about to reach West Gorge City's grand formation, but Gu Fei still didn't show any signs of wanting to make a move. Although Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King were anxious, they didn't dare to say anything. Rumble, the sky above West Gorge City suddenly shook. The Sky Thunder Array heavily pressed down on West Gorge City's grand formation, and a layer of divine light appeared in the sky above West Gorge City. Although it was only a faint layer of divine light, it was unbreakable. No matter how powerful the lightning continued to strike, that layer of divine light only rippled. Xiaoya and the others were already stunned by this scene. Master's formation was indeed powerful. Such a destructive Sky Thunder Array couldn't even shake Master's formation. At this time, the most shocked person was Long Xiaozhou. a small grand formation was actually so powerful that even the Sky Thunder Array couldn't break it. Long Xiaozhou's Sky Thunder Array was one of her trump cards. The array-breaking arrows used to set up the array were very difficult to refine. She had spent a lot of effort to refine this set of array-breaking arrows with the help of her master. Just now, in order to test West Gorge City's grand formation, she had lost 12 array-breaking arrows. Her heart was bleeding. "Little girl, is this all you have?" Gu Fei said to Long Xiaozhou, who was standing opposite him. At this time, Long Xiaozhou's entire body was surrounded by array patterns. She had already cultivated to the realm of condensing array patterns in the void. This was a technique that only half-step array masters could do. Forming array patterns in the void was a skill that only array masters could do. Even Gu Fei looked at Long Xiaozhou in a different light. This was because in the void realm, the array Dao was only a minor path. Not many people were willing to cultivate the array Dao. It was already very rare for her to be able to cultivate to the half-step array master realm. Moreover, Long Xiaozhou wasn't very old. At least in Gu Fei's eyes. She was just a little girl. "You ignorant child, how dare you call your old ancestor a little girl?" Long Xiaozhou, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, stared at the young man in black who was standing behind Xiaoya and the red-eyebrowed Eagle King. "Presumptuous! How dare you?" Xiaoya and the red-eyebrowed Eagle King were shocked when they heard this. This Long Xiaozhou dared to call Gu Fei an ignorant child. This was simply courting death. Gu Fei didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "Who taught you the array Dao? You don't have the right to ask for my master's name." Long Xiaozhou gritted her teeth. The power of the Sky Thunder Array had already reached the limit of what she could endure. If she continued to increase the power of the Sky Thunder Array, regardless of the consequences, she could explode and die at any time. "What did you say? You know who you're talking to?" Xiaoya shouted at Long Xiaozhou. This guy actually dared to be presumptuous in front of her master. This made her very unhappy. "TSK, he's just a human brat," Long Xiaozhou said disdainfully. In Long Xiaozhou's eyes, Gu Fei was really too young. He was not eye-catching at all. Xiaoya and the red-eyebrowed Eagle King were stunned. They weren't even this shocked when they faced the Sky Thunder Array. They both looked at Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei still didn't care. "Little girl, didn't your master tell you not to judge a book by its cover?" Gu Fei smiled. "Is that so? I don't see anything special about you. Are you a human antique?" Long Xiaozhou didn't care at all. "I don't have any abilities. How about this? How about we make a bet?" Chapter 4984. In the Void Realm, one of the 5 major regions, Southern Man was in turmoil. All the major forces were fighting for control of Southern Man, wanting to become the master of this region. The current Southern Wilderness was a big piece of fat meat, and everyone wanted a bite. The Demon Clan of East Wilderness and the Dragon Clan of West Sea had already taken action. They each sent their armies to invade Southern Man while it was in chaos. At this time, the Demon Clan's army was blocked by the war god of South Man, by Go, at Eastern Guard City. However, the western region of Southern Man was defeated. Dougal Liang couldn't stop the army of the Dragon Clan and was defeated, losing Western Guard City. Western Guard City was an extremely important city. Since it was breached by the army of the Dragon Clan, it was equivalent to opening the western gate of Southern Man. Fortunately, Gu Fei led his army to occupy Western Gorge City in time and blocked the army of the Dragon Clan. Now, the western region of Southern Man attracted the attention of countless experts in the Void Realm. Everyone was watching to see if Gu Fei could really stop the army of the Dragon Clan. In fact, many people didn't think highly of Gu Fei. Even Wu Ying, one of the 8 witch kings of the sorcerer tribe, made a bet with Heaven Battering King that Gu Fei couldn't stop the army of the Dragon Clan. If he lost, he would have to eat dirt. However, these few days, Wu Ying's mood was a little heavy. This was because Gu Fei had really blocked the army of the West Sea Dragon tribe. The small West Gorge city had made it difficult for the army of the West Sea Dragon tribe to advance an inch. This made many people who didn't think highly of Gu Fei incredulous. However, this was the truth. Early this morning, the Dragon Clan began to attack Western Gorge City again. This time, the Dragon Clan invited an array Dao expert to break the array formation. Well-informed people already knew that the little princess of the Dragon Clan had arrived at Western Garrison City. Princess Xiaozhou of the West Sea Dragon Clan was one of the few array Dao experts in the West Sea Dragon Clan. With her help, Gu Fei would definitely die this time. However, to everyone's surprise, Western Gorge City's city defense array actually withstood the attack of the Sky Thunder array. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Xiaoya, the red-browed Eagle King, and the others were shocked by the power of the Sky Lightning formation. Because if Gu Fei's array couldn't block Long Xiaozhou's Sky Lightning array, then they would be dead for sure. Rumble, at this time, the entire Sky Lightning array had already fallen on the layer of divine light that was the Great City Defense Formation above West Gorge City. Endless lightning bombarded the layer of divine light, but it didn't budge at all. It only caused ripples visible to the naked eye. Long Xiaozhou used all her might to activate the Sky Lightning array, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake Gu Fei's array, let alone break it. "Little girl, how about I bet with you?" At this moment, Gu Fei walked out from behind Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King. He smiled at the little princess of the Dragon Clan of the West Sea, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. "How are we betting? What are we betting on?" Long Xiaozhou was sweating profusely. She couldn't hold on any longer. "Let's bet on whether or not you can break the Great City Defense Formation. If you can do whatever you want with me. If you can't, then you have to worship me as your master. How about that?" Gu Fei's love for talent was aroused. This little girl from the Dragon Clan of the West Sea was not bad. In the Void Realm, she was able to cultivate Array Dao to the half-step Grandmaster realm. This was enough to prove that this little girl's talent was really amazing. He had already taken in one girl, so he didn't mind taking in another one. "Haha, worship you as my master? Are you kidding me?" Long Xiaozhou thought that Gu Fei was just a little guy from the human race, yet he dared to act so presumptuously in front of her. Therefore, when she heard that Gu Fei wanted to take her as a disciple, she immediately showed a look of disdain. "Why? I'm asking if you dare to bet or not." Gu Fei was still very calm. "Your Highness, you must not fall for the tricks of these cunning humans." The Black Dragon King, who was far away, hurriedly said, "I have my own score." Long Xiaozhou said in a deep voice, "Why? Are you afraid?" Gu Fei said with some disdain, "What did you say? When has this princess been afraid? Let's bet. If you lose, then I will do whatever I want with you." Long Xiaozhou said angrily, although the Sky Lightning array might not be able to break this array. She was the strongest array formation grandmaster in the Void Realm. She didn't believe that she couldn't break this array, who in this world was stronger than the array formation ancestor of the Ling Tian Palace. "All right, I will wait for you to break the array." Gu Fei smiled. At this moment, the red-browed Eagle King actually moved a chair over and let Gu Fei sit down. When Long Xiaozhou saw this scene, she couldn't help but be surprised. Why were these two fellows so respectful to this black-robed youth? One had to know that the red-browed Eagle King was a peak god king. Why was he moving a chair for this youth so respectfully? Long Xiaozhou was very curious about the identity of this black-robed youth. However, She didn't expect that this black-robed youth was the famous Gu Fei. Rumble, the sky lightning array, was still showing its might. Long Xiaozhou wanted to use the sky lightning array to weaken the power of the West Gorge City's defensive array before breaking it. In her opinion, even if the sky lightning array couldn't break the array, it could at least weaken the power of the array. However, Long Xiaozhou didn't expect that the array that Gu Fei set up had another special characteristic. That was, Gu Fei's array could devour all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform it into its own power. Not only could Long Xiaozhou's sky lightning array not weaken the power of Gu Fei's array, but it was also providing an endless supply of power to Gu Fei's array. The power of Gu Fei's array was getting stronger and stronger. Long Xiaozhou was dreaming if she wanted to break the array. "Master, that girl outside actually dared to bet with you. She will definitely lose." On top of the West Gorge City's city wall, the little girl smiled. A little girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth dares to be impudent in front of Master. Isn't she looking for trouble? The red-browed Eagle King also smiled. After Long Xiaozhou, who was sitting cross-legged in midair, heard the words of the little girl and the red-browed Eagle King, she was so frightened that she almost fell from the sky. She finally knew who this black-clothed youth was. The red-browed Eagle King was a peak divine king existence. He only had one master, and that was Gu Fei. He was actually Gu Fei. She didn't expect that she actually made an error of judgment this time. This black-clothed youth was actually Gu Fei. No wonder this guy said something about not judging a book by its cover just now. Gu Fei, this guy's name had shaken the world recently. He set off a storm in the southern wilderness with his power alone, causing a commotion everywhere. Even the eastern wilderness demon race and the West Sea dragon race couldn't sit still anymore. Although Long Xiaozhou was far away in the West Sea Dragon Palace, she had also heard of Gu Fei's name. Many people said that this Gu Fei was very likely to overthrow the barbarian sovereign and replace him, becoming the new emperor of the southern wilderness. Moreover, this West Gorge City's grand array was set up by Gu Fei. No wonder he dared to bet with her. Chapter 4985. The guy who made the bet with him was actually Gu Fei. Long Xiaozhou was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. Was this guy pretending to be weak? How preposterous! Long Xiaozhou was infuriated. In the next moment, the sky thunder formation immediately changed. Countless dazzling lightning flashed in the thunderclouds, like silver snakes swimming in the thunderclouds. An extremely destructive aura burst out from the thunderclouds. Even the West Sea Dragon Clan army, that had retreated more than 10 li away, was terrified. Every living being's soul was trembling. The people inside West Gorge City were in an even worse state. All of them hid and trembled in fear. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning struck the layer of divine light above West Gorge City. Countless formation runes appeared on the divine light and devoured most of the lightning energy. What Long Xiaozhou finally realized that something was wrong. His opponent's formation could devour the energy of his heavenly lightning formation. One lightning bolt after another struck the divine light that protected West Gorge City, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the divine light. However, Gu Fei's formation was unbreakable. Even if Long Xiaozhou was exhausted to the point of vomiting blood, he still wouldn't be able to break the formation. However, Long Xiaozhou didn't realize this. He continued to activate the heavenly lightning formation. Earth-shattering thunder rumbled. The formation-breaking arrows hidden in the heavenly lightning formation were finally going to show their might. Every arrow was releasing its strongest power. As the formation-breaking arrows exploded in the sky above West Gorge City, Gu Fei's formation was finally shaken. Explode! Long Xiaozhou roared angrily. He made up his mind and detonated the entire heavenly lightning formation. An unprecedented amount of destructive energy exploded, causing the void to crack. This earth-shattering scene stunned everyone. Even the Black Dragon King, a half-step Emperor realm expert, was dumbfounded. He didn't know that a formation could be this powerful. Long Xiaozhou was only a divine king, but the power of the heavenly lightning formation could easily kill a half-step Emperor realm expert. Oh my God, is this the power of a formation? Prime Minister Turtle murmured. The array Tao of the Void Realm had never been valued. Who would have thought that the power of this array would be so astonishing? After today, the Tao of arrays will definitely be valued by the world. At this time, in the sky above West Gorge City, a huge ball of lightning exploded. The mountain ridges around West Gorge City shook, and huge cracks appeared on the mountain. Countless rocks tumbled down from the mountains. The mountains near Western Gorge City were in chaos. The big shots who were watching the battle had no choice but to retreat into the distance. The exploding lightning turned into countless bolts of lightning that shot out in all directions. Some unlucky fellows were directly struck by the bolts of lightning, their bodies emitting black smoke as they fell from the sky. Even if those unlucky fellows were not struck to death by the lightning, they would still fall half to death. The heaven-battering heavenly king was an unlucky guy. He was directly hit by a bolt of lightning and instantly turned into a broom. His face was pitch black, and his straight hair was still smoking. This, beside the heaven-battering king, Wu Ying, the north-vanquishing king, and the 10,000 elephant king, were scared out of their wits. With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. They didn't want to be struck by lightning like the heaven-battering king. You guys, seeing that these fellows had no sense of loyalty, the heaven-battering king was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His injuries weren't light. Seeing the lightning flying around him, he couldn't care less and fled as well. A bolt of lightning flashed across the void and directly struck a mountain ridge a dozen miles away. The next moment, with a loud boom, the entire mountain ridge exploded. Dust rose into the sky, and rocks flew everywhere. As the huge thunderball exploded, many bolts of lightning directly struck the West Sea Dragon Tribe's array. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. The army of the West Sea Dragon Tribe had no time to dodge. Roar! The Black Dragon King roared angrily and rushed forward. With a punch, he dispersed a bolt of lightning. Then he took out the Black Dragon Shield and blocked the rest of the lightning. However, the power of the lightning was so strong that the Black Dragon King's entire right arm was numb. What a powerful lightning! The Black Dragon King was extremely shocked. At this moment, West Gorge City, which bore the brunt of the attack, was as still as a mountain. A ball of divine light enveloped West Gorge City. The Sky Thunder Array exploded, erupting with unprecedented power of lightning. However, the ball of divine light that enveloped West Gorge City only shook a few times. On top of West Gorge City, Xiaoya and the Red-Browed Eagle King were also stunned by the scene in the sky. They couldn't speak for a long time. Only Gu Fei sat on a chair, eating celestial fruits and drinking celestial wine. He was very satisfied. He didn't even look at the destructive scene in the sky. Outside the array, Long Xiaozhou's face flushed when he saw this scene. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. The destructive power began to weaken, and the endless lightning dissipated in the void. The Sky Thunder Array was finished. After a full hour, the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated completely, and peace was restored. At this moment, Long Xiaozhou was in an extremely sorry state. He was also very weak. "I'll come again, tomorrow." Long Xiaozhou directly turned around and left. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Gu Fei smiled. This guy, Long Xiaozhou, was both shocked and angry. The opponent's array Dao cultivation shocked her. He gave her a feeling that he was unfathomable. She had only felt such a feeling from her master before. How is this possible? Long Xiaozhou simply didn't believe that this guy named Gu Fei's array Dao cultivation could be compared to her master. One should know that her master was known as the #1 array Dao cultivator in the Void Realm. How could the master of a little girl from the West Sea Dragon race be an ordinary person? Master, are we just going to let this little girl go like this? Xiaoya asked in confusion. Long Xiaozhou was currently at her weakest. If he didn't take her down now, when would he? There's no fun in taking her down. Gu Fei smiled. It wasn't easy for him to meet an interesting person. Naturally, he wanted to have some fun. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King were speechless when they heard this. The West Sea Dragon Race army came in high spirits, but returned in disappointment. This greatly affected the morale of the West Sea Dragon Race army. After continuous losses, the West Sea Dragon Race army was filled with a pessimistic mood. While Gu Fei was blocking the West Sea Dragon Race army, the Sorcerer race was also mobilizing their troops. The situation seemed to be developing in a good direction. However, a piece of news spread and shook the entire South China. Chapter 4986. The entire Void Realm was shaken by the news that the people from Ling Tian Palace were coming. This was because Ling Tian Palace's position in the Void Realm was too high. It was an existence above all the forces in the Void Realm. Even the emperors of the 5 forces had to lower their heads in front of Ling Tian Palace. However, Ling Tian Palace usually didn't care about worldly affairs. Even if the 5 forces went to war, Ling Tian Palace wouldn't care. Only when something threatened the safety of the entire Void Realm would Ling Tian Palace intervene. Could it be that something that threatened the safety of the entire Void Realm had happened? Various forces couldn't help but speculate. Some even thought about the disappearance of the 5 emperors. Southern Man was already in a mess, and the Man Sovereign hadn't appeared yet. No one knew why the people from Ling Tian Palace would appear. However, there was news that the second son of the Man Sovereign, Man Yu, wanted to invite the people from Ling Tian Palace down the mountain. Could it be that Man Yu could invite the people from Ling Tian Palace? Did he have that much influence? Just as various forces were guessing, a mysterious person came to West Garrison City. Quickly go and inform them that Long Xiaozhou's senior brother is here. Outside the city gate of West Garrison City, a young man in white said arrogantly to the guards of the West Sea Dragon clan, "Where did this human come from? Get lost, or I'll kill you." A horned Sea Clan soldier waved the saber in his hand and shouted at the young man in white. The young man in white was instantly enraged. He was a genius of the sect and had high hopes for him. When had he ever been shouted at like this? "Why are you still here? You want to die?" Another Sea Race soldier also walked over. When they attacked West Gorge City, they suffered successive defeats, causing them to feel a little sullen. It was already rare that they didn't immediately kill the human when they saw him. Moreover, the Sea Race soldiers guarding the gate didn't even know who Long Xiaozhou was. Their status was too low. If the young man in white said that he wanted to find the little princess of the West Sea Dragon clan, these 2 fellows probably wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. "How dare you? Very well, go to hell. Pa!" The young man in white snapped his fingers in a flashy manner. In the next moment, the 2 Sea Race soldiers exploded on the spot, and their weapons fell to the ground with a clang. This was simply killing at the slightest disagreement. "Is this young master someone you can bully?" the white-robed youth said coldly and arrogantly. At this moment, the tightly shut city gate opened wide. countless Sea Tribe soldiers rushed out of the city and surrounded the white-robed youth. "Human, how dare you come here and cause trouble? Are you courting death?" The leading general roared at the white-robed youth. "I'm here to die." "What? Can you kill me?" The white-robed youth was so angry that he laughed. He was a proud son of heaven, so when had he ever suffered such humiliation? "Kill!" The general roared in anger and immediately attacked. The battle spear in his hand stabbed towards the forehead of the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man stretched out his right hand, and the next moment, all the Sea Tribe soldiers were stunned. The white-robed young man actually used his index and middle fingers to catch the tip of the spear. The tip of the spear was only a few inches away from the white-robed youth's forehead. "Roar!" The general roared and used all his strength to stab forward. However, the spear that was caught by the white-robed youth could no longer move forward. Looking at this scene, all the Sea Tribe soldiers were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to drop to the ground. Kwang Haizhong, the other Marine race general's voice trembled when he saw this scene. The person who had attacked the white-robed youth was the Sea Tribe's strongest general, Kwang Haizhong. The white-robed youth used 2 fingers to catch the spear of Kwang Hai. This was way too heaven-defying. "Humph! How dare you offend me? You can go and die now." The white-robed youth laughed coldly as he squeezed the spear between his 2 fingers. A ball of godly light appeared and shattered the spear. That ball of godly light instantly enveloped Kwang Hai. In the next moment, that brave Kwang Haizhong was annihilated within the godly light. Both his body and soul were destroyed. All the powerful beings of the sea race were stumped. This human was way too strong, wasn't he? You actually dared to kill my subordinate. At this time, an angry roar sounded. The purple-scaled flood dragon king Ao Yu came out. Although Ao Yu was nothing much, he was a divine king-level existence. He was much stronger than Kwang Haizhong just now. Just an ant. So what if I killed him? What's there to be surprised about? The white-robed youth said disapprovingly. Ao Yu was about to flare up. "Senior brother, is that you?" Right at this moment, a voice rang out. Long Xiaozhou had arrived along with the voice. "Little junior sister, is this how you welcome me?" The white-robed youth said indifferently. What's going on?" Ao Yu was stunned. This guy was actually Princess Xiaozhou's senior brother. The surrounding Sea Tribe soldiers were also stunned on the spot. West Sea Dragon Race's princess. How noble was her status? And this human was actually Her Highness's senior brother? This background was a little too big, right? "All of you scram for me." Long Xiaozhou roared at the surrounding people. These guys actually dared to offend her senior brother. They deserved to die, but she could not really kill them either. "Yes, Your Highness." The surrounding Sea Tribe soldiers all retreated in fear. "Little junior sister, I killed a few of your subordinates. You don't mind, right?" The white-robed youth said indifferently. "Senior brother by phone must be joking. Senior brother, please." Long Xiaozhou personally welcomed the white-robed youth into the City Lord residence. Black Dragon King and Prime Minister Turtle also hurried over to greet him. As for Kwang Haizhong, he died in vain, because no one dared to mention this matter in front of the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth killed Kwang Haizhong as easily as crushing an ant. Long Xiaozhou personally hosted a banquet to entertain Bai Feng. This Bai Feng was an elite of Towering Heaven Palace's younger generation. He was also the disciple of Towering Heaven Palace's Array Dao ancestor. He was Long Xiaozhou's senior brother. "Senior brother Bai Feng, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Senior brother, I'll have to trouble you this time." Long Xiaozhou said to Bai Feng during the banquet. Since little junior sister wants to help, how can I not help? Bai Feng smiled. In fact, he also wanted to see this array Dao expert, Gu Fei, who suddenly appeared. The array Dao was one of the Towering Heaven Palace's special skills. In the entire Void Realm, the Towering Heaven Palace's array Dao was definitely the best in the world. No one else's array Dao could surpass them. Little junior sister couldn't even break the array Dao of a small city. Bai Feng naturally came to take a look when he heard the news. In that case, many thanks, senior brother. Junior sister naturally won't let senior brother make a wasted trip. Long Xiaozhou smiled. That's for the best. Bai Feng also smiled. If there were no benefits, why would he help Long Xiaozhou? Long Xiaozhou had what he wanted in his hands, so he eagerly rushed over to Nan Man. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in West Gorge City, didn't know that the Towering Heaven Palace's people had already arrived at West Garrison City. Chapter 4987. The news that the people from the Ling Tian Palace had come to the Western Garrison City quickly spread. The entire western region of the Southern Wilderness was shaken, and countless important figures were shocked. Not to mention the Southern Wilderness. Even in the entire Void Realm, Ling Tian Palace was a transcendent existence, above the five forces. Although the members of the Ling Tian Palace did not participate in worldly affairs and did not care much about worldly affairs, this did not weaken the influence of the Ling Tian Palace in the Void Realm. Regardless of whether it was the sorcerer tribe or the barbarian sovereign, they were all acknowledged by the Ling Tian Palace. Only by obtaining the recognition of Ling Tian Palace could the barbarian sovereign become the sovereign of Southern Barbarian and control the life and death of billions of Southern Barbarian creatures. Only those who were recognized by the Ling Tian Palace could be considered orthodox. Back then, when the barbarian sovereign defeated the shaman sovereign and became the Southern Barbarian sovereign, the people from the Ling Tian Palace had also appeared at the barbarian sovereign's coronation ceremony. Now, people from the Ling Tian Palace had appeared in the Western Garrison City. It was obvious that they wanted to help the West Sea Dragon clan. Could it be that the Ling Tian Palace actually supported the West Sea Dragon clan to unify the Southern Barbarians? If that was the case, it would be fun. Which one of you knows Ling Tian Palace's background? In the West Gorge City's City Lord's mansion, Gu Fei was lying on the throne in the middle of the main hall as he glanced at the crowd below. Everyone looked at each other without saying a word. At this moment, Qiu Qianjian, Han Chong of the Lunar Divine Fist, and the King of Sabers, Luo Lai, had all arrived at the West Gorge City. Even the sorcerer tribe's heaven shaman priest, Wu Lingxue, had come after hearing the news. The relationship between Wu Lingxue and Gu Fei was a little special. If she wanted to come, no one could stop her. Upon hearing the name Ling Tian Palace, everyone in the hall, including Wu Lingxue, revealed a look of fear. If the Ling Tian Palace people support the West Sea Dragon clan, Wu Lingxue wanted to say something, but stopped. At this time, everyone was looking at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. You guys seem to be very afraid of people from Ling Tian Palace. Gu Fei was a little surprised. He had seen the expressions of everyone in the hall. These fellows were very apprehensive of the people from Ling Tian Palace. Master, we are really afraid. Not only us, I think everyone in this mirage is afraid. Qiu Qianjian said with a solemn expression. Yes, Ling Tian Palace is above the heavens. Wu Lingxue said in a deep voice, TSK, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Gu Fei didn't think much of it. This Ling Tian Palace actually claimed to be above the heavens. How arrogant. When I was in the lower realm, I directly stepped on the heavens. Could it be that there was also such a supreme existence in this force? No one dared to speak. Master is awesome. He doesn't even put Ling Tian Palace in his eyes. The more Gu Fei displayed his disdain for Ling Tian Palace, the more curious everyone was about Gu Fei's background. Who was his master? How could he be so confident to look down on Ling Tian Palace? Who cares about the towering Heaven Palace mausoleum? They are nothing more than clowns in my eyes. No matter how much they jump around, they can't break my formation. Gu Fei was very confident. Everyone looked at Gu Fei in extreme shock. Master's tone was too arrogant. Ling Tian Palace was an existence that all 5 forces had to worship. Who in the entire void realm dared to look down on Ling Tian Palace? At this moment, in Western Garrison City, the white-robed youth, Bai Feng, was very arrogant and did not care about anyone at all. This made the Black Dragon King and the others secretly unhappy. However, they did not dare to offend this distinguished guest from Ling Tian Palace. After all, Bai Feng was Long Xiaozhou's senior brother. Long Xiaozhou also did not like this senior brother. However, she did not dare to offend him because she knew his temperament very well. If she neglected him, it would not end well for her. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Bai Feng said to Long Xiaozhou with satisfaction, "Little junior sister, let me rest for a while. Tomorrow, I will break that dam formation and help you vent your anger. How about that? In that case, I will have to trouble senior brother. I will be very grateful." Long Xiaozhou smiled. After that, the geocentric netherworld spring water, Bai Feng wanted to say something, but stopped. Haha, senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised you. Although Long Xiaozhou was still smiling, she despised this fellow in her heart. Why would this fellow be so kind as to help her? He was eyeing her geocentric netherworld spring water. The geocentric netherworld spring water was obtained by her after entering the West Sea Demon Abyss and risking her life. It could corrode anything with spirituality in the world. It was a supreme treasure. Ever since Long Xiaozhou obtained the geocentric netherworld spring water, she became the target of various powerhouses. In the end, she even attracted the attention of Ling Tian Palace. The storm only subsided when the array formation ancestor of Ling Tian Palace accepted Long Xiaozhou as a disciple. Ever since Long Xiaozhou became a disciple of Ling Tian Palace, no one dared to have any designs on her. However, her senior brothers still coveted the geocentric netherworld spring water in her hands. The geocentric netherworld spring water was very useful. Countless people were envious of it. Western Garrison City, in the city lord's residence. The night passed uneventfully. Early in the morning the next day, Bai Feng impatiently went to break the formation. He did not bring anyone with him, nor did he need the protection of the Black Dragon King's troops. He was alone, dressed in white, and faced the rising sun as he walked out of the slowly opening city gates. What the F***CK on top of the city walls, the Black Dragon King cursed as he watched Bai Feng's departing figure. He had long since disliked Bai Feng, this fellow who was a cut above others. "Lower your voice. It won't be good if he hears you." The Turtle Prime Minister beside the Black Dragon King said in shock. "Humph. Unless he has the heaven listening technique, how can he hear us?" The Black Dragon King said disapprovingly, "My senior brother seems to have cultivated the heaven listening technique." A voice suddenly sounded beside the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, and he almost fell to the ground. "Who is that guy?" On top of the city walls of Western Canyon City, Xiaoya suddenly noticed a white figure walking over from afar. That person was dressed in white, and he walked with the wind. He did not seem to be from the mortal world, and he gave off an otherworldly feeling. That person seemed to be strolling leisurely, but his speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, That person had arrived in front of the city gates. The people inside, listen up, obediently come out and surrender, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, I will make sure that all of you die without a complete corpse. The white-clothed youth looked at Xiaoyu on top of the city walls coldly and arrogantly. This white-clothed youth was a disciple of the Ling Tian Palace, Long Xiaozhou's senior brother, Bai Feng. Hearing the arrogant words of this white-clothed youth, everyone on top of the city walls was stunned, especially Xiaoya. Who do you think you are? How dare you come here and act crazily? On top of the city wall, Xiaoya looked at the guy below as if he was a fool. What did you say? I am the sixth disciple of the Ling Tian Palace's ancestor Tianhong, Bai Feng. How dare you be impudent in front of me? Bai Feng was infuriated. He immediately glared at Xiaoya and shouted, What? Chapter 4988. The newcomers were from the Ling Tian Palace. Xiaoya, who was on the city wall, could not help but be shocked. Ling Tian Palace was famous in the southern wilderness and even the entire Void Realm. Who did not know about it? It was a transcendent force that claimed the Ling family was above the heavens. Since ancient times, the rulers of the five forces had changed countless times. However, the Ling Tian Palace was still above the five forces. Over the years, was there anyone who challenged the Ling Tian Palace's supreme position in the Void Realm? There was definitely someone who did. However, those who dared to challenge the Ling Tian Palace all ended up defeated. The Ling Tian Palace's position in the Void Realm was unshakable. Are you afraid now? It's too late. Bai Feng, who was in front of the city gate, said arrogantly. This Xiaoyu immediately felt a headache. The people from the Ling Tian Palace were not to be trifled with. In her previous life, she knew that the Ling Tian Palace was an invincible existence in the Void Realm. Even though this white-clothed youth was very young, he was from the Ling Tian Palace. Wherever he went, he would definitely attract the attention of various forces. The people from the Ling Tian Palace are here at this moment. The red-browed Eagle King, the Lunar Divine Fist Han Chong, the Saber King Luo Lai, and the one-armed sword King Qiu Qianjian all ran out. Everyone was extremely nervous. Is he here? Everyone is afraid of him. I want to see if that guy has 3 heads and 6 arms. Gu Fei walked up the city wall unhurriedly. All of you, wait for your deaths. Bai Feng roared. He, who was high and mighty, thought highly of himself. However, he was continuously looked down upon. This made him angry out of humiliation. Everyone on the city wall was shocked and did not know what to do. I will wait for my death here. Can you come in? While everyone was still in shock, a voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to jump in fright. It's just a small Great City barrier array. I can break it with a wave of my hand. Bai Feng sneered. Is that so? Then wave your hand and see if you can break it. Gu Fei mocked. Since you want to die early and reincarnate early, I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Feng was enraged, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. In the next moment, he patted an inconspicuous cloth bag on his waist. Then numerous blood shadows flew out from the bag and soared into the sky, transforming into numerous blood-red flags that descended towards the surroundings of West Gorge City. Seven, you have some ability. When Gu Fei saw this, he didn't think much of it at all. Bai Feng was truly enraged. The other party's disdainful expression completely infuriated him. A total of 49 blood-red flags rushed out of Bai Feng's sack and stuck themselves in the mountain ridges surrounding West Gorge City. When Xiaoya and the others saw this, they immediately became nervous. Boom! As Bai Feng took out an array disc, the 49 blood-red flags erupted with a towering blood-red light at the same time. Countless array patterns emerged on each blood-red flag, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Everyone on top of the city wall felt a powerful force appear between the heavens and earth. This force directly enveloped the entire West Gorge City. At the same time, the Great City Barrier Array of West Gorge City was also activated. A faint layer of divine light appeared in the void, blocking the blood-red light outside of the divine light. How dare you look down on Lord Bai? Today I'll turn all of you into ashes and destroy your bodies and souls. I'll let you know how powerful Lord Bai is. Bai Feng activated the array basin. In the next moment, the array basin soared into the sky and floated there, blooming with endless blood-red light. The blood-red array patterns instantly covered the entire sky. The array patterns of the array basin and the array patterns that rushed out from the 49 blood-red flags merged into one. In the next moment, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation erupted. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. This was a blood-red array. To be precise, it was simply a blood-red purgatory. Blood-red demonic fire emerged from the array and burned towards the Great City Barrier Array of West Gorge City. The boundless blood-red light illuminated the entire sky in a blood-red color. The show is finally on. The big shots who had been watching from the sidelines were surprised and delighted to see this scene. Gu Fei was simply a lunatic. He actually dared to provoke the people from the Ling Tian Palace. They were from the Ling Tian Palace. The big shots who were well-informed naturally knew who was going to break the array today. The Ling Tian Palace's array Dao was definitely the best in the Void Realm. Patriarch Tian Hong was known as the best in the Void Realm's array Dao. This Bai Feng was merely the sixth disciple of Patriarch Tian Hong. Bai Feng's attack was earth-shattering. This made the big shots who were watching the battle feel that Bai Feng was indeed worthy of his reputation. He was indeed worthy of being the disciple of Patriarch Tian Hong. One had to admit that in terms of formation Dao cultivation, Bai Feng was not just a little stronger than Long Xiaozhou. This is blood prison refining the heavens. In the distant sky, Long Xiaozhou had also arrived. She couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Bai Feng actually set up such a killing array. This was one of the top 10 killing arrays of the Ling Tian Palace. It was incomparably powerful and was said to be able to refine even the sky in order to obtain the geocentric netherworld spring water from Long Xiaozhou. Bai Feng really put in a lot of effort this time. If he still couldn't deal with this city-protecting array, he could scram back to the Ling Tian Palace. At this moment, Xiaoya and the rest who were on the city wall were dumbfounded. What was going on? Was he really going to refine all the living creatures in the entire city to death? Interesting. Please continue with your performance. Gu Fei asked someone to bring another chair over. Then, he leisurely ate the spiritual fruit that Xiaoya prepared. He was actually not worried that his array would be broken by the guy outside. You bastard! Bai Feng was so infuriated by Gu Fei that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This fellow actually didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was simply abominable to the extreme. I say, don't scold me. Is everyone in the Ling Tian Palace the same as you? Gu Fei chuckled. Bai Feng was already speechless. At this moment, the entire blood prison refining the heavens had already taken shape. Within the soaring blood light, there were actually blood-colored demonic shadows that were faintly discernible. This great array actually turned the area into a terrifying demonic domain. Moreover, the blood light could actually corrode the Western Gorge City's city-protecting divine light. The Western Gorge City's city-protecting divine light actually dimmed. It seems to be not bad. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod. Compared to Gu Fei's calmness, Xiaoya and the rest were quite frightened. If the blood light corroded the city-protecting divine light, they would be dead. Master, Xiaoya's expression changed drastically. Calm down. What is there to be afraid of? No one can break my array, Gu Fei said calmly. At this moment, the array basin of Western Gorge City's city-protecting array that was hidden in the void appeared in the sky above Western Gorge City. Array patterns directly flew out from the array plate and branded the surrounding void. Chapter 4989. The appearance of the Ling Tian Palace's disciple, Bai Feng, made Xiaoya and the rest extremely nervous. After all, the Ling Tian Palace's reputation in the Void Realm was too resounding. It was a colossus that even the 5 factions had to bow down to. Moreover, Bai Feng was the 6th disciple of the Ling Tian Palace's array formation ancestor. His array formation cultivation had already been inherited by the array formation ancestor and was much stronger than Long Xiaozhou. He immediately used the Ling Tian Palace's Heaven Refining Blood Prison Array. 49 blood prison flags were inserted into the mountain ridges around West Gorge City. Each of the flags erupted with a monstrous bloody light. On the blood prison demonic flags, countless demonic patterns intertwined, and a powerful force erupted from the demonic flags. It was as though a terrifying demonic creature was about to be awakened in each demonic flag. Countless blood-colored array patterns enveloped the entire West Gorge City. The entire area around West Gorge City seemed to have turned into a terrifying bloody purgatory in an instant. Endless blood-colored demonic flames emerged from the void that was enveloped by the Heaven Refining Blood Prison Array. The demonic flames caused the void to distort. It was extremely terrifying. Even the protective barrier of the West Gorge City, which Gu Fei had given to the red-eyebrowed Eagle King to control, had dimmed by the devilish flames. However, Gu Fei was not worried at all. However, Xiaoya and the rest were shocked by this scene. Indeed, the array disk hidden in the sky above West Gorge City soon appeared. The power of the West Gorge City's protective array instantly increased, and the protective divine light became bright again. What Bai Feng, who originally thought that he could break the other party's protective array, could not help but be shocked and angry when he saw this scene. The other party's array formation cultivation was actually so profound. It was no wonder that Long Xiaozhou could not break the protective array here. I don't believe that I can't break this array. Bai Feng gritted his teeth and directly activated the Heaven Refining Blood Prison Array. An even more powerful force erupted from the 49 blood prison demonic flags, turning into 49 blood-colored demonic dragons that charged towards the protective array's protective light shield. An incomparably shocking collision sound was heard. The 49 blood-colored demonic dragons frantically charged towards the protective light shield of the protective array. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared on the light shield. Preposterous! Bai Feng had no choice but to be visibly moved. This grand formation was simply like a tortoise's shell, and no matter how he attacked, he was unable to break it or even shake it. Where exactly did this freak called Gu Fei come from? 49 blood-colored demonic dragons launched a frenzied barrage of attacks at the West Gorge City's Great City Barrier Formation. However, their attacks were completely useless. "Master, you're still the best," Xiaoya exclaimed. No matter how vast the flames of blood raged outside, no matter how the blood dragon wreaked havoc, none of the living beings within West Gorge City were affected. The red-browed Eagle King and the others felt their hearts tremble. Their master was truly unfathomable. It's just 2 brats outside. They're really too naive to think that they can break through my formation. Gu Fei said indifferently. "Master is right." Saber King Luo Lai laughed. "Follow me, and you will reach the peak of your life." Gu Fei reclined on the chair, crossed his legs, and said leisurely, "We are willing to go through water and tread on fire for Master." The red-browed Eagle King and the others knelt down in front of Gu Fei. At this moment, Bai Feng was already going crazy. If even the blood prison heaven refining formation couldn't break the other party's formation, then he could only scram. This was because the blood prison heaven refining formation was the strongest formation he could use. Blood prison samsara, by foam, roared angrily. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the formation plate. In the next moment, the formation plate blossomed with an unprecedentedly strong blood-colored light. Countless blood-colored formation patterns rushed out from the formation plate and branded the void in all directions. At the same time, the 49 blood prison demonic flags that were inserted into the mountain ridges around West Gorge City also rushed out with countless formation patterns. The entire void was isolated, and the entire city was submerged in blood-colored light. From afar, it looked like a huge blood-colored flame was burning. Even from the top of the Western Garrison City's city walls, one could see this shocking scene. My senior brother is quite capable. On the city walls of West Gorge City, Long Xiaozhou stared at the blood-colored, flame-like, blood-colored light in the distance and was shocked. Bai Feng's array Dao cultivation was far above his. Moreover, Master actually gave the 49 blood prison demonic flags to Bai Feng. It seemed that Bai Feng had been very favored by Master recently. Where there were people, there would be conflicts, and where there were people, there would be grudges. Although the Ling Tian Palace had a transcendent status, and the people in the Ling Tian Palace were also geniuses, the Ling Tian Palace was not as united as before. However, the Ling Tian Palace was not united internally. The competition within the Ling Tian Palace was also very intense. Bai Feng was only the 6th disciple of the array Dao ancestor. There were still 5 senior brothers in front of him, and these senior brothers were not easy to deal with either. If Bai Feng was not favored by the array Dao ancestor, why would the array Dao ancestor give the 49 blood prison demonic flags to Bai Feng? Thinking of this, Long Xiaozhou's face was filled with displeasure. Was it because he was not a human, so Master was not willing to impart the true teachings of array Dao to him? The people from the Ling Tian Palace are indeed different. The Black Dragon King exclaimed, "Humph, you can go and collect Bai Feng's corpse later." Long Xiaozhou said coldly. She hated Bai Feng because he had always been pestering her, wanting to obtain her geocentric netherworld spring water. "Your Highness, isn't he your senior brother? Why does it sound like Your Highness and that guy are enemies?" The Black Dragon King looked at Long Xiaozhou in surprise. "On the surface, senior brother." Long Xiaozhou said coldly, "Understood." The Black Dragon King smiled and said no more. At this time, the experts who were watching the show were also extremely shocked. No one expected that Gu Fei's array could actually block Bai Feng's killing array. "Heaven Battering King, you are going to lose." In the distant sky, Wu Ying laughed proudly in a cloud. He had a bet with the Heaven Battering King. If he won, the Heaven Battering King's divine medicine would be his. On the contrary, if he lost, he would have to eat dirt. Humph, don't think that Bai Feng has the upper hand. It's hard to say who will have the last laugh. The Heaven Battering King sneered. Hee, according to this array, how can Gu Fei block it? Wu Ying was even more proud. Let's wait and see. The Heaven Battering King believed in his judgment because Gu Fei had never been defeated since his debut. Would he be defeated by Bai Feng? Just when Wu Ying thought that Bai Feng was going to break through the array of West Gorge City, Bai Feng was already afraid. He realized that even if he exerted the power of the blood prison heaven refining array to the extreme, he still could not do anything to Gu Fei. If this continued, if Gu Fei did not die, Bai Feng would exhaust all his primordial qi and die. At this time, Gu Fei had not made a move yet. Is that all you have? Chapter 4990. The Heaven Refining Blood Prison Array was Ling Tian Palace's trump card. Bai Feng once used this array to annihilate an overseas demonic cult. In that battle, the headquarters of the overseas devil cult, an island with a circumference of dozens of miles, was directly refined by Bai Feng overnight with the blood prison heaven refining formation, and countless devil cult followers died tragically. This peerless demonic array that could refine, an island couldn't even refine the defensive array of a small West Gorge city. Bai Feng was shocked, angry, and afraid. Could it be that Gu Fei's array Dao cultivation was far above his? However, he was very unwilling. Ling Tian Palace's array Dao was #1 in the world. How could it be that they couldn't even deal with a nobody? However, facts spoke louder than words. He, Bai Feng, couldn't break Gu Fei's array. Damn it! Bai Feng, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, roared continuously. Countless array runes rushed out from his body and branded the surrounding void. The power of the heaven refining blood prison array continued to increase. The heaven and earth spiritual energy of the entire region gathered towards the heaven refining blood prison array. However, by forcibly activating the killing array, the pressure that Bai Feng had to bear also multiplied. There was a limit to one's strength. No matter how powerful Bai Feng was, if he forcefully increased the power of the killing array, he would be in danger of exploding at any time. At this time, Gu Fei still didn't make a move. Even though the blood fire outside the defensive array was monstrous, it couldn't refine the defensive array. Ever since the array disk of the defensive array appeared, the defensive barrier of West Gorge City had never weakened. Is that all you have? Gu Fei said to Bai Feng with some disappointment. Ling Tian Palace's array, Dao, was only SOSO. This killing array wasn't very terrifying. Bai Feng was infuriated by Gu Fei. His body swayed, and he almost fell from the sky. All right, if this is all you have, you can die now. Gu Fei sat on the chair and said indifferently, You want to kill me? With just you? Bai Feng really thought that he heard wrong. This guy actually wanted to kill him. Didn't this guy know that he was a disciple of Ling Tian Palace? Me? After saying that, Gu Fei charged out from the top of the city wall. He passed through the sphere of divine light that enveloped the entirety of West Gorge City and appeared outside the great defensive array. Master, Xiaoya, the red-browed Eagle King, and the others on top of the city wall were shocked when they saw this scene. Haha, since you're courting death, don't blame me. When Bai Feng saw that Gu Fei had actually charged out of the city guarding grand formation, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. In the next moment, with a command in his heart, boundless blood-colored devilish flames burned towards Gu Fei. Today, I'll show you what a formation is. After saying that, Gu Fei's body shook. In the next moment, array runes rushed out from his body, one after another, to form a large array around him. Countless devilish flames that burned towards Gu Fei were instantly devoured by the void around him and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have suddenly turned into a bottomless black hole, crazily devouring the power of the blood prison, heaven refining grand formation around him. What? When Bai Feng saw this, he was really shocked. The other party could actually devour the power of his blood prison, heaven refining grand formation. What kind of cultivation technique was this? You can go on your way. Gu Fei suddenly disappeared in the void. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already above Bai Feng's head. Without hesitation, he directly stepped on Bai Feng from the sky. Bai Feng was like a meteorite falling from the sky. With a boom, he directly smashed onto the ground. The ground shook, and a cloud of dust rose into the air. A large pit was formed on the ground. Seeing this scene, Long Xiaozhou was dumbfounded. No one knew better than her how strong and terrifying this sixth senior brother was. This sixth senior brother was actually stepped down from the sky by Gu Fei. This made her feel as though she was in an illusion. Everything was so unreal. After Gu Fei stepped by Feng from the sky, he crazily devoured the power of the blood prison heaven refining grand formation. The power was extremely huge. Very quickly, a blood-colored vortex formed around his body. When the big shots who were watching the battle saw this, their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. This Gu Fei is actually devouring the power of the demonic formation. When Wu Ying, one of the 8 great witch kings of the sorcerer tribe, saw this, he was shocked. He had bet that Gu Fei would lose, but now Gu Fei would not lose at all. Ha! Wu Ying, you're going to eat dirt. The king of chaos was happy and proud. When Wu Ying heard this, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. How is this possible? At this moment, Ling Tian Palace's disciple by Feng, who climbed out of the large pit on the ground, raised his head and saw this scene. He was so agitated that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The power that he had painstakingly gathered actually became someone else's. This made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, the power of the blood prison heaven refining grand formation was quickly devoured by Gu Fei. Dazzling divine light shone from his body, and the entire blood prison was collapsing. The power of the 49 blood prison demonic flags was also forcibly devoured by Gu Fei into his body and refined into his own vitality. Roar! Gu Fei could not help but roar into the sky. The terrifying sound waves spread in all directions, and the entire void shook. His cultivation had long reached a bottleneck, but he still suppressed it and did not want to break through the current cultivation realm. This puzzled many people. If Gu Fei's cultivation broke through to the Emperor realm, it would be enough for him to establish a world that belonged to him in South China. He could even replace Man Huang and chase him away. All of you, come over here. The devouring power on Gu Fei's body became stronger. He roared, and the 49 blood prison demonic flags flew up and directly flew towards him. When the 49 blood prison demonic flags flew towards Gu Fei, they quickly shrunk and were caught in his hand. Bai Feng spat out another mouthful of blood when he saw this scene. Those were 49 blood hellish devil flags. Moreover, these devil flags didn't belong to him. After losing the demonic flags, Bai Feng would definitely be punished when he returned to the towering heaven palace. However, a scene that shocked Bai Feng appeared. He saw that the 49 blood prison demonic flags were actually crushed by Gu Fei with a single grab. The extremely huge blood prison power that erupted from the blood prison demonic flags was also devoured by him. Awesome! Gu Fei felt the tyrannical power swimming in his body. At this moment, he even felt that he could punch through the heaven and earth. Right now, he could even put up a fight against an Emperor realm expert. This guy is simply a monster. Chapter 4991. To Gu Fei, the power gathered by Bai Feng's heaven-refining blood prison formation was a great supplement. What he lacked now was power. His cultivation had already broken through to the infinite prime realm. His cultivation had only been suppressed by the laws of the world in the void realm. Once he recovered his infinite prime cultivation, who in the entire void realm could be his opponent. However, it was easier said than done for Gu Fei to recover his cultivation. Even if he devoured the power of the entire heaven-refining blood prison formation, he would only recover a portion of his cultivation. Ha! It's been a long time since I felt so good. Gu Fei stood in the air. He stretched, and a sonic boom rang out from his body. Everyone who witnessed the scene was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei was simply a monster. He actually destroyed the heaven-refining blood prison formation, all by himself. He swallowed the power of the entire blood prison heaven-refining grand array. Bai Feng was so angry that he vomited blood. Close the city gates. The Black Dragon King immediately ordered the city gates to be closed. He then activated the City Protecting Formation. This City Protecting Formation was set up by Long Xiaozhou when he arrived. This City Protecting Formation was not bad, but it was far inferior to Gu Fei's formation. They were not on the same level at all. However, the Black Dragon King did not care so much at this time. He was afraid that Gu Fei would take advantage of the situation and kill his way to the West Garrison City. After all, the West Garrison City was less than 10 kilometers away from the West Gorge City. For Gu Fei, it was a distance that he could reach in the blink of an eye. Congratulations on your cultivation, Master. Congratulations on your cultivation, Master. On the city walls, Xiaoya, the red-browed Eagle King, and the others were surprised and overjoyed when they saw this. Gu Fei did not say anything. He directly took a step and arrived above Baifeng. He looked down at the once arrogant disciple of the Ling Tian Palace. What, you're not convinced? Gu Fei sneered. Baifeng was both shocked and furious, but at this time, he didn't dare offend Gu Fei at all. He still wanted to live for a few more years. However, Gu Fei had no intention of attacking Jinshi City. I heard people say that the people from Ling Tian Palace are very powerful. It seems like they are all lies. Gu Fei shook his head. What did you say? Baifeng was furious when he heard this. Haha, isn't it? Gu Fei laughed. I'm just a small disciple of Ling Tian Palace. Don't leave if you have the guts. Baifeng was infuriated. Are you looking for help? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll wait here for you for 3 days. Gu Fei turned around and returned to the top of West Gorge City's city wall. Good, very good. Baifeng did not even bother to return to Western Garrison City. Ling Tian Palace had a transcendent status in the Void Realm. However, no one knew where the mountain gate of Ling Tian Palace was located. Over the years, countless people had tried to find the mountain gate of Ling Tian Palace. However, apart from the disciples of Ling Tian Palace, outsiders simply couldn't find the mountain gate of Ling Tian Palace. Some people said that the mountain gate of Ling Tian Palace wasn't even in the Void Realm, but in the sky. Void Realm, outer sky. On a huge mountain floating in the void, pavilions could be faintly seen, and the aura of the immortal Tao lingered. Master, you have to seek justice for us. In a courtyard halfway up the giant mountain that floated in outer space, a man knelt down in front of a pavilion in the courtyard. This was the place where the Array Formation ancestor of Ling Tian Palace lived in seclusion. Scram! Don't disturb Master's cultivation. A figure appeared silently in the courtyard and shouted at the person kneeling on the ground. Eldest senior brother. That person was instantly shocked. The person who came was the first disciple of the Array Formation ancestor, the Array Formation Grandmaster named Han Tao. He was a true Array Formation Grandmaster. Ling Tian Palace's Array Formation ancestor, Tian Hong, was one of the 3 patriarchs of Ling Tian Palace. His Array Formation Tao cultivation was unfathomable. He had 7 disciples in his lifetime, and each of them was an expert in the Array Formation Tao. Eldest senior brother Han Tao was the only one among the 7 disciples of ancestor Tian Hong who had cultivated to the Array Formation Grandmaster realm. The person who knelt and begged ancestor Tian Hong to come out was Baifeng. Why aren't you scramming? Han Tao was a little impatient. Eldest senior brother, do you know that a madman has appeared in Southern Man? That person doesn't even care about the Array Formation Tao of Ling Tian Palace. Baifeng said to his eldest senior brother, Han Tao, with tears and snot running down his face. What? Han Tao couldn't help but be furious. In this void realm, there was actually someone who dared to not care about the Array Formation Tao of Ling Tian Palace. That person said that even if Master personally attacked, he would be able to beat Master into a pig's head. Bai Feng dared to say anything in order to invite his master, Ancestor Tian Hong. What did you say? Han Tao was furious. That person actually dared to offend his master. He deserved to die. Where is that guy? I will go and kill him. Han Tao gritted his teeth and said, that person is in Southern Man's West Gorge City. His name is Gu Fei. When Bai Feng saw Han Tao getting angry, he couldn't help but be secretly happy. Swish! Han Tao's figure instantly disappeared on the spot. Even Bai Feng didn't see clearly how Han Tao disappeared. Humph! Gu Fei, even if it's only eldest senior brother, you will still die. Bai Feng's eyes turned vicious. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Li Kuang was, it was impossible for him to be a match for eldest senior brother, who was an array formation grandmaster. Soon, Han Tao arrived at Southern Man and found West Gorge City. Gu Fei, come out and die. Han Tao shouted in front of the city gate of West Gorge City. His voice spread throughout the entire city. How dare you? Presumptuous. On top of the city wall, Xiaoya and Red-Browed Eagle King were furious. Humph! Han Tao sneered and patted a bag on his waist. In the next moment, a cloud of black fog rushed out of the gourd and turned into a black dragon that pounced towards Xiaoya and the others on top of the city wall. However, when it was less than 30 feet away from the top of the city wall, the black dragon directly exploded, as if it had suddenly crashed into an invisible wall. Array? Han Tao sneered. In the next moment, countless black fog rushed out of his bag and directly rushed towards the West Gorge City's City Defense Grand Array. This kind of black fog could actually corrode the West Gorge City's City Defense Grand Array. The layer of divine light that emerged from the City Defense Grand Array actually dimmed. Humph! That Bai Feng is trash. He can't even break such an array. Han Tao had always looked down on Bai Feng. What do you think you are? At this time, Gu Fei leisurely came to the top of the city wall. You are Gu Fei? Han Tao sneered. This guy is really crazy and arrogant. I will never change my name. I am indeed Gu Fei. Chapter 4992. Gu Fei thought that the people from Ling Tian Palace were powerful, but it turned out that in front of Gu Fei, the people from Ling Tian Palace were simply dregs. After Bai Feng lost to Gu Fei in array formation, he left South Barbarian and rushed back to the sect to ask for help from the array formation experts in the sect. Who would have thought that the array formation Grand Elder, Tian Hong, would go into closed-door cultivation? Bai Feng used his words to create hatred for Gu Fei, deliberately adding salt and vinegar in front of his eldest senior brother Han Tao, saying how Gu Fei looked down on Ling Tian Palace's array formation, and how he insulted their master. In this way, eldest senior brother Han Tao was furious. He immediately left Ling Tian Palace and went straight to South Barbarian. Kill! Without any nonsense, Han Tao directly punched at the top of the city wall. The violent fist force erupted, and a mass of divine light appeared in the void, blocking Han Tao's fist force. On the divine light, there were only a few transparent ripples. Array. Han Tao was an array formation grandmaster. A resplendent divine light erupted from his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. He saw that the entire West Gorge City was enveloped by densely packed array rooms. The array eye of the West Gorge City's Great Array Formation was the position of the array board in the sky. In other words, as long as the Great Array Formation's array board was broken, the array in front of him would collapse on its own, and the entire array would dissipate into the void. However, it was definitely not an easy task to break through this Great Array Formation and destroy the array eye. Whether it was Long Xiaozhou or Bai Feng, they were defeated by Gu Fei. Could Han Tao have 3 heads and 6 arms to stop this guy? At this time, Bai Feng had already arrived nearby and hid to watch the show. eldest senior brother Han Tao was an array formation grandmaster. Han Tao saw through the actual situation of this great array at a glance. However, even if he saw through the actual situation of this great array, it was useless because he couldn't see where the flaws of this great array were. Every array had flaws. Han Tao could see the actual situation of the array set up by Gu Fei, but it didn't mean that he could break the array. You have some ability. My array is right here. Please begin your performance. Gu Fei stood on top of the city wall with his hands behind his back, looking down at the guy in front of the city gate. Humph! Han Tao sneered. In the next moment, an array plate flew out from his body and floated in front of him. Countless runes lit up on the array disk, and a powerful energy fluctuation erupted from the array disk in front of Han Tao. Go! Han Tao shouted, and a powerful force burst out from the formation plate. It transformed into a battle spear and pierced towards the formation. However, the battle spear formed by the power pierced the light barrier. In the next moment, the battle spear shattered in the void. Han Tao couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Even Bai Feng couldn't break this formation. It really does have some ability. Humph! You're trying to break the array with just this bit of skill? What a joke! Xiaoya, who was standing beside Gu Fei, sneered. What did you say? If you have the guts, come down and fight me one-on-one. Han Tao was furious. Attack first if you have the ability. Xiaoya said disapprovingly. Han Tao was infuriated by Xiaoya. He channeled the power of the array disk with all his might. Rays of divine light rushed towards him from all directions and merged into the array disk floating in front of him. Buzz! The array disk vibrated, and countless runes rushed out from it. They transformed into a huge blade that fell from the sky and slashed towards West Gorge City, using the power of the formation to form a saber to kill his opponent. This was indeed a unique method. Even Gu Fei's eyes lit up upon seeing this. Formations could be used in this way. Han Tao's blade had drawn the power of heaven and earth. The power of this blade was extremely powerful. Even an Emperor Realm expert would be moved by this blade. However, Gu Fei still had no intention of making a move. When the shocking saber landed on the divine light barrier of West Gorge City, it was directly sent flying. Han Tao was also sent flying by the recoil. How is this possible? Han Tao knew that Bai Feng and Long Xiaozhou's defeat was not unjust. Just you wait. Han Tao put away the array disk and turned to leave. Long Xiaozhou, Bai Feng, and the others were inexplicably shocked to see Han Tao leave. Even a formation grandmaster couldn't do anything to Gu Fei's formation. What should they do? On top of the city wall, Long Xiaozhou and the Black Dragon King's faces were extremely solemn. Gu Fei had actually blocked the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. This was something that everyone could not believe. While Gu Fei was blocking the West Sea Dragon Clan's army, the sorcerer race began to take action. They began to attack the South Barbarian capital. In this way, there would be countless people fleeing from the South Barbarian capital. The sorcerer race's army finally began to attack the South Barbarian capital. For a moment, the sounds of battle shook the sky. However, the South Barbarian capital was protected by a great formation. The sorcerer race's army was only attacking tentatively. Soon, the sorcerer race's army stopped attacking. What are the sorcerer race playing? Man Yu, the second son of the South Barbarian capital, couldn't help but feel puzzled when he saw the sorcerer race's army retreating. Countless forces turned their attention to the South Barbarian capital. At this time, more and more forces sided with the sorcerer race. In the west of South Barbarian, in front of the city gate of West Gorge City, a figure appeared in the sky above West Gorge City as soon as Han Tao left. Gu Fei, come out and die. That person roared furiously, and an extremely powerful sound wave spread out. The entire great defensive formation shook, and a layer of divine light appeared in the void, enveloping the entire city. "Who the hell are you?" Gu Fei appeared on top of the city wall again. "He is the barbarian sovereign." The sorcerer tribe's heaven shaman priest, Wu Lingxue, said with a trembling voice. What? The others were shocked when they heard this. The barbarian sovereign had actually returned and came directly to these small cities in the west of South Barbarian. Barbarian, sovereign, Qiu Qianjian, lunar divine Fist Han Chong, saber king Luo Lai, red-browed eagle king. And the others were scared half to death when they saw the figure in the sky. The pressure that erupted from the figure in the sky was too powerful. The surrounding void was shaking, and ripples spread out in all directions. "He is the barbarian sovereign." Gu Fei sensed the emperor's might that descended from the sky, and couldn't help but be moved. This guy was indeed very strong. "Since you are unwilling to come out and die, then let countless people be buried with you." The barbarian sovereign roared and attacked. A huge palm descended from the sky and blasted towards West Gorge City below. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge palm fell on the divine light of West Gorge City. The divine light of West Gorge City was extremely powerful, but it still shook violently. One crack after another appeared on the light barrier, as if it could shatter at any time. This, Chapter 4993. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming with endless fury. Barbarian Sovereign was finally back. Near West Gorge City, all the big shots who witnessed Barbarian Sovereign's return were shocked to the extreme. Barbarian Sovereign was the true ruler of South Barbarian in the Void Realm. Boom! Like an ancient god of war, Barbarian Sovereign struck the great formation of West Gorge City with his palm. With a deafening bang, the city defense formation that enveloped the entire West Gorge City immediately shook violently, and countless cracks appeared on the city defense light shield. Barbarian Sovereign was surprised to see that his palm didn't break the great formation. Again, Barbarian Sovereign struck the West Gorge City with his fist again. Boom! Another loud sound rang out as the Barbarian Emperor's fist landed solidly on the light shield. More cracks appeared on the light shield, and even the array disc floating above the West Gorge City began to crack. On top of West Gorge City, Gu Fei's face turned solemn when he saw this. At this moment, he realized that Barbarian Sovereign was a tall, middle-aged man with white hair. Barbarian Sovereign. In the sky, Wu Ying's voice trembled. Heaven Battering King, North Garrison King, and Elephant King were all stunned. They regretted betraying Barbarian Sovereign. After the Sorcerer Tribe received the news, they stopped attacking the South Barbarian capital. The other forces who were watching secretly rejoiced. If they had all betrayed Barbarian Sovereign, the moment he returned would be their doomsday. What should we do? Elephant King was terrified. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei. West Gorge City's great formation was about to be broken by Barbarian Sovereign. Han Tao, the disciple of Ling Tian Palace, didn't even need to call for reinforcements. The West Sea Dragon Tribe was dumbfounded when they saw Barbarian Sovereign's return. The Black Dragon King wanted to retreat. With Barbarian Sovereign's return, the West Sea Dragon Tribe wouldn't attack South Barbarian. As long as Barbarian Sovereign was alive, South Barbarian would belong to him. No one could take it away, not even the West Sea Dragon Tribe. The Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan's army, which was blocked by War God by Gu at East Guard City, retreated as soon as they knew that Barbarian Emperor had returned. Those marquises of Nanman who had surrendered to the Sorcerer Tribe were even more regretful. Father is finally back. Gu Fei, and the sorcerer tribe. You're all finished. In the southern barbarian capital, the second son of the barbarian emperor, Manu, was overjoyed when he received the news. He was so happy that he almost went crazy. He, who was originally in despair, never would he have thought that the situation would be reversed so dramatically. The heavens haven't forsaken me. Within the imperial palace of the southern Man royal capital, Manu roared towards the sky. However, the attention of the major forces in the entire Void Realm was attracted by the western city of Nanman, West Gorge City at this time. The barbarian sovereign personally attacked the West Gorge City. He wanted to avenge his two sons who had died at the hands of Gu Fei. Therefore, he directly appeared in the West Gorge City. Muffled sounds of collisions resounded continuously, and countless people in West Gorge City were scared out of their wits. On top of the city wall, Qiu Qianjian, red-browed Eagle King, and the others were even more terrified. They were all in despair. This was the barbarian sovereign, an invincible existence in Nanman. In the entire West Gorge City, and even in the entire region, there was only one person who was still calm, and that person was Gu Fei. The barbarian sovereign was very strong, and a punch from him could shake the heavens and the earth. However, Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. It was really hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Gu Fei is finished this time, Wu Ying murmured. He wasn't optimistic about Gu Fei. What should we do? On top of the city wall, the heaven shaman priest, Wu Lingxue, looked at the invincible figure in the sky and said in fear, "Different situations call for different actions." Gu Fei said indifferently, "You can still be so calm at this time." Wu Lingxue looked at Gu Fei as if she was looking at a monster. Even when facing the barbarian sovereign, this guy could still be calm. How did he do it? I, Gu Fei, have never been weaker than anyone in my life. Gu Fei looked at the barbarian sovereign in the sky and said expressionlessly. What? Wu Lingxue couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. Could it be that Gu Fei wanted to compete with the barbarian sovereign? Master, you, the red-browed Eagle King, and the rest were also shocked. Boom. At this moment, the barbarian sovereign's fist smashed through the light barrier of the West Gorge City, and a fist smashed towards Gu Fei at the top of the city wall. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and caught the incoming fist. He then waved his sleeves, and the little girl beside him, Wu Lingxue, disappeared. The red-browed Eagle King, and the rest disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already dozens of miles away from the West Gorge City. Boom! With a loud bang, the city wall around Gu Fei suddenly exploded. The incomparably sturdy city wall was like a piece of paper, incomparably fragile. And Gu Fei was also smashed into the ground by this punch. The red-browed Eagle King's army had already gathered at the back gate of the West Gorge City when the barbarian sovereign appeared. When the barbarian sovereign broke through the protective formation of the West Gorge City, the red-browed Eagle King's army opened the back gate and escaped. Since the barbarian sovereign's target was Gu Fei, he naturally wouldn't care about the 50,000-strong army of the red-browed Eagle King. This guy can actually take a punch from me. In midair, the barbarian sovereign, who had smashed Gu Fei into the ground, couldn't help but frown when he saw Gu Fei rushing out from the ground. Since this guy was able to kill two of his sons, he must be very capable. However, the barbarian sovereign didn't expect that this guy named Gu Fei could actually take a punch from him. Gu Fei took on Barbarian Emperor's punch. This was the first time he fought against an Emperor Realm expert. An Emperor Realm expert was too strong. If it wasn't for his strong martial body, he would have been killed by Barbarian Emperor's punch. Kill. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow, and his murderous intent was shocking. He directly attacked the barbarian sovereign in an extremely strong manner. Good boy, do you want to die early and reincarnate early? The barbarian sovereign couldn't help but frown when he saw Gu Fei taking the initiative to attack him. He then punched out. Bam! The two fists instantly collided, and a circle of ripples that could be seen by the naked eye spread out in all directions. The barbarian sovereign was unmoved like a mountain, but Gu Fei was sent flying, and the sleeve on his arm exploded. Gu Fei was directly sent flying by the barbarian sovereign's punch, and directly crashed into a mountain peak. With a loud bang, half of the mountain peak was broken and fell from the sky. However, Gu Fei rushed over again. Eat my punch too. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly punched out with his breaking extremity fist. The punch broke extremity, and a fist force that surpassed the limit of the limit burst out from Gu Fei's fist. Even the void trembled under his punch. The barbarian sovereign couldn't help but be shocked. How could this guy be possible? He wasn't an Emperor realm expert. So how could he have the tyrannical strength to compete with an Emperor realm expert? Seeing that Gu Fei was still attacking him energetically, the barbarian sovereign was a little stunned. Chapter 4994. The barbarian emperor had finally returned. Those who wanted to overthrow the barbarian emperor's rule were dumbfounded. He was the strongest person in South China. His return had directly changed the situation of the entire South China. The South Barbarian Emperor was so awesome. The army of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan had retreated, and the crisis in the east of Nanman had been resolved. Bai Gu, the god of war, returned to the Nanman royal capital and directly surrounded the army of the sorcerer tribe. As such, the situation of the sorcerer tribe was not good. However, the sorcerer tribe was not to be trifled with. The sorcerer emperor had come out of seclusion. This was a continuation of the battle 3,000 years ago. There were two great emperors in southern China at the same time. This was a hidden danger. Whether it was the barbarian sovereign or the sorcerer tribe, everyone knew that only when one of the two sovereigns was killed would the entire southern barbarian be truly unified. So, there was bound to be a battle between the barbarian emperor and the shaman emperor. But now, the barbarian sovereign had his eyes on Gu Fei. At this moment, in the sky above West Gorge City, two silhouettes were moving rapidly in the air. Muffled sounds kept ringing out like thunder, incomparably shocking. This is a battle between martial emperors. Everyone who was watching the battle nearby was shocked. A battle between two emperors hadn't happened in a long time. The monarchs of the 5 factions in the Void Realm would not fight for no reason. Between the 5 monarchs, they only fought on a small scale. There had never been a life and death battle. Finally, an emperor-level battle had broken out. Moreover, among the two people who were fighting, one was the true master of South Barbarian, the barbarian emperor, and the other was not an emperor realm expert, but had the combat strength of an emperor realm expert. This Gu Fei is simply a freak. Wu Ying, one of the 8 great shaman emperors of the sorcerer tribe, stared at the two figures fighting in the sky and was extremely shocked. At this time, Wu Ying realized that he had seriously underestimated Gu Fei. This guy had the ability to dominate South China. The West Sea Dragon Clan army was nothing in his eyes. Breaking the limit with one punch, Gu Fei immediately displayed the fist technique that he was proud of. Once he executed this fist technique, his combat strength would multiply, and such strength would be sufficient to contend against the barbarian emperor. Bam! Boom! Gu Fei and the barbarian emperor continued to clash head-on. Powerful fist energy spread out in all directions, forming a powerful energy storm high up in the sky. Fortunately, this was in the sky. If it was on the ground, many people would have died. Even so, the mighty fist force that descended from the sky caused the sand and stones on the ground to fly, and the sun and moon to lose their light. At this time, the red-browed Eagle King's army had already withdrawn from West Gorge City. The entire West Gorge City had become an empty city. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky and directly smashed into West Gorge City. Gu Fei is finished. Wu Ying, who was watching the battle from afar, exclaimed. The person who fell from the sky and smashed into West Gorge City was Gu Fei. Rumble, the moment Gu Fei smashed into West Gorge City, the entire city shook. The ground was like a wave, spreading out in all directions with Gu Fei at the center. In the blink of an eye, the entire West Gorge City was turned into ruins. When the big shots in the surroundings saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. This battle between martial emperors was simply earth-shattering. However, an even more shocking scene appeared. They saw a figure rushing out of the huge pit in the city and directly attacking the barbarian emperor in the sky. The barbarian emperor was also dumbfounded. This guy was simply an unkillable cockroach. The strength of Gu Fei's martial body was far beyond the barbarian emperor's expectations. No matter how the barbarian emperor attacked, even if the barbarian emperor directly punched his body and broke his bones. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Fei's injured body would completely recover, as if he had never been injured. Extreme Breaking Fist. Gu Fei once again used his trump card. The fist force of the Extreme Breaking Fist was extremely violent and overbearing. Even the barbarian emperor had to use all his strength to resist it. Barbarian Emperor Fist. The barbarian emperor used the fist technique named after him. Boom! The two fists once again collided. An extremely powerful wave of energy spread out with the two of them as the center. Two figures were sent flying. They are evenly matched. This is really heaven-defying. The big shots who were watching the battle exclaimed, if they did not see it with their own eyes, who would believe that a guy who was not even an emperor could actually fight with a real invincible martial emperor? Even if they said it out, no one would believe it. However, the truth was the truth. It was also a fact that no one believed it. Again, at this time, the battle blood in Gu Fei's body was boiling. An extremely powerful wave of energy erupted from his body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Kill! The barbarian emperor roared and attacked. This time, he no longer held back. When he punched out with both fists, the void shook. The two of them attacked with all their strength. Their fists collided with each other. Layers upon layers of fist shadows could be seen, muffled sounds could be heard, and the void trembled. A destructive aura appeared between the heaven and earth. The more Gu Fei fought, the stronger he became. This was because he could absorb the surrounding spiritual qi to replenish his consumed energy. As for the barbarian emperor, he could also absorb spiritual qi from the surrounding heaven and earth. However, compared to Gu Fei, the amount of spiritual qi he could absorb was very limited. It could not replenish his consumed energy at all. The intense battle between the two powerhouses caused the surrounding spectators to be extremely shocked. The combat strength that Gu Fei displayed directly shocked everyone. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds could be heard. Gu Fei's fist landed on the barbarian emperor's left shoulder. At the same time, the barbarian emperor's fist landed on Gu Fei's left shoulder. Both Gu Fei and the barbarian emperor were sent flying by the opponent's fist energy. How is this possible? The barbarian emperor was going crazy. This guy was not an emperor at all, but he could fight with him endlessly. What was going on? Since ancient times, there had never been such an unbelievable thing. At this time, a mysterious figure appeared above the clouds in the distant sky. It was a masked woman in white. The masked woman in white looked at the battle between Gu Fei and the barbarian emperor. She was also shocked. 3 emperors appeared in the south at once. This was absolutely unprecedented in the history of the south, because in the 5 regions, It was already incredible for two emperors to appear at the same time, let alone three emperors appearing at the same time. Three great emperors. Once the war started, wouldn't the entire southern wilderness be torn apart? As the masked woman in white made her move, several mysterious and powerful figures appeared nearby. These people were the real peerless experts. What's going on? Sensing the aura of an invincible emperor in the void, all the existences at the peak of the divine king realm were shocked. Chapter 4995. In the void realm, one of the 5 regions, in the west of the southern barbarians, 2 figures were moving rapidly and fighting continuously. At this time, the Western Gorge city had already become a thing of the past because the entire city had been destroyed by the battle between Gu Fei and the barbarian emperor. The battle between emperors was incomparably terrifying. Destroying a city was simply a trivial matter, and the entire region would be affected. "Little guy, who are you?" The more the barbarian emperor fought, the more shocked he became. This guy's potential seemed to be endless. No matter how powerful his attack was, this guy could withstand it. "The person who will kill you," Gu Fei said with a solemn expression. Boom. In the next moment, the 2 experts punched each other again, and the 2 figures were sent flying thousands of feet away. Then, the 2 experts rushed together again. The violent fist energy turned into a terrifying energy storm that swept in all directions. The storm that fell from the sky rolled up a monstrous cloud of dust. Even the experts who were watching the battle from afar had to retreat further away. "Master is too awesome." The red-browed Eagle King and the others had already retreated far away. When they saw that their master could actually fight with the barbarian emperor, who was known to be invincible in the southern barbarians, they were all stunned. That was the barbarian emperor, one of the 5 emperors of the Void Realm. The 5 emperors of the Void Realm were actually also known as the 5 absolutes of the Void Realm. They were the top 5 experts. On the other hand, Gu Fei wasn't even an emperor realm expert. When the red-browed Eagle King and the others saw the barbarian emperor return, they were already in despair and thought that they were dead meat. Who would have thought that Gu Fei would give them a big surprise? Gu Fei used the extreme breaking fist and the heaven-treading step to continuously attack the barbarian emperor. He was not at a disadvantage at all. The barbarian emperor never thought that this little guy who was not even in the emperor realm would be so difficult to deal with. His combat strength was also extremely strong. He was simply a freak. One sword to cut the sky. The barbarian emperor used his right hand as a sword and slashed at Gu Fei. An extremely sharp sword light rushed out of his hand and instantly slashed at Gu Fei. One blade to break the limit. Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a long saber immediately appeared in his hand. Without a second thought, he swung his saber at his opponent. Royal Slayer's saber? When the barbarian emperor saw the saber in Gu Fei's hand, he immediately flew into a rage. At this time, Gu Fei had already destroyed the sword Qi unleashed by barbarian emperor with one slash and directly slashed at barbarian emperor. The extremely sharp sword Qi seemed to be able to cut the void. The saber in Gu Fei's hand was the Emperor Slayer saber. If he were to be hit by it, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. 3,000 years ago, the barbarian emperor had defeated the shaman emperor with the monarch beheader saber. When the white-clothed woman who was watching the battle from above the clouds saw the saber in Gu Fei's hand, her expression changed drastically. Swoosh! Just as the saber was about to hit the barbarian emperor disappeared in the void without a trace. Since the person had disappeared, Gu Fei's saber naturally slashed in the air. Gu Fei hurriedly retracted his saber, but at the same time, the barbarian emperor's figure appeared behind him without warning, and a fierce punch landed on his back. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain, and his entire body fell forward involuntarily. Gu Fei is still not at the Emperor realm. Someone sighed. If Gu Fei also had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, he would have probably defeated the barbarian emperor long ago. Gu Fei's martial physique was extremely strong. Although he was punched by the barbarian emperor, he didn't suffer any injuries. One must know that his martial physique was the limitless martial physique. As for the powerful fist force that the barbarian emperor blasted on Gu Fei's body, it was devoured by Gu Fei. The more Gu Fei fought, the stronger he became. On the other hand, the barbarian emperor wasn't doing well because the primordial qi he had consumed was difficult to recover. The more he fought, the weaker he became. Under such circumstances, even the barbarian emperor couldn't help but become nervous. Gu Fei brandished the sovereign beheading saber in his hand. Every slash was aimed at the barbarian emperor's head. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. It was either you die or I die. The cultivation world was cruel. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. A halberd appeared in the barbarian emperor's hand. The halberd in his hand fiercely collided with Gu Fei's sovereign beheading saber. Then, half of the halberd's sharp blade flew up and fell to the ground. The barbarian emperor was shocked and angry. Without half of the halberd's blade, the halberd could still be used. However, what made the barbarian emperor dumbfounded was that the halberd he brandished clashed with the sovereign beheading saber in Gu Fei's hand a few times. Then his halberd broke into several pieces and fell from the sky. Swoosh! The saber flashed, and blood appeared. The barbarian emperor's right arm was almost chopped off by Gu Fei's saber. The barbarian emperor didn't even look back and directly turned to flee. If he didn't flee, he would be waiting to be killed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei naturally didn't want to let the barbarian emperor go, so he immediately chased after him. However, the speed of the barbarian emperor's escape was extremely fast. Even when Gu Fei displayed the heaven-treading steps, he almost couldn't catch up to him. The barbarian emperor fled directly towards the South Barbarian capital. Gu Fei chased after him closely. When the barbarian emperor fled to the sky above the South Barbarian capital, it scared Wu Fang because he was the one who led the sorcerer tribe army to surround the South Barbarian capital. However, the barbarian emperor didn't care about Wu Fang at all. He directly rushed into the South Barbarian capital and went straight into the palace. Gu Fei chased after him. In the next moment, the experts in the South Barbarian capital rushed up to the sky and attacked Gu Fei. "All of you, get lost!" Gu Fei roared and slashed forward with all his might. The resplendent saber light directly soared thousands of feet. Those experts who attacked Gu Fei were directly killed. Their corpses fell from the sky, and it was as if there was a rain of blood in the sky. Gu Fei! When Wu Fang saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. Could it be that the barbarian emperor was actually not a match for Gu Fei? Gu Fei charged straight into the southern Man royal capital. Wherever he passed, there was actually no one who could block his blade. This caused Wu Fang and the others to be dumbfounded. Roar! Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from within the imperial palace. After that, a golden figure charged out from within the imperial palace and attacked Gu Fei. What's going on? When Gu Fei saw this, he was inexplicably shocked. In the next moment, the barbarian emperor had already arrived. This guy was wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear in his hand. He rushed towards Gu Fei with a murderous aura. The golden armor and golden spear on the barbarian emperor's body were definitely not ordinary Dao weapons. Gu Fei could feel that the barbarian emperor's combat strength had increased a lot. Clang! The sovereign slayer saber in Gu Fei's hand collided with the golden spear. This time, the golden spear was not damaged. Chapter 4996. There was no doubt that the barbarian emperor was peerless. He was one of the 5 emperors, the invincible emperor of southern man. 3,000 years ago, the barbarian emperor even defeated the shaman emperor at that time. But now, the barbarian emperor met the strongest opponent in his life. Moreover, this opponent was not an emperor realm expert. This made the barbarian emperor depressed. The barbarian emperor never thought that he would be forced to use his ultimate armor by a little guy who was not even an emperor. The golden armor and golden spear were his last trump card. The golden armor and golden spear were obtained by the barbarian emperor from an ancient site in southern Man. He also obtained a cultivation method from that site. Since then, the barbarian emperor rose all the way and finally succeeded in breaking through to the emperor realm, becoming the second emperor of southern Man. Moreover, he challenged the invincible shaman emperor of the sorcerer tribe. It had to be said that the barbarian emperor was really powerful. He actually defeated the shaman emperor and became the new master of southern Man. However, now the tables had turned. 3,000 years had passed. And finally, there was someone who could challenge the barbarian emperor. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded from the sky above the southern Man imperial city and spread throughout the entire southern Man imperial city. Countless experts in the city looked up at the 2 figures who were fighting in the sky. The importance of this battle was needless to say. It directly decided who the master of southern Man would be. Therefore, at this time, the 19 feudal lords of southern Man were watching. The 8 shaman kings of the sorcerer tribe were also watching. All the forces of southern Man, big and small, were watching. Even the emperors of the other 4 regions were watching. What army, what forces at this time, it didn't matter. At this time, Gu Fei and the barbarian emperor decided the fate of the entire southern Man. This Gu Fei, on a mountain peak more than 10 miles away from the southern Man imperial city, the heaven shaman priest Wu Lingxue was standing on a big rock and watching the battle in the sky. Who would have thought that Gu Fei was so powerful? He was not an emperor, but he could compete with an emperor. Wu Ying, Wu Fang, and the other 8 shaman kings had mixed feelings. One must know that once Gu Fei defeated the barbarian emperor, then Gu Fei would be the master of southern Man. By then, wouldn't the witch tribe have nothing to do with it? This wouldn't do. The southern wilderness was the world of the shaman tribe. 3,000 years ago, the barbarian emperor defeated the shaman emperor. This was definitely a nightmare for the shaman tribe. The former lord of Nanman was driven out just like that. They finally waited for the shaman emperor to come out of seclusion. They originally thought that the shaman tribe could once again become the master of South China, but now there was a Gu Fei. The sorcerer tribe had formed an alliance with Gu Fei. If the sorcerer tribe attacked Gu Fei, it would be treachery. This fellow named Gu Fei is actually able to fight against the barbarian emperor. This is too unbelievable. The Black Dragon King, Long Xiaozhou, and the others also arrived near the southern man's capital. At this time, no one stopped them. Of course, they only came with a few people. The West Sea Dragon Clan's army had already retreated to the West Seas territory. The commotion caused by the battle of emperor-level experts was too big. The fluctuations of emperor-level experts were vast and mighty, and the entire world's yuan qi was boiling. Although Gu Fei wasn't an emperor, his battle prowess was on par with an emperor. Extreme Breaking Fist. Gu Fei constantly struck out with the Extreme Breaking Fist, constantly breaking through his limits. He fought endlessly with the barbarian emperor, who was wearing golden battle armor and holding a golden battle spear. At the same time, the sovereign beheader saber in his hand was constantly clashing with the barbarian emperor's golden battle spear. With a left fist and a right blade, Gu Fei beat the barbarian emperor until he started to doubt his life. The barbarian emperor was wearing golden armor and holding a battle spear. His battle prowess was raised to the limit, but he was still constantly beaten back by Gu Fei. Cracks appeared on his hands that were holding the golden battle spear, and they were full of blood. How can this guy be so strong? The barbarian emperor really couldn't believe it. This Gu Fei wasn't an emperor-level expert at all, but his strength was so strong that even if he attacked with all his strength, he could only barely withstand it. If you only have this little ability, then the Lord of Nanman will have to change. Gu Fei attacked in an incomparably domineering manner. The blade light that rushed out from the Sovereign Slayer saber cut through the void of heaven and earth, as if it could cut through everything. However, the power that erupted from the golden battle spear in the barbarian emperor's hand was also extremely strong. It was unknown what grade of divine weapon this was, but it could actually contend with the Sovereign Slayer saber. And the rarest thing was that the golden battle spear in the barbarian emperor's hand and the golden battle armor on his body were a set. This was a complete set of equipment. What did you say? The barbarian emperor was shocked and angry. This guy actually dared to underestimate him. Kill, kill, kill. The barbarian emperor's eyes were incomparably crazy. He desperately urged the power in his body and danced the golden battle spear towards Gu Fei. The void was filled with the phantom of the golden battle spear. At this time, Gu Fei had already condensed a trace of boundless force. Pooh! Blood suddenly appeared. The golden battle spear in the barbarian emperor's hand directly pierced through Gu Fei's chest, and then came out from his back. "Haha, you're still not dead." The barbarian emperor was surprised and overjoyed. Gu Fei's left hand grabbed the golden battle spear, but his right hand chopped off the barbarian emperor's left arm from the shoulder. Blood splattered. How is this possible? The barbarian emperor was in disbelief. This guy's heart was pierced by his golden battle spear. How could he still be alive? The golden battle spear was a great killing weapon. Not to mention being pierced, an ordinary god king would be killed by the baleful aura of the battle spear, even if they were to touch the golden battle spear. However, this Gu Fei was directly pierced by the golden battle spear, and he could actually counterattack. This was something that had never happened before. Bam! Gu Fei flew up and kicked the barbarian emperor's chest fiercely, sending the barbarian emperor flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this the rhythm of a lose-lose situation? Someone exclaimed. At this time, Gu Fei pulled out the golden battle spear from his chest. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This guy is simply a monster. The 19 vassal kings and 8 shaman kings were incomparably shocked when they saw this scene. This Gu Fei's body's recovery ability was simply too shocking. That was the barbarian emperor's golden battle spear, a legendary supreme divine weapon that even god kings would die if they touched it. They would die if they touched it. But this Gu Fei actually didn't die after being pierced by the golden battle spear. He even had the ability to heavily injure the barbarian emperor. If they didn't see this scene with their own eyes, who would believe that this Gu Fei was actually this powerful? Everyone saw that the golden light emitted from the golden battle spear that was stained with Gu Fei's blood had actually dimmed. His blood could actually suppress the power of the golden battle spear. Who exactly is he? Chapter 4997. No one would have thought that Gu Fei would risk having his chest pierced by Barbarian Emperor's golden spear to chop off Barbarian Emperor's left arm and kick Barbarian Emperor away. What shocked everyone was that although Gu Fei was injured by the golden divine spear, his wound was healing at a visible speed. The golden divine spear was the most precious treasure of the barbarian sovereign. If he was injured by the golden divine spear, not to mention that Gu Fei wasn't an emperor, even a true emperor would die. However, No one could have imagined that even though Gu Fei's cultivation base was suppressed by the power of the heaven and earth laws in the void realm, his martial body was actually the limitless martial body. The golden divine spear was powerful, but so was Gu Fei's blood. However, things were different now that this godly item was in Gu Fei's hands. Gu Fei held the golden spear in his right hand. The blood on the spear moved and flowed towards Gu Fei's right hand. Then it entered his hand. Buzz! A buzzing sound rang out from the golden spear, and countless golden runes appeared on the surface of the spear, along with the shadow of a golden dragon. This was a golden dragon spear, and the power contained within it was extremely powerful, a half-peerless Tao artifact. No wonder it is so powerful. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Even though the Barbarian Emperor and the Shaman Emperor were both emperors, the Barbarian Emperor's luck was much better than the Shaman Emperor's, and he'd actually obtained a set of Tao artifacts like this. No wonder the Barbarian Sovereign could defeat the Shaman Sovereign and become the Lord of Southern Barbarian. However, even though the Barbarian Emperor had defeated the Shaman Emperor, it wasn't an easy task to kill the Shaman Emperor. At this moment, everyone was stunned by this scene, especially the supporters of the Barbarian Emperor. All of them were terrified to the extreme. One must know that if the Barbarian Emperor was defeated, they would be buried along with him. Father, in the Southern Man capital, the second son of Man Emperor, Manu, was scared stiff when he saw the scene in the sky. The Barbarian Emperor is going to be unlucky. The 8 great, which kings of the Witch tribe couldn't sit still anymore. The Witch tribe and Gu Fei were allies. If Gu Fei defeated the Barbarian Sovereign, then half of the southern barbarian world would belong to the Witch tribe. After all, the alliance they made was to divide the world equally. The Black Dragon King and Long Xiaozhou were purely here to watch the show. The West Sea Dragon Clan would not intervene in the affairs of the South Barbarians at this time. It was the same for the Eastern Barren Territories Demon Clan. If they interfered at this time, it would be a chaotic battle between Emperor-level cultivators. It would be a disaster for the entire Void Realm. The overlords of the West Sea Dragon race and the Eastern Wilderness Demon race would never do something so stupid. At this time, the 19 feudal vassal kings of Southern Man were faced with the problem of choosing a side. Some of the feudal vassals who originally supported the Barbarian Emperor began to waver. This was especially true for the fierce Tiger King, who had been abused by Gu Fei. He had experienced Gu Fei's prowess before. If Gu Fei defeated Barbarian Emperor, fierce Tiger King would be out of luck. Roar! At this time, the Barbarian Emperor, who had been kicked by Gu Fei 100 miles away, directly smashing a mountain peak, rushed out of the rubble and roared at the sky. His broken arm was growing back at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the Barbarian Emperor's left arm had grown back, and it was intact. F***, this is possible? When the red-browed Eagle King and the others saw this scene, the originally excited crowd was instantly doused with a basin of cold water. They were all stunned. "Little guy, I'm going to tear you into pieces." The Barbarian Emperor stared at Gu Fei, his eyes red. "You need to have the ability to do so." Gu Fei said disapprovingly. "Damn it!" The Barbarian Emperor roared. In the next moment, the golden armor on his body suddenly bloomed with a bright golden light. It was as if there was a golden divine flame burning on his body. An unprecedentedly powerful wave of power erupted from the Barbarian Emperor's body. The golden armor on his body seemed to have merged with him. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This guy could actually activate the true power of the golden armor on his body. This was something that he had never expected. No wonder this guy was so strong. In the Void Realm, the power of a half-step infinity was absolutely invincible. No wonder this guy was so arrogant and wanted to tear Gu Fei into pieces. However, It was a pity that Gu Fei's blood had awakened the power of the Golden Spear. The power of the Golden Spear was also the power of a half-step infinity. There was also the Sovereign Slayer Blade in Gu Fei's hand. The Sovereign Slayer Blade was also a half-step infinity Dao artifact. Gu Fei held the blade in his right hand and the spear in his left. His domineering aura was overflowing. Everyone was shocked by his aura, and their souls were shaken. The barbarian emperor, who was 100 miles away, was filled with murderous intent. He was like a terrifying ancient beast that could tear everything in front of him into pieces at any time. The barbarian emperor was also anxious. The battle prowess that Gu Fei displayed was too strong. Although Gu Fei was not an emperor, he was stronger than an emperor. This is a very exciting show. In the distant sky, a figure appeared behind the Black Dragon King and Long Xiaozhou. Father! Father? Long Xiaozhou turned around to look and almost turned to run in fright. She had caused a lot of trouble. Where can you run to? The old man reached out and directly grabbed Long Xiaozhou's collar and lifted her up. Long Xiaozhou's hands and feet danced wildly. Father, what are you doing? Quickly let me go. Long Xiaozhou was anxious. Greetings, Emperor. When the Black Dragon King saw the old man, he immediately knelt in the void in fright, shivering. He and Prime Minister Turtle tricked Long Xiaozhou to come to the south. At the thought of this matter, the Black Dragon King felt a headache. All right, you'd better behave yourself. The old man let go of Long Xiaozhou. You get up too, the old man said. This old man looked like an ordinary old man. Who would have thought that he was the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon Clan? There was only one Dragon Emperor in the West Sea Dragon Clan. The West Sea Dragon Lord actually came to the south. If this was known, it would definitely cause a stir in the entire south. One must know that the West Sea Dragon Clan's old Dragon Emperor had dominated the world for tens of thousands of years. He was the oldest emperor in the entire Void Realm. Even Barbarian Emperor had to greet the West Sea Emperor with the etiquette of a junior when he saw the West Sea Emperor. Father, why are you here too? Long Xiaozhou asked curiously. Because her father had not left the West Sea for 1,000 years. This time, he actually personally came to the south. What attracted father to come to the south? How can I miss such a big show? The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Long Xiaozhou was speechless. Father actually came all the way to watch the show. At this time, Barbarian Emperor seemed to have gone crazy, rushing towards Gu Fei from 100 miles away. The violent power caused the sky and the earth to change color. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei sneered and directly held the battle spear and monarch beheader saber in his hands. Chapter 4998. He risked his life, risked his life, he risked his life. Everyone was extremely excited. Barbarian Emperor was actually forced to fight with his life by Gu Fei. This was something that no one could have imagined. It was unbelievable. One should know that Gu Fei wasn't an Emperor Realm expert. An Emperor Realm expert was actually forced to fight with his life by a guy who wasn't even an Emperor Realm expert. This had never happened before in the history of the Void Realm. Everyone stared nervously at Barbarian Emperor, who was rushing towards Gu Fei. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei held the Emperor beheading saber in one hand and the golden battle spear in the other as he charged towards Barbarian Emperor. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. Gu Fei was sent flying several dozen li away. He crashed through a mountain and fell into the mountain ridge. A saber was stabbed into Barbarian Emperor's chest. This saber was the Emperor beheading saber. Gu Fei took the Barbarian Emperor's punch head-on, but the Emperor beheading saber in his hand was stabbed into Barbarian Emperor's chest at the last moment. The Emperor Beheading Saber was a half-step, peerless Tao artifact that could kill Emperor realm experts. Barbarian Emperor didn't expect that he would die under the Emperor Beheading Saber. Even Emperor realm experts might die if they were injured by the Emperor Beheading Saber. Damn it! Barbarian Emperor wasn't willing to die like this. However, what could he do? The power of the Emperor Beheading Saber started to take away his life force. He fell from the sky, and it seemed like he wouldn't be able to survive. The Emperor Beheading Saber that was stabbed into Barbarian Emperor's body was rapidly devouring his life force. Father, Man Yu rushed towards Barbarian Emperor in despair. He couldn't believe that his invincible father was defeated by a guy who wasn't even an Emperor realm expert. The Emperor Beheading Saber was said to be able to kill Emperor realm experts. Barbarian Emperor naturally wouldn't be able to survive after being injured by the Emperor Beheading Saber. Go quickly! Barbarian Emperor fell into the mountain ridge outside the South Barbarian capital. He used the last of his strength to send Man Yu away. He wanted to preserve his bloodline. The teleportation technique used by an Emperor realm cultivator was naturally extraordinary. No one knew where Man Yu was sent to. Even the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor, who was watching the battle from the side, couldn't see any flaws. At this time, the red-browed Eagle King and the others were also rushing towards the place where Gu Fei had fallen. Will Gu Fei still be alive this time? Among the 8 Magus Emperors, some Magus kings wished that Gu Fei could die so that they could divide his territory and take over his forces. The Witch tribe wanted to become the master of South China again, so they naturally didn't want to see Gu Fei defeat the Barbarian Emperor. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the mountain ridge in the distance. In the next moment, an unprecedentedly powerful wave of Yuan Qi spread out. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. They saw a figure rushing out from the mountain ridge. This person was none other than Gu Fei, who had been sent flying by Barbarian Emperor's punch. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. Master, red-browed Eagle King, and the others were in disbelief when they saw that Gu Fei could still rush out. At this time, Gu Fei directly appeared beside the Barbarian Emperor and looked at him coldly. He knew that the Barbarian Emperor wouldn't be able to survive because his qi and blood were rapidly flowing out. Greetings, new Emperor. Someone directly knelt down in front of Gu Fei. The South China finally had a new master. The Barbarian Emperor finally died. His qi and blood were completely devoured by the Sovereign Beheading Saber, and he became a dry corpse. The Lord of South China actually ended up like this. It was really sad. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and the Sovereign Beheading Saber that was inserted into the Barbarian Emperor's body flew up and was grabbed by him. Even the golden armor on the Barbarian Emperor couldn't block the Sovereign Beheading Saber. Countless people were envious of the Sovereign Beheading Saber, but no one dared to use it because whoever touched it would be courting death. After the Sovereign Beheading Saber devoured the Barbarian Emperor's qi and blood, the power in the saber didn't seem to become much stronger. Instead, the saber quietened down. Greetings, new Emperor. More and more people knelt down in front of Gu Fei. The people of the Sorcerer tribe felt a little complicated at this time. None of the 8 great shaman kings acknowledged the position of Gu Fei as the new Emperor of South China because in their hearts, the Emperor of South China was the shaman emperor of the Sorcerer tribe. However, the shaman emperor didn't appear. No one knew why the shaman emperor didn't make a move, and no one knew the whereabouts of the shaman emperor. In other words, even the people of the Sorcerer tribe didn't know where the shaman emperor was. The people of the Sorcerer tribe were extremely anxious. If the shaman emperor appeared at this time, the Sorcerer tribe could share South China with Gu Fei equally. However, in the end, the shaman emperor still didn't appear. With the fall of the barbarian emperor, the 19 vassal kings of South China had no other choice but to submit to the new emperor. If they didn't submit, they would die. Gu Fei would never be soft-hearted. However, the strange thing was that among the 19 vassal kings of South China, none of them dared to resist Gu Fei. The fierce Tiger King, who was loyal to the barbarian emperor, was the first among the 19 vassal kings to declare allegiance to Gu Fei. This made people's jaws drop. The new emperor ascended to the throne, and the great crisis of South China that was about to descend into chaos was resolved just like that. The 19 vassal kings returned to their own fiefdoms. When Xiaoya, Red-Browed Eagle King, Qiu Qianjian, Han Chong, Saber King Luo Lai, Shan Kuei, and the others received the news, they felt as if they were dreaming. It was hard for them to imagine that their master had become the new emperor of South China. However, Gu Fei still had a problem now, and that was the sorcerer tribe. Because the shaman emperor had come out of seclusion, the sorcerer tribe naturally wouldn't easily submit to Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei didn't care. He was just a passerby in this world. His purpose of becoming the new emperor of South China was to go to the most mysterious place in this world. In the South China royal capital, the magnificent imperial palace had changed its master. The imperial palace was already in a mess, but it quickly returned to peace because the sorcerer tribe had taken over the entire South China royal capital, which naturally included the imperial palace. The sorcerer tribe had already assembled an army in the South China royal capital, and they took over the South China royal capital. Although Gu Fei defeated the barbarian emperor, how could he take over the entire South China royal capital by himself? Even if he was a peerless powerhouse, he couldn't take over a city by himself. When the war between the emperors came to an end, Red-Browed Eagle King, Xiaoya and the others were leading Gu Fei's army directly to the South China royal capital. At this time, Gu Fei was standing at the highest point of the South China royal capital, at the top of the South China royal palace, overlooking the entire South China royal capital. The world thinks that I want to become the Lord of South China, but they don't know that my ambition is not here. Gu Fei sighed. Although the scene in front of him was very tempting, being high above and having supreme power, and countless people were obsessed with power, he was different. To Gu Fei, all of these were just fleeting clouds. Oh, then what is your ambition? Chapter 49-99. Gu Fei stood at the top of the imperial city and looked down at the whole city. In this world, all living beings were like ants. He saw the sorcerer tribe people seizing the properties that belonged to the barbarian emperor. He saw countless people rushing to the city gate and dragging their families out of the city. He even saw some people looting in the city. Some places were on fire. In the eyes of Gu Fei, all these were just fleeting clouds. He was not moved at all. My ambition is not here. Gu Fei sighed. Then what is your ambition? A voice suddenly sounded behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei turned around and saw a masked woman in white standing about 20 feet away from him, without him noticing. Who are you? Gu Fei was a little surprised. This woman actually came behind him, but he did not notice it. The other party's cultivation level must be higher than his. Of course, for Gu Fei, cultivation level did not mean anything. He was not an emperor yet, but his combat strength was enough to shock the world. One should know that he killed the barbarian emperor and became the new emperor of South China. Haven't you always wanted to see me? The masked woman in white said. Her voice was soft and gave people a feeling of a spring breeze. You are the sorcerer emperor. Gu Fei was surprised. He never thought that the sorcerer emperor, who was famous in the world 3,000 years ago, was actually a woman. It was just that she was masked, and he did not know whether she was ugly or beautiful. However, when one's cultivation level reached the sorcerer emperor level, it was just a matter of thought to become as beautiful as a fairy. Don't tell me you came to me to challenge me. Gu Fei looked at the masked woman in white and smiled. Not interested. The woman in white shook her head. Then why are you looking for me? Gu Fei asked curiously. Nothing. I just want to chat with you. The tone of the woman in white was still very soft and calm. What chat? Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it. So simple. Who would believe it? In any case, he didn't believe it. Not bad. The new emperor of Nanman. Nanman will respect you from now on. The witch emperor said. Don't. I don't care. Gu Fei shook his head. Although the southern barbarian sovereign was one of the 5 sovereigns, that was not what he wanted. He wanted to leave this void plane and return to eternal world. Here, he didn't have a single relative. Even if he became the emperor here, or even the realm lord of this world, what fun was there in that? His family and friends were not in this world, so Gu Fei was all alone here. I'm really curious what you want. The shaman emperor was very curious. Such a powerful existence actually didn't want anything? How was this possible? I just want to go to the empty beginning land to take a look. Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. When the shaman emperor heard this, she, who had always been very calm, was finally moved. The land of virtual beginning, the palace of origin, the witch emperor looked at Gu Fei in shock. Her eyes were extremely bright. Why, you know this place? When Gu Fei heard this, he hurriedly asked. Of course, back then, if it wasn't for the witch emperor's eyes dimmed. She seemed to have recalled some unhappy things. If you want to go to that place, you can look for me. Goodbye. After saying that, the witch emperor disappeared within the void, leaving no trace behind. Even Gu Fei could only see a silhouette disappearing before his eyes in an instant. So fast, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The witch emperor's speed was the fastest person he had seen since he entered the void plane. Intuition told Gu Fei that this witch emperor was very strong. No, I want to go there to look for you. Gu Fei suddenly came back to his senses and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The void plane was so big, it was difficult to find a person even if he was as strong as he was. The war between emperors had come to an end. However, the whole southern barbarian was still in turmoil. The calmness on the surface couldn't hide the uneasiness in the dark. The sorcerer tribe began to purge the old subordinates of the barbarian emperor. Everyone knew that this day would come, but no one thought that it would come so quickly. The peace in southern barbarian, which had just been peaceful for a few days, was broken by a sudden war. The army of the sorcerer tribe had actually clashed with Gu Fei's army, the army led by the red-browed Eagle King, and Xiaoyu was actually blocked by the army of the sorcerer tribe outside the city gate, not allowing them to enter the city. How could this be? The army under the command of the red-browed Eagle King immediately fought with the army of the sorcerer tribe. The army guarding the city was the army of Wu Ying, one of the 8 great shaman kings. Previously, he didn't think that Gu Fei would win. He made a bet with the heaven-battering king that if he lost, he would have to eat dirt. This guy was a man of his word. He actually really ate dirt. Wu Ying became the first shaman king in the history of the sorcerer tribe to eat dirt. This was a great humiliation. Therefore, when he saw the army under Gu Fei, Wu Ying was very unhappy. His attitude was naturally not good. It would be strange if there was no conflict between the two sides. The other armies of the sorcerer tribe heard the news and rushed over to join the battle. Therefore, the matter became more and more serious. In the end, it became a huge war. How could the 200,000 troops under the command of the red-browed Eagle King be a match for the army of the sorcerer tribe? Soon, they were defeated. They were chased by the army of the sorcerer tribe all the way to the mountains 100 miles away, leaving behind countless corpses. Even Xiaoyu was injured. Her left arm was slashed in the chaotic battle. When the war broke out, Gu Fei was not in the southern barbarian royal capital. Instead, he was in the West Sea. The old dragon emperor of the West Sea invited Gu Fei to the West Sea Dragon Palace as a guest. Gu Fei did not gain anything from the West Sea Dragon Palace. Instead, he gained a disciple. He had made a bet with Long Xiaozhou. Long Xiaozhou lost, so he wanted to be his disciple no matter what. This made him very helpless, and he could only accept this disciple. As for the people of the Lingtian Palace, when they saw that Gu Fei had killed the barbaric emperor, they were so scared that they did not dare to show their faces. Even the barbaric emperor was killed by this ruthless person, unless the palace master of the Lingtian Palace came personally. Who else could do anything to this ruthless person? At this time, on the Funyo Ridge 100 miles away from the southern barbarian royal capital, there was a gloomy atmosphere. Xiao Ye and the others had set up camp here, and at a glance, they were all exhausted and blood-stained soldiers. These soldiers were the elites of the barbarian Imperial City, Heavenly Eagle City, Black Fog City, and Thousand Beast City. However, compared to the army of the sorcerer tribe, the combat power of Xiao Ye and the others was not just a little bit weaker. Your Highness, suddenly Shan Kuei rushed up from the mountain. Your Highness, this is bad. The army of the sorcerer tribe has surrounded us. What should we do? Shan Kuei directly knelt in front of Xiao Ye, his voice trembling. What are you panicking for? Xiao Ye shouted. She looked down the mountain and saw flags fluttering in the wind. Countless soldiers of the sorcerer tribe had surrounded the entire mountain. The expressions of the surrounding red-browed Eagle King, Lunar Divine Fist Han Chong, Saber King Luo Lai, and One-Armed Sword King Qiu Qianjian changed drastically. The sorcerer tribe actually dares. Everyone was shocked and angry. This is too much. Chapter 5000. The army of the sorcerer tribe had caught up and surrounded the entire mountain. Was the sorcerer tribe trying to kill them all? Your Majesty, do you really want to destroy the red-browed Eagle King and the rest? At the foot of the mountain, in the main tent of a military camp, the Shaman King, Wu Ying, sat high up with many warriors in armor sitting on both sides. Each of the 8 Shaman Kings of the sorcerer tribe had their own troops and forces. Wu Ying's force was not the strongest among the 8 Shaman Kings. It was only above average. The Shaman King, who was stronger than Wu Ying, did not appear. We'll see, Wu Ying said indifferently, but a tall warrior who looked like a black iron tower wanted to say something, but stopped. No, but you just have to listen to my orders. Wu Ying waved his hand. Yes, Your Majesty. The warriors said in unison. At this time, in the palace hall of the Nanman royal capital, the Shaman Kings were not as relaxed as Wu Ying. The throne in the middle of the palace hall was empty. None of the 7 Shaman Kings dared to sit on it because it belonged to one person. However, that person did not appear. What is Wu Ying doing? He actually fought with Gu Fei's men. Doesn't he know the consequences? In the hall, sitting on the first seat to the left of the throne, was a white-haired, majestic-looking old man who was almost roaring. This old man was the great Shaman King, Wu Qianhe. Wu Qianhe was the most senior Shaman King among the 8 Shaman Kings. The other Shaman Kings had always followed his lead. When they saw Wu Qianhe suddenly fly into a rage, they could not help but be shocked. Yes, Gu Fei even killed the barbarian emperor. Shaman King Wu Liang said worriedly, "The consequences are serious. The consequences are very serious." A fat man who was half lying on a chair sighed. "Fatty Wu, don't be alarmist. Don't you understand Wu Ying's intentions? He is testing Gu Fei." Shaman King Wu Fong said. "Testing? It's not something that just anyone can test." Wu Qianhe sneered. "Yes, we have formed an alliance with him." Fatty Wu nodded. "There's no harm in testing Gu Fei. Wu Ying knows what he's doing and won't go overboard. The Witch King, Wu Qingshan, said. Gu Fei is incomparably domineering. The consequences of offending him are unpredictable. There were also shaman kings who held different opinions. No matter what, the matter of Wu Ying's roar coming out will be handled by him. I won't interfere. The great Witch King Wu Changhe stood up angrily and walked out. When the other shaman kings in the hall saw this, they did not dare to say anything. On the surface, the sorcerer tribe looked very united, but in reality, the sorcerer tribe was not united internally. The 8 great shaman kings were not of one mind. Among the 7 mage kings, there were people who supported Master Wu Ying. Clearly, the great mage king Wu Changhe did not support Master Wu Ying. Those who supported the Wu tribe to win were nothing more than to test Gu Fei. If Gu Fei did not make a move, then the Wu tribe would have the opportunity to unify the entire southern barbarians and become the master of the southern barbarians. After all, the sorcerer emperor of the sorcerer tribe had also come out of seclusion. However, this was risky. The great Witch King obviously did not want to take the risk because no one knew the consequences of testing Gu Fei. One had to know that Gu Fei had even killed the barbarian emperor. Would Gu Fei be afraid of the sorcerer tribe? What a joke! At this time, Xiao Ye, the red-browed eagle king, and the others who were trapped on the Crouching Bull Ridge were extremely anxious. They did not know if the sorcerer tribe would really attack them. Gu Fei did not appear either. Moreover, the sorcerer emperor had come out of seclusion. If the sorcerer emperor stalled Gu Fei, and the sorcerer tribe's army attacked, they would all be annihilated. Master, where did you go? On the Crouching Bull Ridge, Xiao Ye looked at the sky and could not calm down for a long time. The sorcerer tribe had really gone too far. The barbarian emperor was killed by her master. Without her master, the sorcerer tribe would not even be able to break into the southern barbarian imperial city. The sorcerer tribe did not do anything at all. It could be said that all of this was fought for by Gu Fei, but now the sorcerer tribe had actually betrayed the alliance and wanted to monopolize everything that originally belonged to Gu Fei. This was like stabbing Gu Fei in the back. Xiao Ye, the red-browed eagle king, and the others did not know where Gu Fei had gone. Gu Fei was invited away by the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor. That was a very sudden matter, and almost no one knew about it. At this time, Gu Fei had already left the West Sea and was rushing back to the southern barbarians. However, there was one more person by his side. This person was Long Xiaozhou. After Long Xiaozhou acknowledged Gu Fei as her master, she clung to Gu Fei and asked Gu Fei to teach her the Array Dao. How could Gu Fei have the time to teach her? He directly threw a book on the essentials of Array Dao for her to cultivate on her own. However, Long Xiaozhou, who obtained the essentials of Array Dao, pestered Gu Fei even more. Because these were all new things, some parts even conflicted with the Array Dao that she had learned, so she kept asking Gu Fei to explain it to her. Gu Fei was annoyed and slipped away. Who would have thought that this little girl was very clever? She knew that Gu Fei was going back to the southern barbarians and actually waited for Gu Fei on the path that Gu Fei had to pass through. Gu Fei was really speechless. A little girl who had been reborn and reincarnated was enough to annoy him. Now, there was another Long Xiaozhou. He really had a headache. However, Long Xiaozhou's talent was not bad and was worth cultivating. Otherwise, Gu Fei would not have agreed to accept the little princess of the dragon clan from the West Sea as a disciple. Master, what does this text mean? Master, how can I condense the array pattern in the void? Master, Gu Fei was really going crazy. They walked and stopped all the way. After dawdling for a long time, they still had not left the territory of the West Sea. At this time, at the foot of the Funyo Ridge, 100 miles away from the southern barbarian royal capital, in the military camp of the sorcerer tribe, Wu Yin began to call out the generals and the troops in the military camp began to gather. On the mountain ridge, Lilia and the others who saw this scene were shocked and angry. Looking at the formation of the sorcerer tribe army at the foot of the mountain, it was obvious that they were going to attack. Do they really dare? Even the red-browed Eagle King, who was used to seeing the world, was shocked by the formation of the sorcerer tribe army at the foot of the mountain. Those shaman kings were not so easy to deal with. The 8 shaman kings were all ambitious and ruthless heroes of their generation. The reason why the barbarian emperor did not harden his heart to kill the sorcerer tribe for 3,000 years was because the barbarian emperor was still alive, and the other reason was because of the 8 shaman kings. Especially the great shaman king. He was an old antique. 3,000 years ago, it was he who protected the barbarian emperor and retreated. Otherwise, the barbarian emperor would really be in danger. The great shaman king was able to compete with the barbarian emperor. Naturally, he was outstanding. They are courting death. Master is back. How can they still live? Saber King Luo Lai gritted his teeth and said, "At this time, a horn sounded at the foot of the mountain. Then the sorcerer tribe army at the foot of the mountain began to attack." Chapter 5001. Wu, a horn sounded in the army camp at the foot of the Funyo Ridge. Then the sorcerer tribe army rushed out of the camp and split into 5 groups, heading straight up the mountain. The sorcerer tribe army was imposing, and they were all infantrymen. Every infantryman held a spear in one hand and a shield in the other as they advanced up the mountain. "Wu Ying, what do you want?" At this moment, an angry roar sounded from the mountain. Then countless battle soldiers appeared on the mountain ridge. "Surrender or die," a voice rang out from the sorcerer tribe army camp. Wu Ying did not even show himself because he did not need to personally deal with the people on the mountain. To be more precise, the people on the mountain were not qualified for him to deal with them personally. What? Xiaoya's nose was crooked with anger. At this moment, Wu Ying's army had already reached the middle of the mountain. "How dare you kill them?" Xiaoya ordered, "Kill!" the red-browed Eagle King, and the rest of the army had already prepared their defenses. With Xiaoya's command, countless rocks rolled down from the mountain ridge. Humph! 5 sorcerer tribe warriors rushed out from the army. They waved their fists and blew up the stones that rolled down the mountain. These 5 sorcerer tribe warriors were extremely powerful. They were all god-king level beings. All the stones that rolled down the mountain were blocked by these 5 god-king level warriors. At the sight of this, the countless soldiers on the mountain panicked. Who would be able to stop a god-king level battle general? The 5 god-king level warriors pounced towards the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Behind them were countless sorcerer tribe warriors. "How dare you?" Xiaoya, red-browed Eagle King, and the rest were shocked and angry at the sight. If Gu Fei was here, Wu Ying would not dare to attack Xiaoya and the rest, even if he was 10 times more courageous. "You're dead." The 5 god-king level warriors were about to reach the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, Wu Ying's sorcerer tribe army was less than 300 feet away from the top of the mountain. The soldiers under Xiaoya were pushing rocks and logs down the mountain like crazy. They even pushed balls of fire down the mountain. But without exception, these attacks were all blocked by the 5 great divine kings. "Ha ha, you guys are the ones who are dead." Xiaoya, who was originally panicking, suddenly laughed out loud. When the 5 godly monarch level battle generals, who were about to reach the top of the ridge, heard this, they immediately had a bad feeling. At this moment, Lilia had already formed a hand seal. In the next moment, a powerful ripple of energy erupted, and numerous killing arrays appeared out of thin air, directly enveloping the countless shaman warriors that were charging towards them. When the 5 great divine king level battle generals saw this scene, They all turned pale with fright. Countless runes appeared in the air and turned into blades of light. They covered the sky and the earth as they slashed towards the shaman warriors who were enveloped in the killing formation. Soon, there was a flash of blood. Countless wizard tribe soldiers were struck by the light blades and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Buzz. The air rumbled, and more than 10 killing formations appeared on the mountain ridges, enveloping almost all the warriors of the wizard tribe. Roar. The 5 great god king level battle generals almost went crazy when they saw the figures of the witch clan's battle soldiers falling one after another. How is this possible? How did Lilia and the others manage to set up so many killing formations on the mountain? Who could set up more than a dozen killing arrays without anyone noticing? At this moment, countless wizard tribe soldiers were killed by the blades of light in the killing formations. In just a few seconds, the sorcerer tribe army had already suffered heavy losses. Even the 5 great divine king level battle generals were trapped in the killing formations and could not rush out for a while. Ha ha ha, this must be great. Lilia laughed out loud, red-browed Eagle King, and the others were surprised and delighted. In order to lure Wu Ying's army into the trap, they had put up a tough act. This unexpected move allowed Lilia and the others, who were at a disadvantage, to counterattack and kill Wu Ying's army. And these killing formations were actually formed from the array board that Gu Fei had left behind. The array board was really useful. As long as the array board was activated, the runes in the array board would rush out and a killing formation could be set up in an instant. This way, even Lilia and red-browed Eagle King, who did not understand formations, could use the array board to set up killing formations that could take lives. Hence, Wu Ying fell for the trap. Roar. A roar came from the army camp at the foot of the mountain. A figure rushed out from the army camp and charged up the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Wu Ying had no choice but to take action. Boom. Wu Ying punched one of the killing formations. A violent fist force erupted from his fist and violently smashed against the killing formation. Rumble. The entire killing formation shook violently, but it was not broken by Wu Ying's punch. Instead, many of the wizard tribe soldiers trapped in the killing formation were killed. In an instant, the mountain ridge was filled with murderous intent. Every killing formation was terrifying to the extreme, and they were all quickly reaping lives. Damn it! Wu Ying was almost driven mad. He attacked with all his might and threw out more than 10 punches in a row. Only then did he manage to destroy one of the killing formations. Wild energy exploded, and almost none of the sorcerer tribe soldiers in the killing formation were spared. Only a few survived. Seeing this, Wu Ying could not help but be shocked. He did not dare to break the formation anymore, because even if he did, most of the wizard tribe soldiers in the killing formation would be dead. What a powerful killing formation. Just then, a voice came from the sky. Wu Ying looked up and saw a figure walking over from the sky. Although it looked like he was taking a stroll, his speed was extremely fast. The person took a few steps and was already near. You are Ling Tian Palace, Ancestor Tian Hong? Wu Ying saw the appearance of the person and was instantly surprised and happy. Fellow Wu Ying, how have you been? The person smiled at Wu Ying. Brother Tian Hong, you came at the right time. Please help me break the formation. Wu Ying saw that his soldiers were falling in the killing formation and could not help but panic. All right. As Ancestor Tian Hong spoke, he waved his sleeves, and the next moment, array diagrams flew out from his sleeves. They grew rapidly and covered the entire sky. Terrifying, destructive divine light rushed out from the array diagrams and penetrated the killing formation below. Every ray of divine light landed on the eye of the killing formation. The power of the killing formation that Lilia and the rest did not set up was greatly reduced. The 5 godly king level generals took the opportunity to rush out of the killing formation. This guy's array doctrine cultivation is not bad. Chapter 5002. Ling Tian Palace's ancestor of array Dao, ancestor Tian Hong, was here. He was a god that was hard to invite. This caused Wu Ying, who was trapped in a predicament, to be overjoyed. One should know that ancestor Tian Hong was not as simple as an array grandmaster. He was a half-step emperor. Ancestor Tian Hong's combat power was much higher than Wu Ying's. If ancestor Tian Hong was not so obsessed with array Dao, he would have become an emperor a long time ago. At this moment, the entire mountain was enveloped by ancestor Tian Hong's array diagram. All the spiritual energy in the air gathered towards the array diagram. The array diagram gathered the power of heaven and earth and turned into a destructive divine light that descended from the sky. It crashed into the killing arrays below. Ancestor Tian Hong's array Dao cultivation was not bad. At least, that was what Gu Fei thought. High up in the clouds, Gu Fei had no intention of making a move. Your cheap master is quite capable. Gu Fei crossed his arms and said, "Master, are you angry?" Long Xiaozhou asked carefully, "Why would I be angry? Have you ever seen a dragon angry at an ant?" Gu Fei smiled and said, "Master, do you think the array Dao ancestor of Ling Tian Palace is an ant on the ground?" Long Xiaozhou was so shocked by Gu Fei's words that he almost fell from the sky. "Isn't that so?" Gu Fei shrugged and said disapprovingly. Long Xiaozhou was speechless. If the array Dao ancestor of Ling Tian Palace was an ant, wouldn't everyone in the void realm be an ant? Could it be that the master that he had just acknowledged was so powerful that he did not care about everyone in the world? Long Xiaozhou suddenly recalled the time when Gu Fei killed Man Huang and obtained the incomparably powerful battle armor from him. Could it be because of this? It seemed that master was very confident. "Since you have acknowledged me as your master, shouldn't you break off your relationship with your array Dao ancestor?" Gu Fei looked at Long Xiaozhou with a faint smile. This Long Xiaozhou was in a difficult position. Of course, she did not have a deep relationship with the array formation ancestor of the Ling Tian Palace. This was because she knew very well that the Ling Tian Palace did not accept Long Xiaozhou as a disciple with a simple motive. If Long Xiaozhou hadn't obtained a treasure like the geocentric yellow spring water, would the array formation ancestor of Ling Tian Palace have taken a liking to an outsider like her? Long Xiaozhou was a member of the West Sea Dragon clan, not a human. Moreover, although Long Xiaozhou had learned quite a number of array formations in the Towering Heaven Palace, she had never received the true inheritance of the array Dao secret techniques. This made Long Xiaozhou very unhappy, because the people of Ling Tian Palace obtained what they wanted, but Long Xiaozhou didn't get what she wanted. Long Xiaozhou felt that the people from Ling Tian Palace were being very unfair to him. "All right, I don't care what you want to do. However, my knowledge of arrays cannot be leaked," Gu Fei said very seriously to Long Xiaozhou. "Yes, master," Long Xiaozhou hurriedly said. At this moment, a deafening noise came from the Crouching Bull Ridge. Long Xiaozhou quickly looked and saw on the ridge in front of her, balls of divine light exploded and countless array inscriptions dissipated in the divine light. The killing arrays that trapped the Sorcerer Tribe army collapsed, and countless Sorcerer Tribe soldiers that were trapped in the killing arrays rushed out. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he was still calm as usual. Good Lord, on the Crouching Bull Ridge, Xiaoya saw this scene and couldn't help but be moved. The guy in the sky was so powerful that he could break her master's array formation. In Xiaoya's opinion, Master Gu Fei's array formation was absolutely unparalleled. This was because no one could break Gu Fei's killing array until today. Moreover, this was just an array board that Gu Fei casually refined. Ha, Brother Tianhong, I'm really impressed by your array Dao cultivation. When Wu Ying saw this scene, he couldn't help but be surprised and laughed out loud. What? That old man in the sky is Tianhong? When Xiaoya heard Wu Ying's words, she couldn't help but be shocked. As her cultivation continued to increase, Xiaoya's memories from her previous life were almost fully awakened. Ancestor Tianhong was the array Dao ancestor of the Ling Tian Palace. The Ling Tian Palace was a colossus that reigned above the five forces. The array Dao ancestor Tianhong was known as the number one in the void realm. His array Dao cultivation was unparalleled. Although Xiaoyu was very confident in her master Gu Fei, this guy was ancestor Tianhong. How could she be his opponent? Unless her master Gu Fei personally took action, she wouldn't be qualified to compete with this guy. Your Highness, what should we do? Red-browed Eagle King, one-armed sword King Qiu Qianjian, and the other godly kings looked at Xiaoyu in fear. If the array Dao ancestor of the Ling Tian Palace took action, wouldn't they be dead for sure? Ancestor Tianhong was the number one in the void realm. No wonder he could break their master's killing array. Master wasn't here, so how could they fight this guy? The godly kings on the mountain were in despair. What's there to be afraid of? So what if he's an array Dao ancestor? My master is the strongest. Xiaoyu said loudly. Little brat, you sure talk big. In that case, ask your master to come out and fight with me. Let's see who's stronger. An old voice came down from the sky. Ancestor Tianhong was standing on the array diagram with his hands behind his back. He was like a god looking down at an ant on the ground. Humph! If you're capable, come and break my killing array. As Xiaoyu spoke, she flipped her right hand and a formation board immediately appeared in her hand. In the next moment, the formation board flew up from her hand and floated high up in the sky. Buzz! With a deafening sound, countless runes rushed out of the formation plate and instantly covered the entire mountain. A shocking killing intent appeared between the heavens and earth. This when Ancestor Tianhong, who was standing on the array diagram, saw this scene. His eyes almost popped out. The other party had set up a killing array in an instant. Moreover, it wasn't that the little brat was powerful. The little brat had only taken out an array board. To an array Dao ancestor like Tianhong, array boards weren't rare items. However, it was the first time he had seen an array board that could set up a killing array in an instant. Even he couldn't refine such an array board. He had to rely on the array diagram to set up his own array. At this moment, Xiaoya activated the array board. The entire killing array enveloped the entire mountain, including Xiaoya and all the troops under her. Countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, causing the power of the killing array to multiply. Your Highness, so you still have a trump card. Red-browed Eagle King, Qiu Qianjian, and the rest were surprised and delighted. Chapter 5003. On the Crouching Bull Ridge, 100 miles away from the southern barbarian royal capital, Xiaoya, who was in a difficult situation, still had a trump card. She took out an array board, and in the blink of an eye, a killing array appeared on the ridge and enveloped the entire ridge. On the Crouching Bull Ridge, a murderous aura soared, and the weather changed. Ling Tian Palace's array formation ancestor, Tianhong, who thought that victory was in his grasp, was dumbfounded. Xiaoya's speed in setting up the array was faster than even him. Humph, these guys are really reckless. How dare they compete with Master in array formations? Bai Feng, the sixth disciple of Ancestor Tianhong, who was previously acting like a scoundrel, was disdainful when he saw this scene from a mountain far away. He had absolute confidence in his master ancestor Tian Hong. Ling Tian Palace's array formation ancestor, Tian Hong, was publicly recognized as the #1 array formation expert in the entire Void realm. No one in the entire Void realm could surpass him in terms of array formation cultivation. Ling Tian Palace had spent a lot of effort to invite ancestor Tian Hong. "Senior brother, do you think Master will win?" At this moment, a figure appeared on the mountain where Bai Feng was. "Little junior sister, you are here?" Bai Feng was overjoyed when he saw the person who suddenly appeared. It was Long Xiaozhou. Bai Feng did not know that Long Xiaozhou had become the disciple of Gu Fei. "Master is here personally. How can I not come?" Long Xiaozhou smiled. "Little junior sister, you know Master's ability. How can that little guy, Gu Fei, be a match for Master?" Bai Feng said proudly. Then we shall watch Master show off his invincible might here." Long Xiaozhou looked at Bai Feng, the fool, and sneered in her heart. How dare he go against Ling Tian Palace? Isn't he courting death? Bai Feng looked at the crouching bull ridge and sneered. "Senior brother is right," Long Xiaozhou replied casually. At this moment, ancestor Tian Hong had already made his move. The array diagram in the sky pressed down from the sky, and a terrifying array formation power descended from the sky and obliterated the killing array below. Rumble, the formation diagram suppressed the killing formation. The two forces clashed together, causing the entire sky to tremble. Countless formation runes clashed, intertwined, destroyed, and reformed. Gu Fei's most elite army of 200,000 was stationed on the crouching bull ridge. Of course, a portion of Gu Fei's 200,000 strong army had been lost in the battle against the sorcerer tribe. Now, Gu Fei's army was less than 200,000 strong. "Ha! You want to break the array? Dream on." Xiaoya laughed heartily. Patriarch Tian Hong's array diagram was emitting waves of energy that were getting stronger and stronger, causing the killing array at the top of the mountain to shake continuously. However, Little Ya's killing array blocked Patriarch Tian Hong's array diagram that descended from the sky. "Humph! If you dare to look down on me, I guarantee that you will die miserably." As Patriarch Tian Hong stepped on the array diagram, the power of the array diagram was triggered by him. An unimaginably powerful pressure erupted from the array diagram. Everyone in the vicinity felt the immense pressure. Even Xiaoya, red-browed Eagle King, and the rest felt their souls trembling. Under such pressure, they were as weak as ants. "Old man, you can talk after you break the array." Xiaoya pointed her middle finger at Patriarch Tian Hong, who was in the sky. At this moment, the countless people who were protected by the killing array on the top of the mountain could not remain calm. Even red-browed Eagle King, Qiu Qianjian, and the rest were shocked by the scene in front of them. Was this the power of an expert in the array doctrine? It was too terrifying and heaven-defying. High up in the sky, Gu Fei was still calm when he saw the scene. If Patriarch Tian Hong only had this little ability, he would not be able to break his array. However, it was obvious that the array doctrine patriarch of the Ling Tian Palace had not given his all. It was not without reason that he was known as the #1 expert in the Void realm. Humph! At this moment, Patriarch Tian Hong sneered. The next moment, the second array diagram pressed down from the sky, and the power of Patriarch Tian Hong's array multiplied. Rumble, the top of the mountain that was enveloped by Gu Fei's killing array, was shaking. Cracks appeared on the entire mountain as though it could collapse at any time. Everyone at the top of the ridge was half dead. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. Even Xiaoya was nervous at this time. However, even so, Gu Fei's killing array still enveloped the top of the mountain. No matter how powerful Patriarch Tian Hong's array diagram was, it could not erase the array patterns of the killing array. Wind, rise! Patriarch Tian Hong activated the magic power of the array diagram. The next moment, invisible gales appeared around the top of the mountain and continuously weakened the power of the killing array. However, it was of no use. Fire movement! Patriarch Tian Hong shouted. The next moment, towering divine fire surged from the array diagram and enveloped the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Xiaoya and the rest were shocked. Was Patriarch Tian Hong going to roast them? The divine fire swept over, and Gu Fei's killing array let out a loud hum. The next moment, a ball of divine light appeared in the void and enveloped the top of the mountain. The light shield that Xiaoya cast out from the killing array blocked the towering divine fire. However, the heat still penetrated through the light shield, and the top of the mountain was like a steamer that was stuffy and stuffy. Even if I can't break this killing array, I can still refine all of you to death. Patriarch Tian Hong sneered. Xiaoya and the rest were speechless. Patriarch Tian Hong's move was too ruthless. Even they could feel the heat wave assaulting their bodies and were drenched in sweat. The rest were even worse off. Even if Xiaoya and the rest had high cultivation and could hold on, what about the hundreds of thousands of troops under them? The hundreds of thousands of people would not be able to hold on and would be cooked alive. In that case, the troops that Gu Fei had painstakingly built would be wiped out. Gu Fei's men are doomed. Wu Ying, who was watching the battle from afar, laughed. The development of the situation had exceeded his expectations. Even he did not expect the array formation ancestor of Ling Tian Palace to take action personally. In that case, even if Gu Fei came back and wanted to settle scores with someone, he would only look for Ling Tian Palace. This was because Wu Ying had nothing to do with it now. Wu Ying could also extricate himself from this incident. At the thought of this, Wu Ying could not help but laugh. Although Gu Fei was powerful, no matter how powerful he was, could he compete with Ling Tian Palace? That was Ling Tian Palace. Ling Tian Palace had dominated the Void Realm for countless years, and no force had ever been able to shake them. If Gu Fei were to go against Ling Tian Palace, there would only be one outcome, and that was his own destruction. Chapter 5004. Southern Man, one of the 5 main regions of the Void Realm, was in an uproar. Even Ling Tian Palace made a move. All of this was beyond everyone's medical knowledge. It should be known that Ling Tian Palace was an existence that stood above the 5 factions. This inheritance had an extremely high status in the Void Realm. Even the 5 royal lords were suppressed by Ling Tian Palace to the point where they could not even lift their heads. Ling Tian Palace even required the 5 overlords to pay tribute on time and use the resources of the 5 regions to nurture their disciples. Over the years, the Ling Tian Palace had produced many experts. However, there was no reason for it to be destroyed. The Ling Tian Palace had used the resources of the 5 regions of the Mirage Realm to nurture its disciples. If it could not nurture any experts, then the Ling Tian Palace would have fallen long ago. Gu Fei was strong. Since his debut, he had been domineering. No one was a match for him. Even Barbarian Emperor was killed by him. However, even so, no one thought that Gu Fei could fight against Ling Tian Palace. Ling Tian Palace was too strong. The sorcerer tribe wanted to use Wu Ying to test Gu Fei. Who would have thought that the array formation ancestor of Ling Tian Palace would suddenly appear? This way, Wu Ying could retreat. This was definitely a good thing for the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe was happy to see Ling Tian Palace and Gu Fei fight. At this moment, on the crouching Bull Ridge, the entire sky was burning red. Everyone was shocked by this scene. How could Gu Fei's subordinates, who were trapped on the ridge by the monstrous fire, survive? They are dead. Wu Ying's subordinates were surprised and happy to see this scene. At this moment, the 19 feudal vassals of southern man, the sorcerer tribe, the remnants of barbarian emperor, the forces outside of southern man, and all the experts in the void realm were watching this battle. Everyone was curious. If Gu Fei returned, would he admit defeat or fight against Ling Tian Palace? That was Ling Tian Palace. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Fei had already returned long ago, and he had witnessed the entire battle. Moreover, no one would have guessed that Gu Fei did not care about Ling Tian Palace at all. The so-called array Dao ancestor was merely an ant in his eyes. At this moment, Xiaoya and the rest were in danger on the top of the crouching bull ridge. Although Tian Hong's blazing fire array could not break through Gu Fei's killing array, the heat could still penetrate it. The entire ridge was like a huge steamer basket. Although Xiaoya and the others could still hold on, as time passed, all of them would be like steamed meat, directly steamed. This is the consequence of daring to look down on this sovereign. Ancestor Tian Hong sneered. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. He had no intention of letting Lilia and the rest go. Wu Ying and the rest could not help but change their expressions upon hearing this. Everyone knew that the Array Dao ancestor of Ling Tian Palace was punishing the chicken to warn the monkey. That old fellow is going to be out of luck. On a distant mountain ridge, Long Xiaozhou sneered. What? Bai Feng, who was beside Long Xiaozhou, was both shocked and furious when he heard this. You dare to call master an old man? Bai Feng looked at Long Xiaozhou as though he was looking at a monster. From today onwards, that old fellow is no longer my master. Long Xiaozhou clenched her teeth. Ancestor Tian Hong was a sanctimonious person. The reason why he took Long Xiaozhou in as a disciple was because he wanted Long Xiaozhou's geocentric netherworld water. When he thought about how the geocentric netherworld water that he risked his life to obtain was forcefully taken away by Ancestor Tian Hong, he was so angry that his teeth itched. You are disgraceful. Are you trying to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? Bai Feng pointed at Long Xiaozhou and shouted, You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Long Xiaozhou was extremely shrewd. She would not admit to deceiving her master and destroying her ancestors. I am going to clean up the sect for master. As Bai Feng spoke, he attacked Long Xiaozhou. This was a rare opportunity to obtain the geocentric netherworld water. If he captured Long Xiaozhou, everything on her would be his spoils of war. He extended his right hand and grabbed at Long Xiaozhou. Although Bai Feng cultivated Array Dao, it did not mean that his combat power was weak. His right hand was like a venomous snake, grabbing at Long Xiaozhou's throat with lightning speed. Capturing Long Xiaozhou would definitely be a great achievement. However, Long Xiaozhou's movement technique was even faster than his. She moved her legs and immediately dodged Bai Feng's right hand. Then she punched at Bai Feng's head. Bai Feng was shocked when he saw that. This junior sister's cultivation seemed to have improved a lot. Two figures moved quickly on the mountain ridge and started fighting. How is this possible? Bai Feng became more and more shocked as he fought. Boom! At that moment, a loud bang came from the direction of the crouching bull ridge. The next moment, the towering fire at the top of the ridge disappeared as though it had never appeared. Then, everyone saw a figure standing in the sky above the ridge with his hands behind his back. He was looking at Ancestor Tian Hong coldly. The array diagram under Ancestor Tian Hong's feet was dim as though it could dissipate into the void at any time. Who are you? How dare you break my array formation? Ancestor Tian Hong stared at the young man in black in shock and anger. If looks could kill, the young man in black would have died many times over. It's him. He's back. Wu Ying, who was watching the battle nearby, was shocked when he saw the young man in black. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? Gu Fei's return shocked everyone who knew about Gu Fei. However, many people were excited. Gu Fei actually dared to go against the Array Dao ancestor of Ling Tian Palace. The show would definitely be exciting. Master, Master, on the top of the Crouching Bull Ridge, Xiaoya red-browed Eagle King, and the others were shocked when they saw Gu Fei. He's Gu Fei. Someone shouted. What? You're Gu Fei? Ancestor Tian Hong was shocked. This person was able to break his array formation and save the people on the ridge. He must be quite capable. As the saying went, an expert would know once he made a move. Ancestor Tian Hong did not dare to look down on Gu Fei. How dare you attack my people? You must be tired of living. Gu Fei looked at Ancestor Tian Hong coldly. What did you say? Ancestor Tian Hong was enraged. Are you deaf? I said, you must be tired of living. Gu Fei shouted at Ancestor Tian Hong. His voice reverberated in the mountains. Kid, you're courting death. Ancestor Tian Hong roared and attacked. Countless array diagrams appeared in the void like a giant net and enveloped Gu Fei. Master, be careful. Master, be careful. Xiaoya red-browed Eagle King, and the others were shocked when they saw Ancestor Tian Hong's attack. Just an ant. Chapter 5005. Gu Fei finally made his move. At this point, he had no choice but to make a move. He couldn't just watch as Xiaoya red-browed Eagle King, and the rest were refined to death by Ancestor Tian Hong. When Wu Ying and the rest saw Gu Fei appear, they were shocked. This guy finally appeared. However, even though Gu Fei was amazing and even killed Barbarian Emperor, no one thought highly of him. After all, Gu Fei was going up against Ling Tian Palace. Ling Tian Palace was an existence that was above the 5 emperors. Although Ling Tian Palace wasn't the overlord, it was the true ruler of the Void Realm. How could Gu Fei have any chance of winning against such an existence? The people from the sorcerer tribe were gloating and couldn't wait for Gu Fei to be killed by the people from Ling Tian Palace. However, the combat power that Gu Fei displayed shocked everyone to the extreme. The array formation ancestor of Ling Tian Palace was actually suppressed by him. Gu Fei's sleeves fluttered, and Ancestor Tian Hong's array diagram was casually dispersed by him. Countless array patterns dissipated in the void. What? Patriarch Tian Hong was shocked and furious when he saw that. Every attack from the other party was aimed at the flaws of his array diagram, causing it to shatter immediately. How could he see through the flaws in his array diagram? Ancestor Tian Hong was in disbelief. His array diagram wasn't flawless and had flaws. In fact, all the array formations in the world had flaws. Ancestor Tian Hong knew his limitations. With his array formation skills, it was impossible for him to set up a flawless array formation. In fact, even Gu Fei couldn't set up a flawless array formation. However, he could hide the flaws of the array formation. In Gu Fei's eyes, Ancestor Tian Hong's array formation was full of flaws. This was the difference between the two of them in terms of array Dao. Is that all you've got? Gu Fei stood in the air, and countless array patterns dissipated around him. What? Ancestor Tian Hong was so infuriated by Gu Fei that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This fellow was too arrogant. He actually dared to look down on him. He was the #1 expert in the Tao of arrays in the Void Realm. When had he ever been looked down upon by a little fella? All right, today I will show you what an array Tao is. As Gu Fei spoke, he spread his hands before him, and 5 formation discs immediately appeared before him. Each disc was extremely exquisite and shrouded in a ball of spiritual light. Furthermore, every array disc represented a powerful force. 5 elements. Ancestor Tian Hong's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. This guy could actually set up the 5 elements formation. How is this possible? Ancestor Tianhong was really shocked. This Gu Fei could actually control the power of the 5 elements at the same time. This kind of array Dao cultivation was really terrifying. To control the power of the 5 elements at the same time, a moment of carelessness could lead to the collapse of the array Dao and death. Just as Ancestor Tianhong was in shock, Gu Fei had already made his move. With a wave of his right hand, the 5 array discs that were floating in front of him immediately soared into the sky and suppressed Ancestor Tianhong in 5 directions. Ancestor Tianhong's expression changed when he saw this. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky and tried to escape. "Array, rise!" Gu Fei shouted. The next moment, the 5 array discs that were suppressing the 5 directions suddenly exploded with dazzling divine light. The power of the 5 elements exploded and turned into a layer of 5-colored divine light that enveloped the entire void. Bam! Ancestor Tianhong, who soared into the sky, collided with the 5 elements' light shield. He became dizzy from the impact and fell from the sky. "All right, if you can come out within 3 days, I will consider it my loss." Gu Fei was very confident. Seeing this scene, countless people who were watching the battle were inexplicably shocked. Ancestor Tianhong would never surrender obediently. However, no matter how hard he tried to attack the 5 elements array, he couldn't get out. He was suddenly trapped in the 5 elements array. This Gu Fei, Wuing was shocked and angry. Gu Fei's array Dao cultivation was far above Ancestor Tianhong. How was this possible? Ancestor Tianhong was the array Dao ancestor of Ling Tian Palace. The 19 feudal vassal kings were also dumbfounded by Gu Fei. No one would have thought that the array Dao ancestor of Ling Tian Palace would actually be trapped by Gu Fei's array Dao. This was too ironic. After Gu Fei trapped Ancestor Tianhong, he didn't care about him anymore. Master! At this moment, Xiaoya, Red-Browed Eagle King, and the rest had already rushed over. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, they would have been refined to death by Ancestor Tianhong. "All right, bring your army and take over Southman capital. Let's see who dares to stop us." Gu Fei's voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by everyone present. This made Wu Ying extremely shocked. That day, he was the one who stopped Xiaoya and the rest from entering Southman capital. At that time, Gu Fei wasn't around. But now it was different. Gu Fei had already announced that whoever dared to stop Xiaoya and the rest would face serious consequences. The 19 feudal vassal kings of Southman were watching the show. They wanted to see how the sorcerer tribe would react. Would they admit defeat or go against Gu Fei? Gu Fei easily defeated the array Dao ancestor of Ling Tian Palace. He didn't even care about the people from Ling Tian Palace. Would he be afraid of the sorcerer tribe? At this moment, the other shaman kings were also shocked. "Yes, master. Yes, master." Xiaoya, Red-Browed Eagle King, and the rest quickly accepted the order. Without further ado, Xiaoya, Red-Browed Eagle King, and the rest immediately began to reorganize the army. Then, they led the army down Crouching Bull Ridge and headed straight for Southman capital. This scene, the shaman kings present couldn't remain calm, especially Wu Ying. "Fellow Gu, the Southman capital has been taken over by the sorcerer tribe. You don't have to worry about it." Wu Ying stood up and said. When the surrounding spectators saw this, they couldn't help but give Wu Ying a thumbs up. This guy had guts. He actually dared to say such words in front of Gu Fei. You still dare to speak out? When Gu Fei saw that it was Wu Ying, he was instantly enraged. It was this guy who chased Xiaoya and the rest to Crouching Bull Ridge. If he hadn't returned in time, Xiaoya and the rest would have been refined to death by Ancestor Tianhong. Fellow Gu, what do you mean by this? Wu Ying was shocked and angry. "Come here." Gu Fei's right hand grabbed at Wu Ying, who was in the distance. Wu Ying immediately felt his body tighten. Then, he flew towards Gu Fei involuntarily. What? Wu Ying was really shocked. He tried his best to activate his mystic art, trying to break free from the engulfing power that enveloped him. However, it was all in vain. Gu Fei grabbed the throat of Wu Ying, who was flying towards him, and lifted him up. In front of Gu Fei, Wu Ying, one of the 8 great shaman kings of the sorcerer tribe, was as weak as a chick. Chapter 5006. On the crouching bull ridge, Gu Fei casually cast a 5 elements array and trapped the arrogant array formation ancestor, Tian Hong. Gu Fei's move stunned everyone present. One should know that ancestor Tian Hong was the array formation ancestor of the Ling Tian Palace. Ancestor Tian Hong was known as the number 1 person in the Void Realm. This was not an undeserved reputation. Ancestor Tian Hong really had the ability to do so. However, today, Gu Fei completely defeated ancestor Tian Hong in terms of array formation. How could everyone who witnessed this scene not be shocked? Haha, Master is awesome. At this moment, Long Xiaozhou, who was chasing after Bai Feng, laughed. Bai Feng was very cunning. When he saw that the situation wasn't good, he immediately ignored his master, ancestor Tian Hong, and fled by himself. However, he was targeted by Long Xiaozhou. Bai Feng was also very despicable. He also had his eyes on her geocentric netherworld water. He had dug many traps for her to jump into. How could she let him go? You deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors. Bai Feng was shocked and angry. He ran forward without looking back. If Gu Fei attacked him, he would be finished. Ha! You don't treat me as a disciple or junior sister. You only covet my geocentric netherworld water. Long Xiaozhou sneered. Both of them were very fast. Soon, they were more than 100 miles away. At this moment, Gu Fei grabbed Wu Ying from afar. He grabbed Wu Ying's neck and lifted him up. Gu Fei, what are you doing? Wu Ying was shocked and angry. Even the other shaman kings were inexplicably shocked. They had never imagined that Gu Fei would suddenly attack Wu Ying. And Wu Ying, a dignified shaman king, was completely powerless against Gu Fei. That was a shaman king, a powerful existence, half a step into the martial emperor realm. Such a powerful existence was as weak as an ant in front of Gu Fei. Ha! Don't you know what I'm doing? Gu Fei laughed. What did you say? My sorcerer tribe has formed an alliance with you. Do you want to tear up the alliance and become the laughingstock of the world by attacking your ally? Wu Ying said loudly. You also know that I'm an ally of the wizard tribe. Gu Fei tightened his grip on Wu Ying's neck. Wu Ying's breathing quickened, and he almost couldn't breathe. Gu Fei, what do you mean by that? Wu Ying felt that something was wrong. What do you think? Gu Fei sneered. Wu Ying sensed a murderous aura from Gu Fei, which scared him so much that he almost peed his pants. This Gu Fei was a killing god. He even dared to kill the barbarian emperor. Moreover, even the Ling Tian Palace's old ancestor Tian Hong was trapped by him. This fella was simply a killer who feared nothing. Gu Fei, have mercy. Wu Fong was here. If he did not show up, Wu Ying would be done for. Hee, you want me to have mercy? This fella forced my people into a dead end. If I didn't come back in time, wouldn't my people have been wiped out? Gu Fei said angrily. Wu Fong heard this and didn't know what to say for a moment. Wu Ying was in the wrong in this matter, but he didn't deserve to die. Kacha! Just as Wu Fong was hesitating and didn't know what to say, Gu Fei exerted force with his right hand and broke Wu Ying's neck. Wu Ying, the shaman king of a generation, didn't expect that Gu Fei would actually dare to kill him. He was a shaman king who was second only to one. He didn't even care about the great shaman king, let alone the other shaman kings. Wu Fong was dumbfounded. This Gu Fei actually killed Wu Ying. What should he do? The others who saw this scene were also dumbfounded. This Gu Fei really dared to do it. That was a shaman king of the sorcerer tribe. He even dared to kill a shaman king. I heard that the shaman emperor has come out of seclusion. Ha! There will be another exciting show soon. Some people wished for the world to be in chaos. The 19 southern barbarian feudal lords were also shocked by Gu Fei's means. Gu Fei didn't care who these guys were. As long as they dared to lay their hands on his people, he would kill them even if they were the emperor. In fact, Gu Fei was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Killing Wu Ying could intimidate everyone and make them not dare to act rashly. Humph! Gu Fei threw Wu Ying's body aside and then rushed into the sky towards the southern barbarian royal capital. A powerful aura exploded and instantly enveloped the entire southern barbarian royal capital. At this time, Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King were still on their way with the army. People of the sorcerer tribe, get out of the southern barbarian royal capital. Gu Fei roared. His voice instantly spread throughout the entire southern barbarian royal capital, causing the ears of everyone in the city to buzz. When the people of the sorcerer tribe in the southern barbarian royal capital heard this, they were shocked and angry. There was actually someone who dared to tell them to get out of the southern barbarian royal capital. Did this guy eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall? Who are you? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? A figure rushed out of the southern barbarian royal palace. Bam! Gu Fei didn't even bother to speak. He directly punched this guy into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, his body and soul were destroyed, and he died. The people in the city who saw this scene were stunned. Isn't that the expert of the sorcerer tribe, Wu Wu? He was actually killed by a punch, just like that. Someone recognized the origin of the person who rushed out of the royal palace and couldn't help but exclaim. However, this scene happened too quickly. Wu Wu Wu. Isn't that the expert who is the strongest under the 8 kings? Who dares to kill him? Many people were shocked to the extreme. This Wu 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 was the strongest under the 8 kings. In the sorcerer tribe, he had a high position and power. However, in front of Gu Fei, this guy was just a fart. I won't say it for the 3rd time. All the sorcerer tribesmen in the southern barbarian royal capital, get out of the royal capital. Gu Fei's voice once again spread throughout the royal capital. Countless people of the sorcerer tribe in the city didn't know what was going on and were all stunned. Gu Fei, don't go too far. At this time, an old voice came from the southern barbarian royal palace. I'm going too far? Gu Fei smiled. Well, how about we each take a step back? The voice came from the royal palace again. How do we retreat? How do we retreat? Gu Fei said expressionlessly. Wu Ying brought this upon himself and deserved to die. However, he is, after all, one of the 8 kings of the sorcerer tribe. Since you have already killed him, how about we write off the grievances between us? The old voice said, It's impossible to write it off, unless you sorcerer tribe get out of the southern barbarian royal capital now. Gu Fei said sternly. The old man in the royal palace was stunned when he heard this. He wanted them to give up the southern barbarian royal capital. How was this possible? Chapter 5007. People of the sorcerer tribe, get out of the southern man's royal capital. Gu Fei's voice instantly spread throughout the entire southern man's capital. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. His voice was incomparably loud, like a clap of thunder exploding in the ears of countless people, causing their ears to buzz. The ordinary people were still fine, but the experts in the city were not so good. The voice that Gu Fei made contained the killing technique of sound, causing their blood to boil. This Gu Fei, in the city, in the palace of the sorcerer tribe, the heaven witch priest was sitting on the throne. She naturally heard Gu Fei's voice, and was equally shocked. However, What shocked her even more was the news that she had just received. Wu Ying was actually dead. Furthermore, his neck had been broken by Gu Fei with a single grip. This matter really shocked the heaven witch priest Wu Lingxue. One should know that the person Gu Fei killed was not an ordinary person, but one of the 8 great witch kings of the sorcerer tribe. The 8 great witch kings of the sorcerer tribe had a very high prestige in the sorcerer tribe. Their status was second only to the sorcerer king, and even the saintess of the sorcerer tribe had to lower her head to them, especially Wu Ying. He was the warmonger among the 8 great witch kings of the sorcerer tribe. He had always advocated being tough with the barbarian king, and never compromised with the barbarian king. The barbarian king did not touch Wu Ying for the sake of the overall situation, but Gu Fei was different. He had no scruples, and this was what Wu Ying could not see through. The barbarian king could tolerate him, but Gu Fei did not. If you dare to provoke me, I will kill you with one slap. This was Gu Fei. Many people in the sorcerer tribe were still unclear of the situation. They thought that by allying with Gu Fei, they could test Gu Fei at will. However, they did not know that if they crossed Gu Fei's bottom line, there would be such serious consequences. Now, only 7 of the 8 great witch kings of the sorcerer tribe were left. Wu Yi, the number 1 person below the witch king, was also smashed into pieces by Gu Fei. The sorcerer tribe did not suffer such a huge loss when they attacked the southern man's royal capital previously. This madman, in the main hall of the imperial palace of the southern man royal capital, the other Magus kings were both shocked and furious. What? Still not getting the hell out of the imperial capital? Could it be that you want me to personally invite you out? Gu Fei's tone turned cold, and a shocking killing intent appeared in the world. The temperature of the entire world seemed to have dropped in an instant. Especially the experts in the city. They were even more frightened. The distance between Crouching Bull Ridge and Nanman Royal Capital was not far. The news that Wu Ying had died at the hands of Gu Fei had already spread throughout Nanman Royal Capital. Instantly, the entire city was shaken and countless sorcerer tribesmen were terrified. But without the orders from above, no one dared to act rashly, and no one dared to escape the southern man imperial capital. Sigh. Faced with Gu Fei's forcefulness, even the great mage king could not help but sigh. Retreat. In the main hall of the imperial palace, the great witch king sighed with a desolate expression. The great witch king was very clear that once a person like Gu Fei had the intention to kill, and they did not do as Gu Fei said, then Gu Fei would definitely kill them. This was unquestionable because he had even killed Wu Ying. How could he show mercy to them? Wu Ying's death was his own doing. He insisted on testing Gu Fei. But now, if they did not retreat from the southern man royal capital, then all of them would have to die. The sorcerer tribesmen originally had a good hand of cards in their hands, but they ended up in such a state. There was no one else like this. If they did not seek death, they would die. Retreat? Boss, what did you say? Yes, such a big imperial capital. Just because of a sentence from Gu Fei, we have to give it up? The other Magus kings present were filled with hatred. Yes, the barbarian emperor was killed by Gu Fei, but with Gu Fei's power, it was unrealistic for him to take over the imperial capital. Only the sorcerer tribesmen had the power to take over the entire imperial capital and not let the imperial capital fall into chaos. Once the sorcerer tribesmen withdrew, the imperial capital was likely to be in chaos. And now, Gu Fei's army was rushing towards the southern Man royal capital. Even if the 19 feudal vassals of southern Man were nearby, none of the feudal vassals dared to attack Xiaoya and the others. Wu Ying was an example. Gu Fei killed him, without batting an eye. Who dared to provoke Gu Fei? Tired of living, even the sorcerer emperor did not appear. And at this time, in a tribe 300 miles away from the southern Man royal capital, Long Xiaozhou successfully intercepted Bai Feng. Junior sister, we are brothers and sisters after all. Can't you let me go? Bai Feng had to beg for mercy. With the appearance of Long Xiaozhou and Bai Feng, the tribe was suddenly in chaos. Countless soldiers in animal skins rushed out from all over the tribe and surrounded Long Xiaozhou and Bai Feng. The current situation of Southern Man was not very good. Previously, after the war with the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan and the West Sea Dragon Clan, most of the soldiers in this tribe had been transferred away. The remaining soldiers were all old, weak, and disabled. They did not have much combat power at all. If you want to live, stay far away from me. Long Xiaozhou roared at the tribal soldiers who surrounded them. Her roar, however, was like a sudden clap of thunder, which directly stunned those tribal warriors who had surrounded her. Retreat! An old man walked out of the tribe and ordered. The surrounding soldiers immediately retreated far away. No one present was qualified to intervene in this kind of battle between experts. Their tribe was not a big tribe, so they could only retreat. The battle between these two had nothing to do with them. Staying out of it was the best choice. You want me to let you go? Give me a reason. Long Xiaozhou said to Bai Feng, I can give you everything I have. How about it? Bai Feng hurriedly said, Tisk, have you forgotten who I am? In my eyes, your entire fortune is not even worth mentioning. Long Xiaozhou said disdainfully. She was the youngest daughter of the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor. What did she not have? Little junior sister, you're underestimating your senior brother. Bai Feng sneered. Who is your junior sister? Long Xiaozhou said, angrily, Little junior sister, can this thing exchange for my life? Bai Feng did not care whether Long Xiaozhou was angry or not. He directly flipped his right hand, and a fist-sized red thing appeared in his hand. This is scarlet fire pure gold. Long Xiaozhou immediately exclaimed when she saw the thing in Bai Feng's hand. How about it? A divine weapon refined with this scarlet fire pure gold is the top divine weapon in the Void Realm. This thing can exchange for my life. Bai Feng smiled proudly. I want this thing, then hand over your interspatial ring and scram. Long Xiaozhou said coldly, What, you want my interspatial ring? Bai Feng immediately looked unhappy. Junior sister, it's not good to be too greedy. Bai Feng gritted his teeth and said, Cut the crap. Leave these two things and scram. Otherwise, I will change my mind. Long Xiaozhou said as she flipped her right hand, and an array board with 5 elements essence chi appeared in her hand. A powerful wave of energy fluctuated from the array board. This. Chapter 5008. Although Long Xiaozhou had only followed Gu Fei for a short period of time, her talent in array formation was really good. Otherwise, Gu Fei would not have accepted her as a disciple. This 5 elements array board was an array board that Long Xiaozhou refined herself under Gu Fei's guidance. The array formation of the array board was the 5 elements killing array. As soon as Long Xiaozhou took out this array board, Bai Feng immediately felt the murderous aura from it. If this array board was activated by Long Xiaozhou, he, Bai Feng, would be out of luck. Therefore, as the 6th disciple of the array formation ancestor of the Ling Tian Palace, he had no choice but to admit defeat. You win. Bai Feng threw away the scarlet fire pure gold and his interspatial ring before running away dejectedly. The people in this tribe were worried that the 2 of them would destroy the houses in the tribe if they fought. Who would have thought that the 2 of them did not fight? For this tribe, the fact that Long Xiaozhou and Bai Feng did not fight was definitely something worth rejoicing over. Long Xiaozhou did not care about the small Bai Feng. She kept the pure red fire gold, and Bai Feng's storage ring, turned around and rushed to the Southern Man royal capital. Currently, Countless people of the Sorcerer clan were packing up their valuables and preparing to leave the Southern Man royal capital. It had to be said that the Sorcerer clan came in high spirits, but returned in disappointment. Not only did they not get anything, but a Sorcerer King was also killed. The Sorcerer King, who was supposed to appear, did not show up in the end. This caused the major forces to speculate why the Sorcerer King did not appear, why the Sorcerer King did not stand up for the Sorcerer clan, and let the Sorcerer clan be bullied by Gu Fei. The entire Sorcerer tribe had lost all face because they had been forced by Gu Fei's threat, and had no choice but to withdraw from the Southern Man royal capital, which was already in their hands. Soon, Gu Fei's army arrived at the Southern Man royal capital. It was impossible for an army of less than 200,000 to completely control the entire Southern Man royal capital. However, soon, someone came to seek refuge with Gu Fei. No one would have thought that the first person to seek refuge with Gu Fei would actually be the fierce Tiger King, who had been beaten half to death by Gu Fei. And this fierce Tiger King was previously a loyal follower of the barbarian sovereign. But now, he had actually sided with Gu Fei. This caused everyone's jaws to almost drop to the ground. Fierce Tiger King brought over 100,000 troops into the Southern Man imperial capital because of the submission of the fierce Tiger King. This allowed Gu Fei to quickly control the situation in the Southern Man imperial capital. Then there was the North Vanquishing King, one of the 19 vassal kings. He also brought his army to pledge allegiance to Gu Fei. As a result, Gu Fei's power increased greatly. Those who wanted to see Gu Fei make a fool of himself were all dumbfounded. With the support of the two vassal kings, Gu Fei finally gained a foothold in the southern barbarian royal capital. However, he had fallen out with the witch race. As a result, not many people were optimistic about Gu Fei. Moreover, in the eastern region of Southern Man, there were still remnants of Southern Man. Bai Gu was the god of war under the barbarian sovereign. In the battle with the eastern barbarian demon race, Bai Ji's performance was remarkable. Now, some people said that the second son of the barbarian sovereign, Man Yu, had fled to the eastern region of Southern Man and sought refuge with the god of war, Bai Gu. Although the barbarian sovereign was killed by Gu Fei, there were still many remnants of the barbarian sovereign. These remnants were gathering towards the eastern region of Southern Man and formed a considerable force. Some people said that the most mysterious second god of war under the barbarian sovereign had also appeared. Man, you still had a chance to turn the tables? This was something that many people were curious about. One of the 19 vassal kings of Southern Man, East Vanquishing King, also came out to support Man Yu. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei and the witch race. The eastern region of Southern Man was still very large. Within the area controlled by East Vanquishing King, there were countless human tribes. It could be said that East Vanquishing King had many experts under him. When God of War, Bai Gu, was fighting against the eastern barbarian demon race, East Vanquishing King had also put in a lot of effort. Now that East Vanquishing King had come out to support Man Yu, the feudal lords who were still watching from the sidelines found it difficult to make a decision. The witch race, Gu Fei, and the remnants of the barbarian sovereign. The entire Southern Man was divided into 3 camps. The entire Southern Man was in a tripartite situation. However, the West Sea Dragon race wouldn't make a move again, but it was hard to say for the Eastern Barbarian Demon race. Man Yu was in the middle of the Eastern Barbarian Demon race and Gu Fei's forces. If the Eastern Barbarian Demon race and Gu Fei attacked at the same time, Man Yu would be in danger. All the forces were watching from the sidelines. This was too difficult. They originally thought that after the fall of the barbarian sovereign, Southern Man would be the world of the witch race. Who would have thought that the witch race would fall out with Gu Fei? Gu Fei was a peerless savage who had even killed the barbarian sovereign. In this way, how could the forces of Southern Man choose? Gu Fei was so awesome that he didn't even give face to the witch race. He even killed Wu Ying, one of the 8 great witch kings. Wasn't going against him courting death. However, if they sided with Gu Fei, they would undoubtedly become enemies with the witch race. The witch race still had a witch sovereign. It was too difficult. It was really too difficult. Most of the feudal lords of southern Man were still watching from the sidelines. One must know that at this time, they must not stand on the wrong side. The consequences of standing on the wrong side were very serious. They might lose their lives at any time. At this time, Gu Fei had completely taken control of the southern Man royal capital. He didn't stop, but began to expand outwards with the southern Man royal capital as the center. Kill whoever refuses to obey. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. No matter who it was his army. If they refused to obey, he would kill. Those who surrendered would live, and those who resisted would die. It was that simple. Fierce Tiger King and North Garrison King took the lead. In just over 10 days, with the southern Man royal capital as the center, the area within a radius of thousands of miles became Gu Fei's world. When the feudal lords encountered Gu Fei's army, none of them dared to fight. When Gu Fei's army arrived, they all withdrew from their cities and handed the cities and territories over to Gu Fei. There were also mysterious figures who attacked the generals under Gu Fei. A few of the generals under Fierce Tiger King were killed by the mysterious figures. This made Fierce Tiger King furious, but there was nothing he could do. And the most pathetic person was the array formation ancestor of the Ling Tian Palace, who was trapped in the Crouching Bull Ridge by Gu Fei's 5 elements killing array. That guy had been trapped in the 5 elements killing array for more than 10 days, let alone 3 days. Ancestor Tian Hong was quite strong-willed. He actually didn't beg for mercy from Gu Fei. At this time, in the Ling Tian Palace, in front of a cave abode with its door closed, more than 10 powerful figures gathered. They were all welcoming their palace lord out of seclusion. This was also the reason why no one from the Ling Tian Palace made a move in the past 10 days. Many people were prepared to watch the show. The reason why the feudal lords among the 19 feudal lords of southern Man who were still observing didn't dare to rely on Gu Fei now was because Gu Fei was going against the Ling Tian Palace. That was the Ling Tian Palace. The palace lord of the Ling Tian Palace, ancestor Ling Tian, was known as the strongest expert in the Void Realm. In many people's opinion, as long as ancestor Ling Tian arrived, Gu Fei would definitely be dead. Chapter 5009. When Gu Fei made a move, even the witch tribe had to bow their heads. All the witch tribe members withdrew from the southern barbarian royal capital. Gu Fei's subordinates not only took over the entire southern barbarian royal capital, but they also expanded in all directions with the southern barbarian royal capital as the center. Countless forces submitted to them. If they didn't submit, they would die. Gu Fei even killed the barbarian sovereign, let alone the others. The feudal vassals who were still watching from the sidelines restrained their subordinates. As long as they encountered Gu Fei's army, they would retreat instead of fighting. Although some feudal vassals were unhappy, they had no choice. On the other hand, East King's army fought with Gu Fei's Fierce Tiger King's army, and both sides won and lost. East King's force was the strongest among the eastern feudal vassals of southern barbarian. Moreover, East King had some relationship with Ling Tian Palace. Because of this relationship, East King dared to go against Gu Fei. If he didn't have some background and a strong backer, East King wouldn't dare to provoke Gu Fei. After all, the consequences of provoking Gu Fei were very serious. Moreover, East King used the name of Barbarian Sovereign's second son to gather the remaining forces of Barbarian Sovereign. Barbarian Sovereign had been operating in southern Barbarian for 3,000 years. His forces had penetrated everywhere in southern Barbarian. Although Barbarian Sovereign was killed by Gu Fei, many people were still loyal to him. These people knew that Man Yu was with East King, so they all sought refuge with him. In fact, everyone knew that East King was using Man Yu to gather the remaining forces of Barbarian Sovereign. His goal was to increase his own strength and then fight for hegemony in Southern Barbarian. East King's ambition wasn't small. When Barbarian Sovereign was around, he could still suppress him. Now that Barbarian Sovereign was killed by Gu Fei, no one in Southern Barbarian could suppress this feudal vassal. East King also obtained the support of Ling Tian Palace. Even if he went against the Shaman Sovereign, he wouldn't be afraid. Right now, the South Barbarians were in a tripartite situation. However, everyone knew that this situation would not last for long, because whether it was the East King, the Sorcerer Tribe, or Gu Fei, none of them would share the South Barbarians with others. This was especially so for Gu Fei. He was extremely domineering and did not even care about the Ling Tian Palace. In his eyes, the East King and the Sorcerer Tribe were all the same. They were all trash that could not withstand a single blow. At this moment, the door of a cave residence in Ling Tian Palace slowly opened. The dozen or so powerful beings guarding outside the cave were extremely excited when they saw this. Palace Lord has finally come out of seclusion. The upper echelons of Ling Tian Palace had gathered here. They had been waiting for more than 10 days. Today, their Palace Lord had finally come out of seclusion. As the door of the cave slowly opened, an incomparably pure spiritual energy gushed out of the cave. The group of Ling Tian Palaces, higher-ups outside the cave abode, only felt the spiritual energy rushing towards them. Everyone's spirits were lifted. At this moment, a figure walked out of the cave abode. This person was dressed in a fluttering white robe. Her black hair draped over her shoulders. She was petite and had a pair of shiny black eyes that exuded boundless spirituality. No one would have thought that the Palace Lord of Ling Tian Palace, known as the #1 person in the Void Realm, was actually a woman. Her face was covered, and only a pair of eyes that were filled with spirituality could be seen. Her eyes seemed to have some kind of unimaginable power. No one dared to look at her directly. Her eyes seemed to be able to hook people's souls. Greetings, Palace Lord. When the group of Ling Tian Palace's higher-ups outside the cave abode saw the woman in white, they immediately knelt down. The woman in white casually waved her right hand. Everyone immediately stood up. The legendary ancestor, Ling Tian, was actually a woman. If people knew about this, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. Lord Palace Master, your cultivation, a middle-aged man with a fat face and big ears, greeted her with a smile. He was Ling Tian Palace's foreign affairs elder, Qian Yishan, who was in charge of finances. The woman in white glanced at Qian Yishan and did not speak. Fatty Qian, go away. An old man behind Qian Yishan pushed him to the side. Palace Lord, you have to save senior brother Tianhong. The old man looked anxious. Tianhong? What happened to him? Ling Tian Palace's palace lord looked at the old man curiously. This old man was the battle elder of Ling Tian Palace. He was in charge of Ling Tian Palace's external forces and was the most authoritative existence in Ling Tian Palace besides the palace lord. When Fatty Qian saw that it was the battle elder who pushed him away, he immediately cowered. One of them was in charge of money, while the other was in charge of fighting. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Palace Lord, senior brother Tianhong, has been trapped for 16 days. If you still don't come out, senior brother Tianhong will be trapped in the array and die, the battle elder said hurriedly. What Ling Tian Palace's palace lord's eyes flashed coldly. In this void realm, there was actually someone who could use an array to trap Tianhong for 16 days. How was this possible? Ling Tian Palace's palace lord was in disbelief. However, the battle elder did not dare to lie to him. Interesting. Ling Tian Palace's palace lord suddenly smiled. Her eyes turned into crescent moons, and a powerful aura erupted from her body. Everyone felt as though there was a mountain pressing down on them. Even their breathing quickened. Everyone present was the upper echelon of Ling Tian Palace. Although they were not Emperor realm experts, they were either half-step Emperor realm experts or peak God King realm experts. When this group of people gathered together, it was enough to sweep the entire void realm. In the next moment, Ling Tian Palace's palace lord disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. None of them could clearly see how their palace master left. This was too frightening. One should know that there were half-step Emperor realm experts among them. Could it be that the princess's cultivation has already surpassed the Emperor realm? Fatty Qian exclaimed. The group of Ling Tian Palace's upper echelon was shocked to the extreme. Could their palace lord's cultivation have really broken through to that legendary realm? If that was the case, that Gu Fei was nothing in front of the palace lord. The legendary realm was absolutely invincible in the void realm. The group of Ling Tian Palace's upper echelon was extremely excited. Ha ha ha! That Gu Fei won't be able to jump around for long. The battle elder of Ling Tian Palace laughed loudly. At this moment, in the sky above Crouching Bull Ridge, 100 miles away from the southern barbarian royal capital, countless array patterns intertwined, and the power of the 5 elements surged. An old man was rampaging in the array, looking extremely pathetic. This old man was the Ling Tian Palace's #1 array Dao expert in the void realm, Ancestor Tianhong. However, Ancestor Tianhong's hair and eyebrows were all burnt, and his clothes were tattered. Although he had been trapped for 16 days, he was still very vigorous. However, he was already in a mess. Why? Aren't you going to kneel and beg for mercy? Chapter 50:10. 100 miles away from the southern barbarian royal capital, the Crouching Bull Ridge was filled with murderous intent. The sky above the Crouching Bull Ridge changed color as the power of the 5 elements gathered and countless formation patterns intertwined. An extremely terrifying and powerful energy wave spread in all directions with the Crouching Bull Ridge as the center. At this moment, there were still many powerful figures around the Crouching Bull Ridge. There were still many powerful figures watching. The shaman kings of the sorcerer race, the other kings of the southern barbarians, 19 feudal vassals other than Fierce Tiger King, North Garrison King, East King, and even the powerful figures from the West Sea, East Baron, Middle Sky, and North Ruins were here. Barbarian Emperor, who was killed by Gu Fei, had once teamed up with the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. They were allies. However, after Barbarian Emperor's death, the Ghost Emperor did not come out to avenge him. The Ghost Emperor was extremely cunning and would never provoke Gu Fei for Barbarian Emperor. Actually, Gu Fei had already become famous after killing Barbarian Emperor and trapping Tianhong. At this moment, many powerful figures gathered around the Crouching Bull Ridge to watch the show. Forefather Tianhong was the formation forefather of Ling Tian Palace. If Gu Fei attacked him, it meant that he was going against Ling Tian Palace. Everyone wanted to know what would happen if Gu Fei went against Ling Tian Palace. One should know that Ling Tian Palace was the #1 force in the Void Realm. The legendary Ling Tian Palace Master was known as the #1 person in the Void Realm and was invincible. Was Gu Fei trying to lure out the other powerful figures of Ling Tian Palace by trapping Tianhong? You have guts to not kneel and beg for mercy. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Outside the 5 elements killing formation, Gu Fei looked at forefather Tianhong indifferently with his hands behind his back. Do whatever you want of me. Forefather Tianhong sneered. Forefather Tianhong sure is strong-willed. Do you think that Gu Fei dares to kill Forefather Tianhong? That's hard to say. The powerful figures who were watching discussed in low voices. Humph! At this moment, Gu Fei sneered, and a powerful divine will exploded from his body. Buzz! The 5 formation discs hidden in the 5 elements killing formation immediately appeared in the void, and countless formation patterns rushed out of the formation discs. 5 kinds of array patterns interweaved, forming a 5 elements killing array. This is when Patriarch Great Hong, who was trapped in the 5-element killing array, saw this scene, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He had been trapped in this killing array for 16 days. In these 16 days, he did nothing but search for the array board. If he couldn't even find the array disk, how could he break the array? However, in the past 16 days, Ancestor Tianhong had tried everything he could think of, but could not find the array board of the 5 elemental killing formation. This made him extremely depressed. At this moment, Gu Fei actually made the 5 great array discs appear from the void. What was this guy trying to do? I don't care what you want to do. Break the formation first. Patriarch Great Hong opened his mouth and spat out a divine fire at a green array disc. That array disc was the wood element array disc of the 5 elements array discs. Fire could subdue wood, and Patriarch Great Hong was a half-step Emperor realm expert. The true fire he spat out was enough to burn the entire Crouching Bull Ridge into ashes. As long as the wood element array disc was burned, the 5 elements killing formation would collapse on its own. However, although Patriarch Great Hong's idea was good, the reality was cruel. The true fire that he spat out could not even touch the wood element array disc. An invisible force blocked Patriarch Great Hong's true fire. Trying to break my array? Dream on. Gu Fei said calmly. Even if he allowed Patriarch Great Hong to attack the array disc, Patriarch Great Hong would not be able to damage it at all. How is this possible? Patriarch Great Hong was completely out of control. He attacked the 5 major array discs with all his might, but it was all in vain. The 5 elements killing formation continued to devour his energy. Other than sweating profusely and panting heavily, this patriarch of Lingtian Palace could not shake Gu Fei's 5 elements killing formation at all. All right, now there are 2 paths for you to choose. Gu Fei said. Which 2 choices? Patriarch Great Hong's eyes lit up and asked anxiously. Hearing Gu Fei's words, he still had a chance of survival? Patriarch Great Hong, who was already in despair, naturally did not want to die. As long as there was a chance of survival, he would grab it firmly. The first choice is naturally death, Gu Fei said, unhurriedly. What about the second choice? Patriarch Great Hong was extremely anxious. There was no need to think about death. He would definitely not choose it. The second choice is to be my servant, Gu Fei said. Patriarch Great Hong was a half-step Emperor realm expert, after all. Below the Emperor realm, a half-step Emperor realm expert was the strongest existence. Gu Fei was currently lacking such a subordinate. What? Patriarch Great Hong was stunned. He was the Patriarch of Lingtian Palace's Patriarch of Lingtian Palace. How could he be someone's servant? You are unwilling. All right then, I will send you on your way. Gu Fei looked indifferent. To him, killing Patriarch Great Hong was just a matter of snapping his fingers. Don't. Patriarch Great Hong was anxious. He did not want to die. Greetings, Master Tianhong. Patriarch Great Hong no longer hesitated and immediately knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Humph. Since this is the case, why ask for trouble? Gu Fei waved his right hand, and 9 talismans flew out from his hand. The 9 talismans passed through the 5 elements killing formation and entered Patriarch Great Hong's body. This Patriarch Great Hong was shocked, and his expression changed drastically. Needless to say, the 9 talismans that Gu Fei had entered his body were nothing good. I have already placed a restrictive spell on your body. Your life and death are in my hands. Gu Fei smiled. Patriarch Great Hong could no longer smile. Instead, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he did not have to die, his life was in the hands of Gu Fei. His life and death were no longer up to him. Little brat, it's not good to poach someone. Right at that moment, a heavenly voice suddenly descended from the sky. Then, a white figure walked down from the sky. A faint fragrance permeated the air. Everyone felt as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. Palace Lord, Patriarch Great Hong's face turned pale when he saw the person. The person was shrouded in a white light. No one could see the person's face clearly. In fact, they could not even tell if the person was fat or thin. However, from the voice, it was a woman. Palace Lord, Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw how frightened Patriarch Great Hong was. This person should be the Palace Lord of Ling Tian Palace. The Palace Lord of Ling Tian Palace came personally. Haha, Gu Fei is dead for sure. Chapter 50:11. In the sky above the Crouching Bull Ridge, the Ling Tian Palace Master actually descended. This shocked everyone. The Ling Tian Palace Master was known as the #1 person in the Void Realm. In the Void Realm, there were only legends of the Ling Tian Palace Master. No one had ever seen his true face. This time, the Ling Tian Palace Master actually came to South Barbarian personally. Gu Fei was really influential. The appearance of the Ling Tian Palace Master immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding experts who were watching the show. The appearance of the mysterious Ling Tian Palace Master caused an uproar. Even the figure of the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor appeared in the distant sky. The Demon Emperor of the East Baron Demon Clan also came. The eastern sky was filled with demon aura. Compared to the high profile of the Demon Emperor, the Ghostly Emperor was much more low-key. The Ghostly Emperor was definitely here, but he did not show himself. The experts from the Middle Heaven Buddha clan and the Tian clan also hid in the dark and did not show themselves. The news that the Buddha clan and the Tian clan wanted to replace the Ling Tian Palace spread in the Void Realm. The strength of these 2 powerful clans could not be underestimated. However, the 2 ancient clans in the Middle Heaven were also very low-key. You are the Ling Tian Palace Master? Gu Fei looked at the glowing woman in front of him and could not help but frown. Even he could not see the woman's appearance and figure. He knew that he had finally met his match in the Void Realm today. What do you think? The Ling Tian Palace Master smiled. At this moment, Gu Fei waved his right hand. The 5 array discs floating in the void immediately shone with a dazzling divine light. The next moment, countless array patterns retreated like the tide and entered the 5 array discs in the sky. The 5 array discs flew back to Gu Fei and landed in his hand. The 5 elements killing array that trapped the Array Dao ancestor of the Ling Tian Palace for 16 days was actually taken away by Gu Fei in an instant. This stunned ancestor Tian Hong. Gu Fei's formation Dao cultivation, left him behind by God knows how many streets. From Gu Fei, he saw a whole new world of Array Dao. You are not from this world. The Ling Tian Palace Master suddenly said. Gu Fei heard this and asked, How do you know? Why don't you guess? Ling Tian Palace Master said with a smile, You're not from this world, are you? Gu Fei activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and looked at the Palace Lord of the Towering Heaven Palace. The martial path Heavenly Eye could see through all illusions. No illusion could hide from the martial path Heavenly Eyes. Humph! Ling Tian Palace Lord sneered. In the next moment, countless Tao patterns rushed out from her body and imprinted themselves in the void around her. At this moment, the void around the Ling Tian Palace Lord seemed to have opened up a world that belonged to her. Even Gu Fei's martial path, heavenly, I could not see through it. Interesting. Gu Fei smiled. He was even more certain that this palace lord, Ling Tian, wasn't someone from this world. He was an outsider just like him. He had accidentally entered this world when he was breaking through to the infinity realm. He was very curious as to how the other party had entered this world. Moreover, the other party had entered this world much earlier than him. This fellow had probably already entered this world during the ancient times of this world. Otherwise, how could she have become the palace lord of the Towering Heaven Palace? The experts who were watching the show nearby were shocked by the conversation between Gu Fei and the palace lord. What was going on? The two of them weren't from the void realm. Could it be that they were experts from another world? There had always been a legend in the void realm. The legend was that the land of void beginning was connected to the realm of immortality. Whoever could enter the realm of immortality would be able to escape from the cycle of life and death. They would be immortal and exist forever in this world. Could it be that Gu Fei and Ling Tian Palace Lord were from the realm of immortality? Little fellow, you stole my servant. How do you think we should deal with this matter? Ling Tian Palace Lord said. Sai, you can't blame me for this. This fellow wanted to be my servant no matter what. I couldn't do anything about it. Gu Fei said, helplessly. What did you say? Ling Tian Palace Lord was speechless. This fellow was really thick-skinned. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Gu Fei looked at old ancestor Tian Hong and said, this old ancestor Tian Hong was sweating profusely and terrified. He had just been restricted by Gu Fei, and his life was in Gu Fei's hands. If he dared to betray Gu Fei only needed to think about killing him, and he would be finished. However, Ling Tian Palace Lord was not to be trifled with. She was known as the #1 expert in the Void Realm, as the Array Formation old ancestor of Ling Tian Palace, and one of the higher-ups of Ling Tian Palace. No one knew better than old ancestor Tian Hong how powerful and terrifying Ling Tian Palace Lord was. Tian Hong, is what he said true? Ling Tian Palace Lord asked. Her voice was calm. This old ancestor Tian Hong stuttered and didn't dare to speak at all. All right, it's just a game. Why so serious? Gu Fei smiled. Just a game? Ling Tian Palace Lord's voice was still calm. From her tone, no one could tell if she was happy or angry. Why don't we have a game too? Gu Fei suddenly said. Then how do you want to play? Ling Tian Palace Lord asked. Let's play like this. After saying that, Gu Fei extended his hand to grab the Ling Tian Palace Master. He wanted to see what the Ling Tian Palace Master looked like. This guy, seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This Gu Fei was truly arrogant. He actually dared to attack the Ling Tian Palace Master. He must be tired of living. Ling Tian Palace Lord was the #1 expert in the Void Realm. Over the years, Ling Tian Palace Lord was like a huge mountain that pressed down on the experts in the Void Realm, making them unable to lift their heads. The Sky Clan and Buddha Clan wanted to replace Ling Tian Palace. However, everyone knew that as long as Ling Tian Palace Lord was around, Ling Tian Palace would continue to be above all the forces in the Void Realm. Gu Fei's grab was very powerful. It was like the claw of a 9 heavens real dragon, as though it could tear the void apart. Not bad. Just as Gu Fei's right hand was about to tear the void around Ling Tian Palace Lord, a jade-like hand slapped out lightly and collided with Gu Fei's right claw. The jade-like hand retracted, and Gu Fei's claw was blocked. What? Gu Fei can actually take a move from Lingtian Palace, Lord. Seeing this scene, all the experts' eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Especially the emperors, they were even more shocked. Both Gu Fei and Lingtian Palace Lord's cultivation seemed to have surpassed the Emperor realm. How was this possible? Didn't those who surpassed the Emperor realm only exist in legends? Gu Fei is actually so powerful that he can compete with Lingtian Palace Lord. Chapter 5012. The 19 vassal kings of southern Barbarian were all formidable characters. They were the local emperors of southern Barbarian and ruled over countless tribes in their territories. These 19 vassal kings had previously submitted to Barbarian sovereign, but now that Barbarian sovereign had been killed by Gu Fei, most of the vassal kings were watching from the sidelines. It should be known that choosing a side was very important. The consequences of choosing the wrong side were also very serious. Choosing the wrong side could cost one's life at any time. Therefore, except for a few vassal kings, the other vassal kings were very cautious. They were all watching from the sidelines and found it difficult to make a decision. The sorcerer race, Gu Fei, and East King. These three major forces were established in southern Barbarian. Now it seemed that Gu Fei was extremely powerful and was like the sun in the sky. However, the sorcerer race was not to be trifled with. The sorcerer king had also come out of seclusion, and the sorcerer race was confident. As long as the sorcerer king was still around, no one dared to underestimate the sorcerer race, and the sorcerer race still had the strength to dominate southern Barbarian. As for East King, at first glance, he seemed to be the weakest of the three major forces in southern Barbarian. However, recently, East King had been using Man Yu's name to gather the remnants of Barbarian sovereign. East King's strength had increased very quickly. Of course, this was still not enough. Even if East King gathered the remnants of Barbarian sovereign, it would still be difficult for him to compete with Gu Fei or the sorcerer race. However, East King had Lingtian Palace as his backing. This way, the situation was different. It could not be helped. Lingtian Palace's status in the Void Realm was so high. Now, no one would have thought that Gu Fei would actually fight against Lingtian Palace so quickly. First, he trapped the Array Dao ancestor of Lingtian Palace, Tian Hong. Now, he directly went against the mysterious palace lord of Lingtian Palace. To everyone's disbelief, the palace lord of Lingtian Palace was actually a woman. Moreover, no one could see the appearance of the palace lord of Lingtian Palace. At this time, Gu Fei got into a fighting stance. An extremely powerful aura immediately erupted from his body. This was his self-created fist technique, the divine fist of 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements surged out from his body. It was as if a 5-colored divine fire was ignited on his body. Powerful waves of the 5 elements erupted from Gu Fei's body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with him at the center. 5 elements Qi. Palace Master Lingtian seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect Gu Fei to cultivate the 5 elemental Qi. It should be known that the 5 elemental Qi of the world were the 5 most difficult energies to control in the cultivation world. Again, Fire Dragon breaks the heavens. Gu Fei shouted and threw a punch at Palace Master Lingtian. A powerful fire elemental Qi erupted from his fist. The fist force turned into a fire dragon, pouncing at Palace Master Lingtian with its claws and fangs bared. The temperature of the entire world rose rapidly. Even the experts who were watching the battle from a dozen miles away could feel a wave of heat. The energy in their bodies seemed to have been ignited and was about to burn. "I seal." Palace Master Lingtian shouted. In the next moment, a terrifying cold air erupted from his body. A cold dragon appeared in the sky and directly breathed a breath of cold air at Gu Fei. Boom! The fire dragon against the ice dragon. The two dragons collided in an instant. With an earth-shattering sound, the two dragons exploded, and two completely different forces erupted. On Gufei's side, the fire burned the sky. The area within a dozen miles turned into a sea of fire. Everything that was enveloped by the fire was burned to ashes. Even the stones were cracked. On the other hand, on Palace Master Ling Tian's side, the scene was completely different. The cold air was oppressive. The moment the cold dragon exploded, the area within a dozen miles turned into a world of ice and snow. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. It was a tie again. Even Palace Master Ling Tian couldn't suppress Gufei. Everyone who witnessed this scene found it hard to believe. How was this possible? Could it be that even Palace Master Ling Tian couldn't handle Gufei? King Dong was also extremely nervous because his greatest support was Palace Master Ling Tian. If Palace Master Ling Tian couldn't handle Gufei, how would King Dong dare to compete with Gufei? At this time, the Sorcerer Kings of the Sorcerer Tribe also had mixed feelings. Without a Sorcerer Emperor, no one could compete with Gufei. Now that even Palace Master Ling Tian couldn't defeat Gufei, the south would be Gufei's world. Again, Gufei raised his fist, and the boundless fire instantly turned into a monstrous water. It was as if a sea had appeared between the sky and the earth. The next moment, Gufei punched out. The endless water fist power turned into a terrifying torrent and rushed towards Palace Master Ling Tian with unstoppable force. "Little guy, you have some skills." Ling Tian Palace Master smiled. In the next moment, a vast amount of earth elemental power burst out from the ground below him. The grayish earth elemental spiritual energy was like a monstrous sandstorm rising high into the sky. An endless amount of earth elemental spiritual energy gathered behind Ling Tian Palace Master, forming a human figure that was even larger than a mountain. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. Even the emperors who were secretly watching the battle were moved. This was because the giant behind Ling Tian Palace Master, which was formed from endless earth elemental spiritual energy, emitted a powerful yuan qi fluctuation that was much stronger than the emperor's full strength. Using earth to defeat water, Gufei's eyes lit up when he saw this. At this moment, the huge figure pushed forward with both hands, and boundless earth elemental power rushed towards the rushing torrent. Rumble, the entire void shook. The water elemental power and earth elemental power kept colliding, intertwining, and canceling each other out. The mighty energy storm swept through the sky and the earth. Even the peak of Crouching Bull Mountain was shattered. When the two forces collided, the energy storm formed spread in all directions. The area with a radius of 10 miles was razed to the ground. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world. Everyone's souls were trembling. There was nothing they could do. This scene was too shocking. Even the martial emperors were shocked. The combat power displayed by Gufei and Palace Master Ling Tian was too strong. It was no wonder that Emperor Man died in the hands of Gufei. Five-element fist. Gufei's fist power was fully unleashed. The true power of the five-element fist was earth-shattering. Every punch caused ripples that were visible to the naked eye to appear in the void. Palace Master Ling Tian was not bad. He also displayed the five-element divine power and fought with Gufei. For a moment, the two powerhouses were locked in battle. What surprised Gufei was that Palace Master Ling Tian had been using the five-element divine power to condense figures to fight with Gufei. Chapter 50:13. Ling Tian Palace Master stood in the void. Endless spiritual qi of the five elements gathered around her. Five silhouettes condensed in the void around her. Each of the silhouettes represented one of the five elements. This was Ling Tian Palace Master's 5 elements divine ability. Each of the 5 figures condensed by the power of the 5 elements was tyrannical, and each of them had the power of an emperor. Today, I will play with you with my 5 elements incarnation. Palace Lord Ling Tian said. Her heavenly voice seemed to have some kind of inconceivable power, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Those with weaker cultivations almost lost control of their minds, as though their souls were about to be hooked away. External incarnation technique. Gu Fei said while attacking. At this time, Ling Tian Palace Master's Earth incarnation had already become the size of a normal person, and was fighting with Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei punched out, and the fire elemental power was like a volcanic eruption, directly blasting Ling Tian Palace Master's fire incarnation thousands of meters away. Ling Tian Palace Master's Earth incarnation became dim. However, the Earth Essence Chi continued to rise from the ground and enter Ling Tian Palace Master's Earth incarnation. This Earth incarnation solidified once again. Ling Tian Palace Master's 5 incarnations could absorb the world's spiritual chi and turn it into their own power. At this time, the other clones of Ling Tian Palace Master also made their move. For figures pounced towards Li Kuang at lightning speed. Rumble, the power of Gu Fei's 5 elements, fist burst out. The fist energy was mighty and indestructible, and it actually blocked the 5 incarnations of Ling Tian Palace Master. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 kinds of power appeared on Gu Fei's body at the same time, and they reached a perfect balance. The 5 kinds of power did not conflict with each other. However, in the hands of Gu Fei, these 5 kinds of power burst out with the most powerful power. At this moment, the entire sky was illuminated with 5 different colors. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. This was the collision of the power of the 5 elements. It was like the creation of heaven and earth, as if it was evolving into a new world. Countless Tao patterns intertwined in the void, and all the 5 elements' divine light were like countless sharp blades slicing through the void, and the void seemed to be riddled with holes. Muffled collisions resounded continuously. The 5 clones of the Ling Tian Palace Master were continuously sent flying. However, the 5 clones could not be destroyed, no matter what. In fact, Gu Fei was also very clear that as long as the original body was present, the avatar would never be destroyed. There was only one way to destroy these avatars, and that was to kill Palace Master Ling Tian. However, it was obvious that it would not be easy to kill the Ling Tian Palace Master. Moreover, Gu Fei had never thought of killing the Ling Tian Palace Master. He was very curious about which world the Ling Tian Palace Master came from. At this moment, everyone who was watching the battle nearby was shocked by this battle. Even the emperors were the same. The intensity of this battle had long exceeded their expectations. Gu Fei's strength had also far exceeded the expectations of the emperors. At this moment, Ancestor Tian Hong was extremely depressed. It was really too difficult for him. He had just become Gu Fei's slave, and their Lord Palace Master had already come to kill him. How could he live like this? Helping Gu Fei to fight Palace Master Ling Tian was courting death. If he were to help Palace Master Ling Tian, Gu Fei, it was simply suicide. Now, Ancestor Tian Hong did not dare to choose a side at all. Master, in the distant sky, West Sea Old Dragon Emperor and West Sea Dragon Clan's little princess, Long Xiaozhou, stood on the clouds. When they saw Gu Fei fighting Palace Master Ling Tian, Long Xiaozhou was immediately dumbfounded. Your master is very powerful. West Sea Old Dragon Emperor touched Long Xiaozhou's head and said, letting Long Xiaozhou become Gu Fei's disciple was really a wise choice. Becoming a disciple of an expert like Gu Fei would definitely benefit the West Sea Dragon clan beyond imagination. Father, do you think Master will win? Long Xiaozhou was very worried because Gu Fei's opponent was the #1 expert in the Void Realm, the mysterious and unpredictable palace master Ling Tian. You really can't answer me. West Sea Old Dragon Emperor's face turned red. He really could not see the depth of these two people. Their cultivation level had already surpassed this old antique, who had dominated the West Sea for countless years. Forget about Palace Master Ling Tian. He was an existence that even West Sea Old Dragon Emperor had to bow down to. However, West Sea Old Dragon Emperor was very surprised that Gu Fei was so powerful. West Sea Old Dragon Emperor had already sent the experts of the West Sea to investigate Gu Fei's background. This Gu Fei simply appeared out of thin air. Moreover, after his debut, he swept through all the way. No one was a match for him at all. In the end, even the barbarian emperor was killed by him. Now, this Gu Fei was going up against Palace Master Ling Tian, an invincible existence. Although West Sea Old Dragon Emperor had cultivated for countless years, his cultivation level was far from the point of surpassing the Emperor realm. This Gu Fei, the shaman kings of the sorcerer tribe, knew that the South Barbarian probably had nothing to do with them anymore. If Gu Fei was killed by Palace Master Ling Tian, then everything would be fine. If Palace Master Ling Tian didn't kill Gu Fei, then the South Barbarian would be Gu Fei's world. Because if even Palace Master Ling Tian couldn't kill Gu Fei, then who else in this world could threaten Gu Fei? In the entire South Barbarian, who else would dare to compete with Gu Fei? At that time, even if the Shaman King appeared, it would be useless. Because no matter how strong the Shaman King was, could he be stronger than Palace Master Ling Tian? Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei was fighting against the 5 incarnations of Palace Master Ling Tian, a divine light shot out from Palace Master Ling Tian. It directly pierced through the void, and immediately pierced through Gu Fei's left shoulder. Blood suddenly appeared, and every drop was blooming with bright divine light. It was as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth, illuminating the whole world. Ha ha! I didn't expect you to be so unlucky. You are too unlucky. Palace Master Ling Tian laughed. Unlucky? Everyone was stunned when they heard Palace Master Ling Tian's words. Gu Fei was unlucky? This guy was already so strong, but he was still unlucky? If this was unlucky, then everyone present was willing to be this unlucky. Humph! Aren't you also an unlucky guy? What's there to be proud of? Gu Fei said disdainfully. However, he was still very surprised because this Palace Master Ling Tian could actually injure him. It should be known that Gu Fei's martial body was the real infinite martial body. Even an extreme Dao tool, or even an eternal Dao tool, couldn't hurt him at all. This Palace Master Ling Tian could actually injure him, which meant that this Palace Master Ling Tian was also an existence of the infinite prime realm, and her cultivation should have almost recovered. However, Gu Fei was not afraid of this guy, because even if the other party could defeat him, she couldn't kill him.